All right, we're started on my side.
Awesome. In the insurance space back then, what are your thoughts? My thoughts is that in a few years, this will not end good, and we
I don't think
will
you got to wait years.
we will probably see huge crash in Bitcoin in ICOs all over the board
Yeah.
when it comes to cryptocurrencies, and that is when the real development will start. After that, we will see real good projects on the blockchain.
So we're already down in Bitcoin 65%. Okay, that ain't a bull market. You don't drop 65% in a bull market. I've been staring at these charts for months.
We went to 20,000 in 2 weeks from 8,000.
I know, like it. So here's how bubbles work. People don't want to buy red; they want to buy green. Okay, people don't want to buy losers; they want to buy winners. So a retail investor sees something that's gone up a lot, he buys it because, oh man, this thing's hot, it's going to go up more. But a professional investor looks at something that's gone up a lot and goes, oh, that's a bad deal. I'll wait for it to pull back, retrace, hit the Wyckoff throwback, whatever, right? So retail investors have a noob, fear of missing out mentality. And funny enough, this bubble has run so high, so hard, so fast that everyone's got rich doing that, except for the guys that just bought in and they got screwed. And maybe the guys that are buying now, they might get screwed too, right? So if the only reason people are buying this stuff is because it's going up and it stops going up, there's no reason to buy it anymore. That's what's up. If you don't have any, the only people that have a legitimate need to buy cryptocurrencies are darknet guys, and they buy Monero. They don't buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin's traceable. Would you send someone Bitcoin if you were worried about getting caught? No. It's public. No privacy whatsoever. Pseudo-anonymity, right? So no one actually has to buy Bitcoin. So the only good thing that it has going for it right now is that it's going up. But it stopped doing that, right? So I would always give people the advice, hey, we're in a bull market. It never pulls back more than 40%. So take on some leverage and then you'll double your gains. And the only way you're going to get stopped out or lose money is if it drops, in half right when you invested, right after. And it's statistically unlikely looking at the chart. And so over the last couple of weeks, we dropped 45 and then went up a bit and then dropped 45 again and then went up again. And now we dropped another 35 in a couple of weeks. You do not drop 45, 45, 35 in 3 or 4 weeks and still call it a bull market. It ain't a bull market. The bull market's over. The bull market is dead. Bitcoin is going down. That's what's up. So when you chart Bitcoin, you've got the old peaks, the old tops, okay? And you'll hit the trend line, you'll bounce off. You'll hit the trend line, you bounce off. And then we blew through the trend line from 4,000 all the way to 20,000. And then we fell back down and we hit the trend line to see if it would still support us. So old resistance becomes support, right? And we had a chance to bounce at 15, 13, 10, 9, 8, and every single...
I'm not sure that works. I'm not sure technical analysis works in cryptocurrencies because there are so many unknowns. There are so many... if you think about market manipulation, if you think about news that can be, made up, how can you really...
It works so good.
You think it works? Why?
I know it works. I absolutely 100% know it works. And I used to be like you, and I used to think, oh, this is dumb. You can't draw you can't draw lines on a chart and think that means anything. It turns out that it's human beings, for the most part, deciding whether to buy or not, okay? And everyone's looking at the same chart, and everyone's drawing the same lines. So it's an emergent property, okay? If we know we see resistance at numbers that have a bunch of zeros at the end, right? 20K, 10K, 5K, right? Because it's called a Schelling point. So the theory behind a Schelling point is, and it was a scientist or psychologist named Mr. Schelling, and he said, I did a survey of people. If you lost track of your friend in New York and you couldn't communicate with him anymore and you were trying to find him again, to meet up with him again, and he was also feeling the same way, where would you guys meet? And everyone chose Grand Central Station at noon. Everybody. Why? Because we guess what other people would guess, and we emerge on the single point. This pivot we point. Guess what other people would guess, and we emerge on the single point. In markets, you have the same thing. Pivot, right? We guess what other people would guess. You can't break 5K, you emerge on 5K, you can't break 5K, now you can. So you had that pent up energy and you blew through it. It's in everyone's mind. It's a line in the sand. And so you see these in volume profiles. So when you turn on the volume profile, you can see that this price has a ton of volume and then nothing. And then this price has a ton of volume and then nothing. Then you can put your bids and your asks in those points, and then you're more likely to get hit and then have support under you, or sell and have resistance to back you up. So, I mean, if you don't understand what technical analysis is, and you don't understand that resistance becomes support and shelling points and volume profile, then you don't actually know what technical analysis is. It really, truly does work, because other people think it does.
My point is not that technical analysis doesn't work at all. I'm sure people can use it and are using it successfully in stock market and on more established and bigger markets. My point is more that because it's so small, the market in cryptocurrencies, and we have, it is very volatile and so easy to manipulate. Many people have different interests. Even if everyone is looking at the same chart, now that we can have short positions and we have big money moving in, even if you look at the same chart, people might have different interests, and you never know exactly what is going on. And also Tether and this whole conspiracy with that Tether and how many dollars are actually used in Bitcoin trading that maybe don't even exist. So what is your view on that? Would you say that technical analysis works as well in small markets that can be manipulated, such as cryptocurrencies, as it does in big markets?
It works better. So in a real market, you have real demand. And that real demand that's not speculation forces people to buy or sell, regardless of what the chart says and regardless of what the price is. If you need gas, you're going to have to buy it, right? If you mine gas out of the ground, if you mine oil, you got to sell it. You got bills to pay. So commodities and businesses that have real business cycles, real adoption, real utility, have crappier looking, harder to predict charts. When the only thing going on in the chart is speculators, and everyone's looking at the same chart, and we all believe in the fractals, right? So you look at what it did before, and you assume it's going to do it again until something proves it different. Real demand and real adoption screws up the chart, right? So the charts now are screwed up because of Wall Street getting in and the futures getting in and more investment firms getting in. They're screwing up the charts. It's much harder to trade because the market isn't acting like it used to. You used to be able to buy any 40% dip for a couple of years and make a lot of money, right? Oh, 40% drop, thank God. I'm going 3x long. Goes back up to 40%. You're up 120%. Life's great. Now you buy the 40% dip, you get blown out. You get demolished, right? So we're on our third, almost 45% dip in a couple of weeks. The market has changed. And see, this is what I mean. If you're in a fight, right? And there's like one big bully guy and his three little bitch friends. If you hit the bully guy real hard and he sees blood, the friends kind of are like, oh yeah, all right, maybe we ain't gonna go in on that. But if the bully starts doing good and pounding you real good, his friends are gonna jump in too, right? It's the same with the market. If the only reason you buy Bitcoin is because it's going up, it stops going up, why the fuck would you buy it? Why would you buy it? The only good thing going on is that the price was going up. It ain't doing that anymore. And it does this every January and February. So maybe in June, it just starts, holding above resistance instead of continually dying and pointing this way instead of that way. And then you can long it and be happy with your investment. But every time it does this 65% drop crap, it's a 2 or 3 year bear market. You want to sit through a 2 or 3 year bear market with a 90% drop? I've done it a couple times. To tell you the truth, I'm fucking sick of it. I don't want to sit through another 2 or 3 year bear market. And I'll tell you another thing. Why would I buy Bitcoin when I can make my own tokens? Why would I do that? Why would I buy Ethereum when I can make my own tokens? My token actually makes the world a better place by doing science. What do these fucking tokens do? Burn electricity doing SHA-256. How about I take that same hardware that's wasting its energy doing SHA-256 and do computational fluid dynamics instead? Actually use the hardware with some of the power that was spent, hundreds of millions of dollars to put into it, right? I mean, turning GPUs and CPUs into retarded SHA-256 doers is a huge waste of not only electricity, but the skill of the engineers that built the chips. It's terrible. You've got a very powerful, very useful multi-purpose tool there that you're turning into a retard by doing SHA-256 over and over again. And oftentimes for projects that don't need it, like Zcash, right? So Zcash has a lot of GPU miners on it because it's relatively memory latency hard really. And those GPUs that could do so many cool things with machine learning or oil and gas modeling or CFD modeling, like what we're doing. Instead, they're made into retarded Zcash miners, and no one uses the anonymity in the project anyway. Zcash's anonymity is a fucking option.
Proof of work and proof of stake and other consensus algorithms later. Guys, we have almost 2,000 people watching. Amazing to see all of you here. Very welcome. Just a reminder, we have Richard Hart with us today, former Bitcoin maximalist, not anymore. We've talked about Ethereum. Next, we're going to talk about Bitcoin Cash. Then we have IOTA on the line. Then we're going to talk about Richard's past, because when I tweeted that we're going to do a live stream, many people were very interested in Viagra and different...
The scammer, Richard the scammer. We're going to get your money.
Tell about you. And you are a controversial figure because of those stories. So it's going to be very interesting to see your take on this situation. And many people are interested. I've seen in the chat a lot. So smash the likes, guys. We have almost 2,000 people watching. And if you are excited, if you learned anything up until now, and want to learn more, smash the likes. And our next topic is Bitcoin Cash. So first of all, I want to introduce the subject that in August, Bitcoin Cash forked from Bitcoin. And the whole idea, the way they market it, the way they talk about it, is that we want to stay true to Satoshi's vision. We do not want to have SegWit, because that is not aligned with the initial vision. We're not really for Lightning Network. We just want to increase the block size and stay true to Satoshi's vision. And we have people such as Roger Ver, who really, something you have to give him is that he really pushed Bitcoin in the early days, switching to Bitcoin Cash. So in your opinion, what is the motivation behind doing Bitcoin Cash when we talk about the truth? Is it true what they're telling the public, or do they have other motives? And what is the agenda for example, Roger Ver? Why is he so passionate about Bitcoin Cash? Because something that I find strange is that it feels that he's personally attached to Bitcoin Cash. He gets really upset when people call it Bcash. He takes it personally. So in my view, if it was just some kind of plan, some kind of scam or whatever, he wouldn't take it so personally. So I'm very curious to hear your opinion on Bitcoin Cash and the whole situation.
Sure. So rich and powerful people want power more than they want money. So once you've got more money than you know how to spend, you're basically stacking zeros in your bank account. And so what's left to a person that has more money than they know what to do with? Power. So libertarians are particularly power oriented. We want the maximum personal power for our family, our team, our friends, ourselves. And when you take a libertarian that's extremely wealthy, power, and you see what he wants to do, what he wants is more control. So Roger tried to control Bitcoin development with Bitcoin XT, Bitcoin Unlimited, and then when none of those worked and he couldn't find any developers that wanted to work with him, he latched on to someone else who had a project called Bitcoin ABC with a developer out of France called Amaury Sachet, and then that became Bcash. And they're so retarded that they didn't even know what to call the thing, because it's supposed to be called Bitcoin ABC. That's what the repository is called, ABC of software. That's what the code is called, Bitcoin ABC. It's still called Bitcoin ABC. So they had to come up with a name for it, and there was a disagreement. Is it going to be Bcash, BCC, BCH, Bitcoin Cash? And if they were smart, they would have just used Bcash. Cool, Nate.
Good morning all from GitHix, Huddle family.
All successful brands isolate themselves. ABC, and if they're not isolated enough, they change their name. So for instance, IBM laptops became Lenovo laptops, and then they got bought by China. And GoTo became Overture. And I can go through the list of companies that have rebranded just to have a funny sounding unique name. So if I were in charge of the Bcash project, I would call it Bcash. And everyone else calls it Bcash, not because they hate it or they dislike it, but because it's shorter and easier and it's a better brand. So Bcash is a superior brand than Bitcoin Cash. But for some reason...
I would agree that Bcash is more catchy, or it clings to your brain. But I personally call it Bitcoin Cash just to not take the conversation from the real facts, the real fundamentals, the real argument to the name, because people get upset. Roger Ver, I don't know if you saw this live stream where he really got upset and just quit.
Well, it's very libertarian to force someone else to use your language, right? It's very libertarian to not allow people free speech. Sounds not libertarian to me, right? I mean, you take a guy like Jordan Peterson, who's constantly saying, I'm not going to use your words, right? With your 75 gender types and
upset and just
changes
quit.
by the minute.
Well,
it's very libertarian to force someone the wrong one at the wrong minute. How about, I just call you buddy or whatever, right? It's just faster and easier. For a libertarian to try and force words down your throat, it's a little gross. And for a libertarian that shit talks the original developers whose code he copies and profits from every day is a little gross. So hundreds of people have put hundreds and thousands of hours into building Bitcoin to be the good software that it is. And for him to copy their work and then shit talk them and call them evil is gross, in my opinion. And he wants the Bitcoin name for the same reason that he puts it in the Bitcoin.com wallet. He owns Bitcoin.com, and he's trying to shove you the crypto that he owns the most of. He dumped his Bitcoin, he bought Bitcoin Cash, and now he's trying to shove it down your throat. Why? Because he wants to have more control, more power, and more money. It's easy, right? I mean, people want to make more money. He wants to make more money. He owns Bitcoin Cash, not Bitcoin. He wants Bitcoin Cash's price to go up. Easy.
But so in my view, you talk about power as a motivational factor, but if we think about the Maslow pyramid, you need the basic needs, you need protection, you need shelter, you need food, sex, the basic needs. But the higher you go in the hierarchy, the less important money and resources becomes. And then you talk about power, that's one way, but also many people who become wealthy also want to change the world, they want to be remembered for something. And that is why I don't really understand Roger Ver. He had the perfect opportunity to keep working with Bitcoin and to really be this positive figure as he was. And that is why it is confusing for me when it comes to this motivation, only power. And I mean, he has tried with, as you said, Bitcoin Unlimited and other Bitcoin projects that try to replace Bitcoin Core. And that is why I'm still not really buying the fact that it's only for power. But if we just take their perspective.
Well, let me ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
So
sure.
if he doesn't care about power, then he cares about good software, right?
Yeah.
Well, why are his software developers fucking idiots? Why has no good software developer wanted to work with him? Why has he done no Bitcoin improvement protocols? Why has he got fucking 0 bips applied to the Bitcoin software? Why doesn't he hire a team of devs to help improve the Bitcoin that he loves so much and owns the .com name? He doesn't. It's just like Coinbase, okay? Coinbase makes $1 billion a year. Probably 80% of that is Bitcoin sales. And how many Bitcoin improvement proposals have they done? And how many pull requests have they done? Fucking nothing, right? So don't tell me you love a software and you want to improve the software and don't have any devs trying to fucking improve it. It's a joke. It's retarded, right? I have more devs working on my project than they have improving Bitcoin. So, I mean,
So what is the motivation for Coinbase to support Bitcoin Cash and with the New York agreement?
Oh, they just make more money.
But won't they make more money if Bitcoin just grows and develops? Because in that case, they must understand that they're working against Bitcoin.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's very public. The CEO of Coinbase said, I own more Ethereum than I own Bitcoin. You have to go where the developers are. I believe Ethereum is going to go up in price more than Bitcoin. These are his words, the CEO, right? So why wouldn't you want your project? I mean, here's the other thing, right? So let's say I owned $1 million of Bitcoin. And let's say I owned $200,000 of Byteball, just for fun, right? Thought experiment. For me to make 200 grand in Bitcoin, Bitcoin's got to go up 20%. So what is that? It's got to go from, what's the price now? We'll call it 8 grand. It's got to go up $1,600. It's got to go from 8 grand to 9,600 for me to make 200 grand, right? But Byteball, I think, is like 7.07. So for me to make 200 grand on Byteball, it just needs to go from 0.07 to 0.14. It's just easier to pump the smaller market cap coins. So it doesn't matter who you are in the business world. It doesn't matter who you are in the token world. If some portion of your holdings is a lower market cap coin, it's just easier for that coin to pump and make large outsized percentage gains. So it's easier to find an extra $100 million to throw in a shit coin that's worth $100 million than it is to find a couple $100 billion to make Bitcoin go up 100%. So if you want Bitcoin to go up 100%, you got to find $100 billion. You want to have a shitcoin go up 100%, you could do it with 10 times less money. So it's just a difference in math. If you have like for me, what am I going to make more money doing? Promoting my token that I own a whole ton of, or promoting Bitcoin where I own one zillionth of the available supply? Anyone that's good at marketing, if they're intelligent, is going to evolve into promoting a coin that has a lower market cap because you get more percentage of awareness. What do you think the chances are that Bitcoin's going to go to 50 grand in the next 6 months? 0, negative a million? Like it's not happening, right? But some of these crap coins, scam coins, will quadruple. Bitcoin ain't going to quadruple, but these crap coins will. Which is why the crap coins are taking all the market. It's not happening, right? They're taking all the some of these crap because no one wants to buy Bitcoin. No one wants to make 30%. They want to make 300%, 3,000%. And so that's why everyone buys ICOs and everyone buys altcoins. And that's why Bitcoin's price keeps going down. And that's why Ethereum only dropped 1/3 and Bitcoin dropped 2/3. No one uses this shit as a currency. Everyone uses it as a speculative vehicle. And as long as that's what the game is, well, what are you going to do? Try and preach? I tried that. I tried to preach. I did everything I could to get the Bitcoin price to go up and to get everything else to go down. I did my best. Well, you know, I'm at the end of that road.
So what about the other Bitcoin forks in your view? Is it any value to those forks?
Yeah. Yes.
Or is it just people who see this trend that forks become valuable, just create a fork and cash out? Or is it?
Well, some of them cash out and some of them don't, right? So, I mean, some of these forks have held their value. Some of them haven't. You know, when I look at the cryptomaps.org heat map, I do see that Bitcoin Gold appears to have a large market cap. Bitcoin Cash appears to have a large market cap. And there's a chance that these projects, if they suck today, could unsuck at some time in the future, right? So, you know, Bitcoin Cash. What if, God forbid, Bitcoin became under attack? We could fall over to one of the other Bitcoins very easily. So there is some redundancy. There is some market segmentation, demographics. There are some attracting of developers that, you know, makes the whole ecosystem slightly stronger when there's more pitches and styles of coins with faster and slower blocks, bigger and smaller blocks, different hashing, Equihash, you know, Scrypt, which is Litecoin, which is a fork of Bitcoin, right? People even forget that. Like, people don't understand for some reason. Like, Litecoin was the first fork of Bitcoin, right? And then Bcash was just yet another fork, right? And all, you know.
But the difference is that Litecoin was only, the source code was forked, copied, but not the actual transaction history.
Right.
While now people are forking both source code and transaction history to get momentum and get people on board. And so something interesting is that we talk about this notion that the Bitcoin has a limited supply, only 21 million. But if we just keep creating new Bitcoins each week, and now there's this website called ForkGen, you can make your own Bitcoin in 5 minutes. Doesn't it defeat the purpose of 21 million Bitcoin?
Kind of. So it's like, it's the same answer as the last one. So is Ethereum another cryptocurrency that competes with Bitcoin? Kind of, but not really, right? So Ethereum appealed to world computer, hippie, kumbaya nerds. Bitcoin appealed to gun-toting, steak-eating libertarians. It is a different appeal. It's a different market segment. No one's using this stuff retail. There's no successful app that has adoption. None, right? So really all you have is an investment thesis and a sales pitch to a demographic type of human being. So Bitcoin got the libertarians. Ethereum got the, you know, hippie, purple, pony lovers, right? And then, you know, I guess the get-rich-quick guys are a subsection of the Ethereum guys. They just want to buy anything that pumps, right? So day traders will buy any token. They don't care as long as it pumps. Noobs will buy any token. They don't care as long as it pumps. And so you can't appeal to every one of these vertical segments unless you're different. You have a different name, and you've got different branding, and the friends that referred to them were from a different circle. So I don't think Bitcoin and Ethereum actually compete as much as, you know, you would think, right? So I don't think that a new token coming online, and I'll give you another proof of that, right? So if it were the case that other tokens screwed over the core tokens, Well, then why did the core tokens go to all-time highs in a giant mania, a giant bubble, the biggest the world's ever seen? Why did they do that the same time that there was a viral exponential growth of shitcoins? If it was true that shitcoins and inflation killed the system, well, then the main coin should have died from the shitcoin inflation, but they didn't. They all pumped together, right? So my analogy is that as long as Bitcoin and Ethereum are the gateways by which you buy a shitcoin, that Ethereum and Bitcoin will pump in value. However, that breaks as more fiat pairs are added to exchanges. So every time Coinbase adds another shitcoin, that's one less reason to buy Bitcoin or Ethereum to get your shitcoin, because you can get your shitcoin directly, right? So if you wanted to buy Litecoin in the past, you had to buy Bitcoin and then trade it for Litecoin. And then that float, that amount of time between the buy and the sale, would continue to grow, right? Whereas now you can just buy it directly. And so every fiat pair that gets added to an exchange kills the main coins because there's no reason to buy them, right? Like why would I buy Bitcoin to buy something else when I could just buy something else? And there's also a disadvantage because not only have they gone up so high percentage-wise that it's extremely hard for them to keep going up higher. You know, if for Bitcoin to keep doubling, it becomes worth more than the value of the planet Earth quickly, right? Like you can't keep doubling. That shit don't work. So you only double so many times until you hit a cap like, okay, it's absurd, right? It's also a unit bias. So would you rather buy 10 shitcoins for $50 or one, 1/100th of a Bitcoin? Nobody wants 1/100th of anything, right? It sucks. Nobody likes to use the decimals. And so people would much rather buy a $300 Litecoin than a, $20,000 Bitcoin with which they can only afford 0.0015 or whatever, right?
That's true. Many people don't think about the total supply and how much things are actually worth if you have the same supply as Bitcoin. But another point I want to make is you mentioned that the tokens went up in value a lot. So did Bitcoin and Ethereum. But it can have to do with the fact that it's just so much new money that has entered the field. And everything is just moving upwards because so many people are learning about blockchain and cryptocurrencies and want to speculate. And so in that sense, we also see the dominance of Bitcoin going down. And that is also when I say that Bitcoin has a limited cap, I also feel that sometimes it's not really true anymore with all the forks. And this is something we also have to keep in mind. It's not set in stone, really, if you have many different Bitcoins.
So I think that the bubble is over. And I think the bubble will come back in a couple of years. But for right now, it's done. There ain't no more greater fools. Everyone's grandparents are in. Everyone's parents are in. Everywhere you go, people are talking about it. Everyone that has got money is in. Now, there was one thing that was going to make us go higher, and that was Wall Street, right? So my thesis was, we're going to get in before Wall Street, and Wall Street's going to get in with their futures before Main Street and Joe Blow can get in with an ETF, right? So we're going to get in, and then the futures, and then the ETF, right? But what happened was everybody got in, including Wall Street, through the OTC desks. Everybody bought the price up, no volatility, straight up, right? Very little volatility. Now we're doing this, but a couple months ago we were just doing this. Nope, like very little volatility. So everybody got in, everyone bought the rumor, and then the news came. And then the futures actually launched. Didn't do much volume, and everyone dumped hard, super dumped it, right? And if you draw a chart now, like if you take the CME futures and you just chart it, it just straight line down. It's terrible. It's the worst. 20K, it was higher. Like in Korea, it was $26,000. No more premium in Korea now. Korea is actually at a minus. It's at a deficit now. You can buy Bitcoin cheaper in Korea. You can buy Bitcoin cheaper in Australia than you can in the West now. But a couple weeks ago, they had multi-$1,000 premiums, right? So you went from a $26,000 Korean Bitcoin to a $7,500 Bitcoin. And my calculation was slightly wrong. I didn't know that it could dump so fast, so hard when the news was so good. We got SegWit, we got Lightning, we got all this great stuff, and Wall Street's just not buying, right? So TD Ameritrade listed it. No one's buying. CME, CBOE listed it. No one's buying. Well, if Wall Street ain't going to buy it, and they're going to sell it instead because they already bought it, well, who the fuck's left to buy it? Nobody, right? That's it, right? Like you see Venezuela going to buy Bitcoin? No. Venezuela's launched an ERC20 token on Ethereum, right? So Venezuela ain't buying Bitcoin. Well, who the fuck's going to buy it then, right? And that's the reason the price dropped 2/3. And I don't really know where the floor is, because I don't. What am I going to use it for? What am I going to use Bitcoin for? Can't launch my token with it. Can't pay my rent with it. What am I going to do with it? You send it to your bank, they shut your fucking bank account off.
So I would say that I would say that maybe we'll have a few years to go still with this bubble we're talking about. I mean, you
with no Facebook ads and no ads in China, and like the SEC doing meetings on shutting it down, and like, dude, the only hope we had to maintain the mania was Wall Street, and Wall Street told us to fuck ourselves. There ain't nobody left, and there ain't no good news left either. Like, what's the good news we're gonna get? We got Lightning already. We got Segwit already. Bcash already died already, right? It went up to half, or and then died, and now it's crappy, right? What's left? And why aren't we going to get the flippening? Why isn't Ethereum going to flippening Bitcoin now?
Well,
it should.
It
will.
When it comes to Segwit and Lightning, technologies are online, but they're not really used. So potential good news could be that more and more businesses actually use them. I mean, Coinbase doesn't use Segwit. Many businesses don't use Segwit because it's hard to implement for them still. There's just no value in doing it currently, and so they don't do it. But the other thing is, the other thing that many people haven't discovered cryptocurrencies yet. There are many young people who are now talking about it, but when we're talking, if you compare it to .com bubble or to Tulip Mania, I think we're too far from there. Many people don't know what things are besides Bitcoin, and they've only heard about Bitcoin on the television and heard that it is a scam. Soon they will learn that Bitcoin has actual use case when it comes to hyperinflation, when it comes to those other countries. You say that Venezuela is using a ERC20 token, this petroleum cryptocurrency. That is the government that is doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, the citizens, they don't care about this government token.
Their citizens use shitcoins, by the way, more than they use Bitcoin. And by the way, Lightning runs on other tokens too. It doesn't just run on Bitcoin. You can run Lightning on whatever the fuck you want. It's open source.
But I'm talking about the whole ecosystem as a whole, not particularly Bitcoin, but that the whole ecosystem has still room to grow before we see a huge collapse across the board, which I think will happen.
Dog, you're down 65%. What the fuck are you talking about? It's done. Like, there is no before huge collapse. Like, look at the fucking chart. We're fucked. We're fucked. Like, the bubble's over, dude. 65% is a huge fucking collapse. Like, but I mean, guess what, dude?
But what I mean is that we were at 9,000 in November, December.
Yeah.
And then we had this huge spike, and now we're back at. So it's not that we were confirmed at those highs. It's not that this was a stable high, and then it.
So you're saying we can go farther down? I assume. Because we didn't go far enough yet. I mean,
I think that my personal opinion that we can go further upwards before we have a collapse that is way more significant than what we have seen up until now.
If another Asian country FOMOs and does what Korea did, like, here's the problem, right? The reason that all these bubble collapses look the same across all industries is because they all fail in the same way. People bought because the price was going up. That's the only reason they bought, is because the price was going up. And then it goes down enough reason that people are like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. Well, let's buy the dip. Then they buy the dip. And then you retrace 75%, right? So you go to your peak, then you drop, and then you retrace 75%, and everyone's like, oh, back to normal. And then you start dropping a little slower, and people buy the dip and get liquidated. And they buy the dip and they get liquidated. And they buy the dip and they get liquidated. And then they're like, wait a second. Something's wrong here. I keep getting annihilated. And every single bubble chart looks the exact same. Exponential, blow off top, 75% drop, back to normal, anxiety, denial, disbelief, fear, capitulation, bull trap, and then you do the whole thing over again. And I don't care how much adoption you find. it will never equal the same rate at which we grew in the past. So if you can't equal the same rate, you just basically have, like, your boat has a giant hole in it and you have a bucket, and your bucket's your adoption, right? So you've got a football-sized hole in your rowboat, and you've got your bucket of adoption, and you're like, yo, we got new users. We got new users. But the 20 zillion billion guys that got in no time that are dumping on us now, you can't get enough adoption to keep the water out, and you just sink. And it happens in every single bubble. There's no way, like, you could get everyone in the world to start using Lightning. The price will push down harder in the slow and midterm because it makes it easier to spend, but not easier to buy. So now, like, even if you get Lightning adoption and you make it easier for people to spend, now you're hoping that people don't spend these Bitcoins that aren't useful for any fucking other thing. And, you know, you hope they don't dump them. Please don't dump them, even though we made it even easier for you to dump them by increasing the places you can spend them. Please buy more, replace them, right? It doesn't work. That's the reason all bubble pops look the same. Because even if you get adoption and even if things look good, it can't come close to canceling out the dumping pressure from the bazillion people that just got in. That's why you need more greater fools to keep the mania going. Every bubble looks the same and every bubble crashes the same.
I agree with you on that. I think the timing perspective is what we disagree upon, and it will be interesting to see in the future how it plays out.
How will you know? How will you know if the bubble's not over? You need to get above resistance and hold there for a while, right? So if you look at the trend line, 9,200 was the previous old resistance, and we had a lot of volume there. And we just got over it yesterday, and we tried to hold over it. Couldn't do it. Died. So if you want to see a bull market again, what you need to do is get over a shelling point, get over some resistance to say, this is the line in the sand, we're not going under this, and stay there and go up for a while. But every time we get to resistance, if we're even lucky enough to get back up to it, we fucking capitulate and die straight down. So I'll be a bull as soon as I see anything that looks bullish. And right now,
so would you say that we're in the same position as we were in early 2014, late 13? And
it's
we'll
slightly
have a bear market for several years.
It's slightly different because that bubble was more artificial than this bubble. So that bubble had Willie Bot on Mt. Gox buying coins with invented free money, stealing customer money to buy coins. So Mt. Gox's Willie Bot buying coins with money it didn't really have made that bubble a little higher than it should have been. This time, the shape is just about identical. Everyone got fucked.
Tether.
You know, man, I tell people that Tether sucks, but normal exchanges suck too. But in reality, is it such a great defense that something else sucks too, right? Like, let me give you an example about Tether. Let's say that all the money's in the banks, okay? And no one's having any problems withdrawing it. And everything's legit, totally legit. When people start to withdraw it, you know what the bank's going to do? The bank's going to find a reason that they don't like you anymore. We got a letter from some regulator in Lithuania, and he doesn't really like that the Lithuanian citizens have not been paying their taxes. So we kind of got to seize these funds because we got this letter, right? So I don't give a shit whether you, as a Bitcoin company, have a bank account with a bank and all the money's there. When you start to withdraw enough of it, the bank's going to turn you the fuck off because they prefer to keep that money. That's the reason they're working with you in the first place. The only banks that'll work with a Bitcoin company without a New York license are shitty banks that aren't making any money. Because why would they risk their reputation to work with this shady stuff unless they were making some money and needed it, right? And then as soon as their bank relationships get threatened and their upstream banks are like, yeah, we're not going to process your wires to New York anymore. They're not going to get cleared anymore. Do you like sending wires to New York? You do? Okay, well, you're going to turn off Bitstamp's account, or you're going to turn off Bitfinex's account, right? So, I mean, if you wanted a bank, if you wanted a Bitcoin counterparty that's probably the one to withstand bank shutoffs the most, it's going to be one with a New York license. Because at least they could go, hey, look, the government said we were cool, please get us an account, please, right? That's the reason these guys have already been through 10 or 20 accounts, because the banks keep shutting them off, right? So, you know, even if Tether's 100% legit, it don't mean they have access to the money, because as soon as they try and withdraw enough of it, there's going to be a problem, and the money's going to stop coming out. So,
and so if we take this situation into account, both with the theories that maybe the don't cover 100% of the tokens, and as you mentioned, they might have problems withdrawing the dollars. How would you say this bear market will play out compared to the last time in 2013?
Dude, the chart looks real similar to me. It's worse actually. It's worse actually. If you go onto tradingview.com and you click the interactive chart on BTC USD, and then you click on the top left, there's a button like 3 or 4 or 5 down, and then you click it and you drop down to bars. Okay, and you click your chart and you click the beginning of your old bubble, the end of your old bubble, and then you can drag it to today. And so you can take the old bubble and you can drag it right over today. Make sure you've got log clicked in the bottom right so that it makes up for the number difference, right? And we recovered a lot faster in the 2014 bubble than we did today. This recovery is dog shit. It's the worst. It's worse than that. It's over. And if you don't believe it, go grab the old bubble, use the bars tool, drag it over, and you can see it for yourself. It's fucked. Every time I post it, I lose a lot of Twitter followers. All my Twitter followers love me for my Bitcoin maximalism. And now that I'm not a Bitcoin maximalist anymore, and I think the price is going down, fucking hate me. Hate me.
So have you sold all your Bitcoin then?
Unfortunately, I haven't, because I'm stupid. I'm a fucking idiot. So I've lost a lot of money, because in my whole life from 2011 till now, I just found it very hard to part with these things. Like I ain't gonna say I want to cry, but this has been very bad, right? Like I really liked Bitcoin, and it's not cool. I don't want to see it die. So you just wait 2 years.
But that became very sad for Bitcoin very, very quickly in our conversation. But what is about the vision for Bitcoin? Are you negative on the vision when you compare it to all the other
software is great, dude. It's the most secure, most distributed, best devs, it's great. It's just, if you care about the price, that's the only thing that's fucked up. Software works good, works well. They just rolled out SegWit and the core wallet. No one uses the core wallet, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, look, I tried everything I could to kill shitcoins and to kill the fucking ICOs. I wrote articles on it, spoke out about it, and I was wrong, and everyone else was right, and everyone else made a lot of money, and I just held fucking Bitcoin. And it sucks to be, morally right and then watch everyone else make a lot more money than you. And you're like, oh. So like, for instance, I told everyone not to buy Ethereum. And some people didn't make the money they would have, right? And I told people to, I'm 50K BTC Richard Hart, 100K BTC Richard Hart. I really thought we'd get to 25, no problem. And if you don't keep track, and you don't keep track of my tweets, and you only see the one that said buy 17, but you didn't see the one that said we're dead, well, you're getting annihilated, which if you have a long time horizon, that's fine. You can hold 2 or 3 years, but I'm done with that shit, dude. I don't want to sit through a fucking bear market. I don't. I'm so tired of it.
But the truth wins at the end, right? It's all about the fundamentals at the end. When the dust settles and...
It's not. It's not.
You don't think so?
Okay. No. Dude, let me give you some more bullshit, okay? If Bitcoin were fully adopted, do you think it's okay that an unknown party owns 10% of the coins? You think it's okay that Satoshi owns 10% of the global currency supply? Well, that means that you have to fork out his fucking coins.
He is still alive, or they.
Yeah, and if he's alive or dead, it don't matter, because you don't know who's in control of the keys, right? So maybe Kim Jong-il becomes control of the keys. Now what, right? So you can't have a fully adopted currency where 10% of it's owned by someone that you don't know who the fuck they are. That don't work, okay? Step 2, if this shit becomes popular enough, what do you think's more likely? Facebook rolls out their own token, or they decide to use your shitcoin. They just roll out their own everything. They build their own everything. They build their own server hardware from scratch, right? Like the open server platform. They built that from scratch. They build their own programming languages. They build their own fucking everything, right? So Amazon and Facebook both build all their own stuff, right? So why the fuck would they use your token? They could hire 4 devs and build a better token, or fork your token, right? So what does the future look like for crypto? I would firmly believe in seeing an Amazon token who outcompetes everyone, right? If you have a product on Amazon and it sells well, they literally send a guy to China to find out where you were buying it. They already know where you're buying it because you shipped it directly to their warehouse to drop ship it. And they just cut you out of the deal and put Amazon Basics on it. So every Amazon Basic product you see used to be a successful Amazon affiliate or retailer. They got fucked over and went right around to the manufacturer by Amazon. Why wouldn't they do the same thing with currency? Why wouldn't they do the exact same thing they do with currency and fuck over the crypto dudes that they did with all their other retail products? And I like Amazon Basic stuff. It's a good deal. But I know that they basically cut the middleman out, right? So I don't think there's a chance that
Amazon will not be the same as Bitcoin ever when it comes to decentralization.
It'll be better. It'll be better. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't it be better? Why wouldn't an Amazon coin be better than Bitcoin?
Well, because you have a company behind it. Of course, it depends on how they structure it, but I can't imagine them doing it in the same way as Bitcoin, where it is completely centralized, no one is in control. Most probably, they will be in very tight control of their token if they do something.
All that stuff sucks, right? Like the whole no one's in control of it stuff. That's the reason you can't send it to your bank without them shutting your bank account off. If you have a fucking bank account in Australia and you get a Bitcoin wire to your bank account is getting terminated, period. That's it. They're turning your fucking bank account off, right? So the concept that somehow that is better than an Amazon coin, well, they give you a fucking ATM card and you can just spend it wherever you want. I'd rather have the Amazon coin. If it pumped, I'll take that fucking coin, right? That I can actually like receive the money and not lose a bank account, and you know I could actually spend it. I mean, even credit card fees. So let's say I want to pay my miners for mining my token, and I have to pay them through Ethereum because it's an ERC-223 contract. It costs me $2.80, I guess, because I use ERC2, because I use 223. It should cost about half. I think average transaction fee is $2.80. It's going to cost me $1.40 to pay my miner for mining my token. Okay, I could pay them on Venmo for 25 cents. So exactly where the fuck is this efficiency from cryptocurrency?
So you don't believe in the whole vision with cryptocurrencies where we have currencies that are without intermediaries, because it will be, I mean, people will have to switch somehow. It will not be as convenient, of course. You do not have banks anymore, but this is kind of the vision of cryptocurrencies. But it seems that you make the point that because it is so difficult, Amazon will make it a lot easier. People will just use Amazon coins because they are more easy to use. But that will, in my view, it will lose the whole point with cryptocurrency. Why not just use dollars or?
No, but you're a technician. You're a technician and you understand the technology, so you want the technology to matter. I'm telling you that the whole rest of the world that actually speculates and buys this shit doesn't give a single solitary fuck, which is why they buy Ripple, which isn't even a cryptocurrency. Okay? It's a centralized fucking Excel spreadsheet that's pre-mined where some other guy already owns 50% of it, and they buy the fuck out of it because they don't care about the tech.
You don't have to be a technician to appreciate the finance and the economy behind it. I mean, you have to be like from Belarus or from Venezuela or some other place where you know what currency actually means. Because people in Sweden, in the US, don't really know what currency is because the currency has been stable. But for example, I'm from Belarus. You learned very early on that the currency doesn't mean anything really, and that is why everyone is trying to buy euros, dollars, spread out the risk. So if Amazon comes with a cryptocurrency, well, it's not only from technical reasons why it's worse, but also from economical reasons. When you have a company in control, it's not as appealing from several perspectives.
Yeah. So once again, people buy this stuff because it goes up in value, unless it's Monero and they want to buy drugs. That's it. Okay? If you had bought Ripple at the beginning of the year instead of Bitcoin, you'd be a way richer motherfucker. Period.
That is short-term speculation we're talking about. I'm talking about the long-term use case of cryptocurrency, the future of cryptocurrencies.
Why wouldn't the future look like it does now? Why wouldn't you continue to see millions of more shit coins that cyclically pump and dump and pump and dump and pump and dump? And there's always a new pump and dump that keeps going on forever. Why wouldn't that be more likely than the actual centralization on a single currency?
Because currently people don't know what cryptocurrencies are. They join the blockchain space, blockchain field, they buy some kind of token and it goes up in value. Currently it's all about speculation.
Yeah.
But my point is that it will end badly. We will see some kind of huge crash. Your point is that we already see it currently. I think it will take a few years more. And after this crash, all of these unserious players, all of these people who bought for speculation will quit. They will not survive the crash. And from that point on, people will have a better understanding of what cryptocurrencies actually are. Now we see people hearing something about decentralization, they get excited, they think that the token is valuable, and that is why they think it's going to go up, and that is why they buy it. But when we see a huge pullback, huge crash, people will start reading on the fundamentals to a much greater degree, just like with internet bubble. People didn't really understand what they bought back then. Something on the internet, it has .com in the name. But after the crash, that is when we saw real development and real fundamentals winning over speculation. So that is my point, that currently, yes, it's all about speculation, but long term, I see a future where people actually understand what they're buying to a much larger degree. Would you disagree?
Yeah, people are fucking retarded. They don't know how to do anything. They double right click. They enter their domain name they want to go to in the Google search area. They give away their privacy at every option possible. They install every exe and click yes to every checkbox. And when they install an app on their phone, they click fucking yes, turn my GPS on, and yes, share everything. People are fucking retarded. And if you think that people are going to understand one of the most complicated, one of the most hard to understand things in the whole world, you are wrong. They are not going to get it. They're not going to understand it. They didn't do well on the SAT. They don't know how to fucking do math. They ain't getting it, okay? And as far as like, let the better crypto win, they don't even install the wallets. They don't download the coins. They don't take physical possession. They buy a ticker symbol on an exchange and they leave it there, and they have an IOU on the exchange with a little ticker symbol and a database next to it. Until people download wallets, and by the way, here's the funny part. It's probably better that they do that, because at least when they lose their password, the exchange can still hook them up and give them their money. If these retards actually installed the wallet and actually had sovereignty and actually had to take responsibility for their own finance, they would all lose their money the same way they all lose their nude pictures. So whenever you go on the internet and you see all these funny nude pictures of celebrities and you go, I wonder how that happened. That happened the same way that everyone will lose all their Bitcoin private keys and they'll lose all their Bitcoin. The same way they lost their nude photos that they tried to protect is the same way they'll lose their Bitcoin private keys. So as long as you live in a world where everybody's getting zero-dayed and everybody double clicks every exe and nobody is an OPSEC security expert, it's better that they leave their coins on the centralized shit exchange. Because when the exchange gets hacked, they'll lose them, but the chances the exchange get hacked is slightly less than the chance that they get personally hacked. I mean, fuck, if you had CC Cleaner installed, that shit got zero-dayed. A privacy-enhancing software got zero-dayed. Luckily, it was a nation-state actor, and they only targeted certain aerospace industry shit. But if they had just decided to fucking search for wallet.dat, you know how many millions of fucking dollars of Bitcoin would have got lost from wallet.dats getting fucked over by CC Cleaner? And that's just what we know about, right? How many pieces of software have been zero-dayed or backdoored or ratted or Trojaned that we don't fucking know about? All of them. Now that you've got Spectre and Meltdown, so that you can never again run any exe ever again, ever, without it having access to everything else in memory. So now if your Bitcoin private key is ever in your memory, ever, some other exe can fucking grab it and you'll never know. Undetectable. Until they come out with literally new hardware. It's unpatchable. You have to literally have new hardware. Well, that's the world we live in now. It ain't grand.
So did you come to this realization when the price started to go down, or were you this negative when the price were at 20,000? So because it's always easier to be negative. Everyone is negative when the price is down. And everyone, as people were in 2014, 13, people tell that Bitcoin is a failed experiment, never going to work. And now we see in this euphoria, people are very excited for the future for a few years. But what about you? Were you this negative when the price was high as well?
I'm a very creative person. And creativity means you randomly, your brain, without you caring or making effort, just randomly tries out 1,000 different ideas. Then it lets you know when some ones look good. That's what jokes are. That's what art is. It's experimentation. And then some of the stuff looks good and it gets selected and brought to your attention. It's called the reticular activating system. So when your brain finds a pattern or something that's interesting, it brings it to your attention. Is that you buzzing?
There's an issue with the sound, I think.
Yeah, you're fine. It's fine now.
Okay, now it's back.
Yeah. So, you know, I can look at the positives and negatives, right? So like take me, right? What am I? Fat old scammer, scumbag, fucking go on a diet, right? Get a real job, cut your hair. Like I could make a lot of fun of myself if I wanted to, right? Or I could be positive about myself and say, look, I tell people what I think and why I think it, and then they can make their own decisions. I've done, you know, I had a self-help YouTube channel trying to help people make their lives better, try and make politics better, try and make
that was actually good. I watched your videos on gaming, but please continue with Bitcoin.
Thanks,
topic.
man. I appreciate it. You know, I do get positive feedback from people I've helped stop playing games and do something better with their life and try and live a more wholesome existence. I do get some positive feedback from that, but it's a very small minority of the people that just care about me pumping their bags. All I am is a big fucking shill to help Bitcoin investors' Bitcoin price go up. And if I say anything that doesn't help their bags get shilled, I'm the biggest piece of shit in the universe. Now I kind of relate, I kind of understand it, because when Jamie Dimon talks shit, I really hate him personally for not liking my tech project, right? But now that I'm saying not the same stuff, but things that ain't good for price, boy, people don't like it when you hurt their investments, dude. So if you bought Bcash, you don't like me. If you bought IOTA, you don't like me. And now, if you bought Bitcoin, you don't like me. And that sucks because everyone that knows me, 90% of my followers, just like me for the Bitcoin shit. So I still post good news when it comes out and, you know, say good stuff when it comes out. But I'm terrified to post any of the bad stuff which comes out because it's just personal attacks all day long, which I'm used to because I've been getting personally attacked forever, but it's slightly gay.
We'll talk about IOTA next and also talk about this whole mysterious past of yours as well. Guys, we have almost 3,000 people watching. If you haven't, press the like button. If you enjoy this, if you learn something, if this is valuable to you, make sure to press the like and share the stream with your family and friends if you think they would find it interesting. So, Richard, let's move on to IOTA. Last week we had David from IOTA here, and you were very active in the chat.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, mods banned you as well. I'm not sure why.
I just got delayed. I just got put on timeout. So I was still able to post. It was just a delay. It wasn't a full ban.
All right, but so you have strong opinions about IOTA.
Yeah, it's a piece of shit run by an asshole.
Let me tell you my opinion, and then we can discuss it. So IOTA, in my view, is a promising vision. However, from a technical standpoint, it's not really delivering when it comes to coordinator. Coordinator needs to be removed, but you're not seeing the potential for the coordinator being removed and the vision playing out at all.
Well, I mean, look. First of all, a fucking DAG is a data structure that has existed for 30 years and is used in Git. Okay. A DAG on its own doesn't mean shit, okay? It's just a way to store fucking data. So the things that make a blockchain useful are the fact that anyone can join or leave the network, and that you can't rewrite history, and that you can do transaction ordering. That's what matters, okay? So if you use a DAG, it doesn't mean anything on its own. It means nothing, right? Because the important parts of the system aren't how you store the data. It's how you prevent double spends and how you don't get 51% attacked and, you know, Sybil attacked and all those things, right? So in Bitcoin, part of the way you don't get Sybil attacked is when you boot up your node, it tries to get other far away nodes in the likelihood that you're getting a more honest picture of what the network consensus is, and you're not just getting a couple local guys that were put there to give you a false blockchain, and then you don't know the difference. You double click bitcoin.exe, and then, oh, look, you've downloaded a fake blockchain. You know, it's that's another thing. People say Bitcoin is trustless or blockchains are trustless. They're fucking retarded. Did you verify the code and compile it before you ran it on your computer? No, you didn't read the code and compile it, and you're not a security expert. Well, then you trust that whoever gave you that exe file and compiled it isn't just sending your private keys to his computer, period, right? So this concept of the trustless system is a fucking joke. You trust your developers, and you trust that there's not a camera looking at your keyboard when you put your password in, and you trust that there's not a virus on your computer, and you trust that when you turn your computer off, an evil maid didn't put a fucking memory stick in there and abuse the MEI interface.
It's technically trustless, but of course, practically, you can destroy trustlessness in those ways that you mentioned.
I mean, so let's take IOTA since it's on the list. The people that designed IOTA are fucking retarded to a degree that is almost impossible to understand. Okay, so what do cryptocurrencies have? A cryptocurrency is, there's a ledger that says who has what money, and by who I mean what private keys have access to what public funds. Okay, that's what a blockchain is. And your wallet is your collection of private keys that accesses those funds. Okay, so a wallet contains your private keys. So does IOTA have a wallet? No. What IOTA has is a fucking node interface where you somehow magically generate your own key that's very long and has only the number 9 in it. Only the number 9, okay? I think it's only capital letters too. So you generate your own key with extremely fucking weird parameters that don't make any sense. And then that's now not only the seed which generates all of your future private keys and public key pairs, but also how you get into your fake wallet, which doesn't actually store any fucking keys at all. So if someone's like looking over your shoulder and you type in your wallet password seed, you lose all your money because they saw it. If there's a virus on your computer and you type in your seed, you lose all your money. Is there an option to encrypt your fucking wallet? No, because it's not a wallet. It doesn't store anything. It's a fucking piece of node software. So they're cunts for even calling a non-wallet a wallet, okay? They're cunts for letting every fucked up random number generator in the world generate keys, okay? So we had this problem at Bitcoin. There was an Android wallet that when you created your Bitcoin public-private key pairs, the random number generator didn't actually generate random numbers. They were insecure, and someone noticed that and stole everyone's money. So an insecure random number generator will lose you all of your fucking money, and these goddamn idiots at IOTA are too fucking stupid to have a wallet that actually generates fucking private keys, right? And has good random number generator in it.
We talked about it last week, and their point of view is that this is because IOTA is backend, and therefore it doesn't have a wallet. They haven't focused on the wallet. It is only backend. But that is nothing that...
Dog, please, okay? Are you selling your token on exchanges that are human interfaced? Is the vast majority of your market cap on exchanges that are human interfaced? Are the vast members of your community and your Discord and your Reddit humans? Well, apparently the humans are the ones giving it a value, and apparently the humans are the ones losing all their money to fake key generators on the internet and to insecure fucking random number generators. Dog, if you sent your money to the same address twice, you lost your money. Like, it is the worst project I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I'm pretty good at old blockchain shit, okay? First, their foundation stole everyone's money to prevent a hacker from stealing it because of a fucking exploit that was found. If you double spent money, not double spent, but if you sent money to the same address twice, then someone else could steal it. Stupidest thing I ever fucking heard of. Never heard of something so dumb in my fucking life. So their foundation stole all the money. Now, when I bought that piece of shit coin, because I thought, blockchain has size problems. This thing doesn't have blocks. Oh, maybe cool. Looked at the charts. Oh, it's uncorrelated. The idiots that buy this don't buy the other thing. So maybe it'll move differently. It seemed like a good hedge, right? So I bought this shit. And, I log into my wallet. It says I got no money. Where's my fucking money? Where's my money? So I'm angry now, okay? I log into my wallet. There's no money. Go to the subreddit. Where's my money? Oh, well, download the new software. Install the new software. Zero balance. Where's my fucking money? Oh, well, you have to click reattach. I don't know why. Okay, fine. Reattach. Nothing. Doesn't work. Reattach. Doesn't work. Reattach. Pending. Error. Reattach. Pending error. Pending error. Pending error. All right, I'll try another node. Another node. Pending error. Pending error. Another node. Just errors. No pending at all. Fuck. All right, I'll try another node. Oh shit, it finally works. Okay, I see some of my balance. You literally have to click reattach for every transaction you've ever done.
That is user interface, right? And
no,
that is the same with, we have to distinguish between the technology that is backend and user interface. And that is something they
having your network not know the state of consensus.
Not something they have been focusing on currently.
No. Don't confuse the two. That is a bad interface plus a broken network, okay? If your nodes don't know the state of the fucking network, they shouldn't be fucking nodes, okay? If you have a global consensus fucking network and one of your nodes disagrees with another fucking node, it's not a goddamn blockchain. It's not something you can use. You can't use something where one node says you got no fucking money and the other node says you do have money. Where one node says you have been paid and the other node says you haven't been paid. And I literally saw my money appear and disappear in my own fucking eyes. It went confirmed. So after reattaching and rebroadcasting and cycling through different fucking nodes, after a couple days of this shit, I finally got some balance to show up. And I literally saw it go from confirmed back to fucking pending in front of my eyes. Now you tell me as a merchant how the fuck I can give someone a product that I was paid for and then unpaid for. Get the fuck out of here. This is the dumbest piece of shit I ever seen in my fucking life. So it turns out that there's a graph of their network. And your node chooses different vertices at the edge of the network as it goes forward. And then, if you want, you can spam the network and destroy it by making a giant chain that's really long and making it impossible for people to find the other things they're supposed to find. And so when you would go to the shape of the graph when I was using it, there was a giant blob in the middle that was circling around, and it wasn't working like it was supposed to, because they tell you that spamming the network makes the network stronger. It doesn't. Spamming the network makes their network fucking fail, which is the reason that exchanges disable fucking wallets, and the reason that I had to come out and let everyone know what a fucking piece of shit it is, because I saw zero balance, plus transactions going from confirmed back to pending, plus disabled wallet on exchanges, plus a founder who's happy to say, I hate speculators and I hope you lose all your money.
Well, so, for example, in Bitcoin, we can also have this situation with two different versions of truth, temporary forks. And although IOTA is in this state, as you describe it, you don't see it ever developing and growing out of these diseases, child diseases the project currently has.
That's why we have testnet. You want to test your dog shit and dog shit land that sucks? Use a fucking testnet. You know what testnet coins are worth? They're worth fucking nothing, okay? And you want to know what IOTA should be worth? It should be worth fucking nothing because it's a fucking testnet. It should be burnt into the fucking ground. It should die. It's losing people millions of fucking dollars and stealing mind space and stealing mind share from projects that could actually fucking use it. They suck. They're the worst. The fucking worst. Like literally, you might as well just throw your money out the fucking window. Some of it might blow back in. It's so bad. And then they keep doing snapshots, right? Since their consensus network doesn't work, they keep doing snapshots from a centralized server to go, we know our shit don't work, but we're gonna try and pretend it works because we do snapshots every once in a while. And every time they do a snapshot, it zeroes everyone's balance. So every person that logs back in to check their balance shows they got no money. And then you can click and hope manually every time there's a fucking transaction, please show me my money. Please show me my money. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
So what about other projects such as Byteball and...
I like Byteball. I like Byteball a lot. I think Byteball's fucking cool.
So it's more about the team and the execution and not the actual philosophy that you don't have to have a blockchain in order to achieve consensus.
No, I'm totally okay with trading security for federation, right? So if you want to have a federated system, which is easier to kill, but is faster and can be upgraded quicker, that's fine. You should be allowed to make that trade-off, right? But IOTA made that trade-off and didn't get any of the upside. They just doubled down on all the downside and didn't get anything good out of it. But Byteball has smart contracts. IOTA doesn't. Byteball has anonymous sending. IOTA doesn't. Byteball, the fucking wallet, never says you got zero money. IOTA does, right? Byteball doesn't have to do snapshots. IOTA does. Byteball, like, you know, it was fairly distributed, not a pre-mined shitcoin. They'll still give it to you for free if you hold Bitcoin. They're doing another airdrop, I think, next month. You want free Byteball? You just put in your Bitcoin address. I don't think they support SegWit, but if you have a normal Bitcoin address, they'll give you free fucking Byteball. Well, that seems pretty fair. It also has oracles built in. So if you want to do sports betting or you want to have flight insurance, it knows whether the flight was canceled or not. That shit's built in. It's got KYC AML built in if for whatever reason you want to do an ICO on it. They've got Jumio integration built in. So you're telling me that a project that's federated, doesn't have blocks, doesn't have mining, has oracles built in, has declarative smart contracts, which means they're harder to fuck up and lose your money because they're easily worked with human readable logic. No fancy programmer bullshit. If this, then that. Simple fucking stuff, right? Oracles, declarative smart contracts, anonymous coin with the black bytes, no blocks, no mining, fair distribution, multi-platform client, never shows you a zero fucking balance. What more do you want? Like, what could you possibly add to that project? But the only thing you could fucking add would be more decentralization for what? It doesn't even get attacked.
I always like to try to see world from other people's point of view. So if you think about the world, how IOTA team sees it, would you say that they're just the thing got out of their hand, that they grew too fast, all the marketing came too fast, they didn't have time to get the wallet working, or are they intentionally are they intentionally trying to pump this and sell off later on? Or what is their plan in your view?
Let me know the cryptocurrency that doesn't have a wallet that stores keys and generates private keys, please. There isn't one, okay? The only assholes in the whole universe that are too fucking stupid to securely generate a private key are those guys, okay? Every other cryptocurrency in the history of fucking mankind has had a wallet that stores keys and generates the keys that it fucking stores. All of them. All of them. The only fucking project in the history of mankind that hasn't are these idiots, okay? And then they come up with buzzwords that don't help. Like, we're going to use trinary or ternary or whatever because, you know, on and off isn't enough for us. We want to use 3 bits of logic. But no processor uses that shit, so you just have to emulate it so it'd just be slower. It's so fucking stupid. Like, complexity for the sake of complexity with total non-security, total non-functionality. Retards.
So why are they doing it? Because they intentionally have a plan?
Why does bad software exist? Why does bad literature exist? Why do ugly cars exist? Why do you see people walking down the street with white shoes and black socks? There's idiots that don't have taste and don't have good development ability and don't know their ass from a hole in the ground that still find funding, okay? That is one of those fucking idiots, right? He said, I care about these things no one cares about. And then the things that I should care about, like user experience, fuck them, fuck the users. That's the decision he made. And so he said, fuck the users, and the users got fucked. I have no mercy for that guy, and I have no mercy for his project. There's other better projects right now. Byteball is one of them. There's other DAG projects as well. You could not possibly find a worse DAG-based project.
But
period.
What about the fact that big companies such as Bosch and also others are collaborating with IOTA? Yeah. What is is it only marketing?
So Volkswagen had some really good guys working on their programming for their diesel engines, right? Oh, it turns out that, you know, just because a company's big doesn't mean it only does good. Turns out big companies make mistakes. Holy shit, right? Like Nokia. You got a Nokia phone? No? You don't have a Nokia phone? Well, they used to be the only good phones in the whole fucking world, but you don't have a Nokia phone anymore. Well, what happened? Well, what happened was a big company fucked up. And big companies fuck up all the time. And because 1 or 2 guys falls for some technobabble bullshit at a big company and buys a big old bag of tokens and decides to show their fucking bags, it don't mean it's a good project, right? And by the way, oh, we're working with Microsoft. How is that good? What exactly good thing is Microsoft doing? Is your Windows software working any better these days with its fucking built-in spyware bullshit? Keylogger built in, turned on by default. Is that working good for you? Is Word improved in the last 10 fucking years? How exactly is working with Microsoft good? We work with a Bosch. We work with a fucking relay and dishwasher manufacturer. Why do I care? Why do I give a fuck? Your wallet doesn't work.
It could be a confirmation of the technology. That the technology
it's not.
If the engineers at those companies have decided that this is something to work with, could be a sign.
Right. The wallet doesn't work, but maybe some other guy sees something good.
But the back end.
There ain't no back end. There's only one end, the bad end, okay? Their bad end is clearly visible and you can use it because when you install a node, there it is, okay? And you can use it and see it fail right in front of your own fucking eyes. And nobody from Bosch or Microsoft investing makes confirmations go from confirmed back to fucking pending right in front of your fucking eyes. I don't care who buys in. I don't care if they convince Barack Obama to buy their fucking shitcoin. It don't mean that it can find consensus. And that's the only thing we're doing here. Finding consensus is the only thing we're doing. If you want a distributed fucking database, that shit's already done. It's been done for 30 or 40 fucking years. Encrypted distributed databases have been around for 30 or 40 fucking years. The only thing that blockchain and other alternate consensus mechanisms are supposed to do is transaction ordering and censorship resistance and prevention of double spends. And that's fucking it. That's all we're doing here. And if your project has nodes that disagree with each other, you lost the fucking game. If your project rolls back transactions, you lost the fucking game. If your project can't generate its own private keys, fuck directly off. Like, that's it. I don't care who bought your shitcoin. Oh, fucking, you know, we got Hillary Clinton to buy some. Oh, I'm glad. Is she a cryptographer? And by the way, cryptographers aren't even good network engineers. It's a different branch of fucking science, right? So having a good UX is different from having good consensus networking, which is different from having scalability, which is different from, you know, like look at Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin had to build their own crypto logic, their own libsecp 256 to process the transactions faster because one, OpenSSL, had a heartbleed error and was slow as fuck, right? So even Bitcoin had to build its own crypto primitive executable to improve things, right? And the user interface still sucks. So even though Bitcoin has the best networking and the best crypto platform in it, it still has bad UX. Each one of these things is a different thing, right? They're totally unrelated. The guy that does the UX and Qt is not the guy that's writing libsecp 256, is not the guy working on the networking part. Like, there's a lot of moving parts here, and IOTA just happens to do all of them poorly. Mm-hmm. Oh, and how many exchanges is it on? Oh, just 2 fucking exchanges. Well, why? Because no exchange wants to lose all their fucking money and have all their clients fucking sue them when their wallet fails and they owe so much fucking money.
But I mean, it's both the wallet and that the fact that they're not an ERC20 token. So it's a combination in my view. That is harder technically for exchanges to list them because they're not following the format.
There's a lot of shit coins that get listed with their own executable, man.
Guys, we have almost 3,300 people watching. Amazing to see that so many people are interested. And I can understand why, because Richard, when you explain your points of view, you explain them very, in an animatic way. Do you say that you're very animated?
When there's something that pisses me off, yeah.
And I think people find both information and entertainment. Of course, many people disagree as well, as I see in the chat. But all in all, guys, like the video, smash the like button if you liked it, if you found something interesting. So, Richard, let's move on to the controversial parts of your past. Because when I tweeted that we're going to have a live stream, I mean, many people linked different things. For example, this article on Medium that we can talk about. So let's start with, let me just find my page here. Let's start with Viagra and spam. Why are you called the king of spam?
Well, I was sued for spamming as one of the first people to ever get sued. So that's notable, right? And then a couple of years later, the Joe job happened, which I told you about, where some guy just was like, yo, I'm Richard Richard Schuler, multimillionaire genius. I'll teach you how to spam and make $1 billion. Here's my social security number, address, phone number, every piece of data the guy could find. And so I would get calls on my phone when I'm sleeping like, hey man, can you teach me how to spam? And then I got a call from a reporter. He's like, so are you a millionaire from spamming, right? And I'm like, if I was, I wouldn't tell you. Fucking leave me alone, right?
So what is spam in that case? Is it email spam or what is that?
Yeah, well, when I was like 18 and living in the back of my car stereo store warehouse, I tried to send out some emails for my buddy's shopping cart thing that I told you about. I'm like, yo, this is really cool. Fucking try it out, whatever, right? And I had to send like jack shit. I sent like maybe 1,000 fucking emails, some pitiful like comedy number, right? But luckily, I found like the #1 hate spam dude in the entire universe. This motherfucker hates spam, which everybody hates spam, right? But when you're 18, you don't have like a global consciousness. You're not like, well, is what I'm doing good right now? And am I being good for society and shit and all that? It's not in your head at the time. You're like, dude, I'm living in a warehouse. I'm trying to sell this fucking thing. It's cool. It's actually awesome. Try it out, right? So that was like the first spam reference, trying to sell the shopping cart stuff. Then later, once we had a bunch of successful affiliate programs, some percentage of every affiliate program is going to have spammers sign up because those motherfuckers generate traffic, right? So if you have, if you sell mortgages and you want to generate mortgage leads, they're going to spam that order form. And there's going to be a lot of fucking leads, right? Because that shit works, right? So then it's your job to like shut them off. And then how good a job do you want to do shutting them off? You want to do a really good job shutting them off and make sure you make a lot less money? You want to do a medium job shutting them off and make a little bit more money? And so you get to decide exactly how hardcore you want to be about hunting motherfuckers down. And it's cat and mouse. So they just sign up with a new account. What you going to do? So you're constantly fighting the battle, right? And people will always fight that battle because they turn your website off. The upstream host will just turn your fucking site off. So you better be shutting spammers off or your site just goes down, right? Which is the reason there's a lot less spam. I mean, I don't get any fucking spam, right? Like I use Gmail. I don't get any spam. So like I don't even know if spammers still make money because I don't even know what they're sending because I don't even get mail, right? But like 10 or 15 fucking years ago, which is when this was, it's 2018 now. We're talking 2003. The stories that we're talking right now are 2003. This is a 15-year-old story. So I don't mind talking about a 15-year-old story. It's fun. It's fucking interesting. And then Panama is a 2006 story, which is 12 years ago. So we can talk about 15 and 12-year-old stories. I don't mind it, but it's some old fucking news.
Yeah, but I think people are very interested.
Well, yeah, I'm an international man of mystery, spam king, fucking million passports, fucking, it's a fun story.
So what about Viagra? You sold Viagra and then you had affiliates.
No, I never sold Viagra. We promoted anything that would work on an affiliate program. So we had XXX Toy Joy that sold sex toys. We had Cash Advance King, which failed trying to do mortgage leads but didn't work. We had Wibout, which is wine, hair, iodine, blood, other something too. That was like a different kind of stain remover that they would use in, surgery rooms to get rid of iodine and such. And then, we tried to sell it to the general public. I had a foreclosure bailout company. I had a lead company called leadfeeds.com where we tried to turn, mortgage leads and at the time DirecTV leads into something you could bid on. So instead of bidding on clicks like Overture, you'd bid on this thing and it would be a lead engine. Unfortunately, had 6 devs, never got a beta, just lost a lot of money trying to do it. What else? No, I'm missing something. So we tried a lot of things. And anything that we could get in the middle of and basically affiliates could sell and we could find somebody on the other end that we would either fulfill it or have someone else fulfill it, we would do it. So, I mean, if you had an affiliate program that did anything, we would try and work with you pretty much because that's our job, right? Like we got a big list of affiliates that have got traffic. What's the most amount of shit we can give them to try and cycle through? So it was basically like now if you want to do affiliate programs, or at the time when I looked at it, it was like A Best Web and there's other affiliate like a conglomerators at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
And so what happened then why did it become such a huge story?
Which thing? Spam thing?
The whole Viagra spam king. Why is it still following you after so many years?
Oh, so when I moved to Panama, I retired and moved to Panama and sold everything and figured I'd live like a king. And I was thinking of living farther away, but the girl I was with at the time, she wanted to visit her mom, and her mom lived in northern Florida, so we didn't want to go too far away. So we ended up in Panama and had a big mansion near the water. And I got the shit robbed out of me. So in that country, there's tax advantages to not owning your house personally. You have a company own it. And then if you ever sell it, instead of selling the house, you sell the company that owns the house. So they're one of the few countries that has bearer shares. And I don't even know if they still have them. I think they might have gotten rid of them for the same reason all the other countries in the world did, is that you run into these problems where someone can go to the courthouse, say that there was a shareholder meeting, say that the real shares were presented, change the directors of the company, and just steal the thing. So I had a guy pretend that he was me, steal my house, And then I went to a lawyer and gave him the real shares. And then he used those shares to steal the house from the first criminal, and he kept it for himself. So my lawyer stole my house from a guy that stole my house. Now, when I go and start complaining and wear full body armor, helmet, and go to the Fiscalia to present, evidence, so they pick you up from the airport, 3 cars, driving through traffic real quick, because it turns out that the lawyer that stole my house was a convicted convict and became a lawyer in jail and had all types of the wrong kind of friends. So I was attacked by those guys because the first guy that stole my house, he was kind of a marketing guy, right? So he knew about websites and shit. So they want to make me look bad so that I don't get my stuff back. So they need to talk maximum shit. So they're like, oh, Richard Schuler, scammer, asshole. They make fake passports and put my picture on them. There's 2 passports with the same fucking photo. It's like not even a good effort. And they just try to make me look like shit so I don't win all my stuff back. And so now if you Google me, all you find is like a YouTube video, which was a copy of a YouTube video I did promoting a charity called the Sens Foundation, which Vitalik just donated $2.4 million to. And one of the other people they were working with, they had the same directors, was called the mprize.org, the Methuselah Foundation, which is trying to give out people prize money based on if you can make a mouse live longer. Because we figure if we can get animals to live longer, then people will get a little jealous and they'll want to live longer themselves. It'll help the funding. So they copied my mprize.org Methuselah mouse video and just typed broken English under it. Richard Schuler, scammer, scumbag, international criminal, all this shit. And you're like, okay, well, who are my victims? Who are my victims? I fuck people over. I'm a scammer. Who have I fucked? There's nobody, right? So on the internet, complaining is a religion. People complain about everything. If you're a fucking scammer, there are going to be a million people complaining about your ass, right? If there's nobody complaining about you, you're not a scammer, right? So I hear this shit all the time. Like, I don't even have monetization on my videos. I don't have a Bitcoin address on the internet. You couldn't send me, if I put a gun to your head, you couldn't send me money. I'd be like, clock, clock. I'd be like, yo, son, give me money. No, you can't. There's no way to give me money. So I must be a really shitty scammer, right? But what are you going to say? What are you going to tell people? Like, no, you're a scammer. I get this shit constantly, right? You're like, all right, I'm a scammer. Cool. Well, who have I fucked? Why don't the police come grab me? I'm on fucking YouTube 24 hours a day. Like, come get me. This shit's retarded, right? So 15-year-old retarded bullshit that the actual guy that actually committed crime and actually robbed me wrote up, right? So the Joe Job guy, that guy is the fucking criminal. That guy is the scammer, the spammer. I eat shit for that. The fucking guys that stole my house, that try to make me look like a bad witness to get my shit back, that's what I'm dealing with now. So because people on the internet are stupid, I have to deal with criminals shit-talking me from 15 years ago because people are retarded. And if I cared more, I would just do SEO on my own name or use the fucking like remove your result shit, or like there's a million things I could do if I cared, but I just don't care that much. Like, oh, I used to be good at marketing. Oh, fuck me. Oh no. Nobody will want to work with me now. I used to be really good at marketing. I used to be the king of some shit. Oh my God, why would anyone want to work with that? It's very stupid. And that's the other part, right? Like, if I said to you, yo, I was a spam king, you would do the research and be like, no, you weren't. We looked up all the spam kings and you weren't one of them, right? Like, here's the names of the guys. You're not on that list. So like, what the fuck? Like, I couldn't claim to be a spam king because it wouldn't even hold up. Like, people would be like, no, you weren't. What am I going to do, right? So
that is also the thing with the internet. Of course, it's a lot of positive things, but if something is there and you Google your name and it's bad, it's very hard, I can imagine, to remove it, to solve it.
You know what, dude? I'm so used to eating shit from IOTA supporters and Bcash supporters and probably Bitcoin supporters now. And I hate most of Ethereum too, even though I'm going to use it. I'm going to eat shit from those guys too. So it's just like a shit eating fest anyway. What do I care, right? It's like my Twitter comments. How much money do I make on my Twitter? Nothing. So guess what? Unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck. I make you smarter. I tell you things you didn't know. What are you doing for me? Are you calling me with hot tips? Are you letting me know what's going to pump before it pumps? Are you joining my dev team? If not, shut the fuck up. Go away. You're not useful to me, right? So like people are always like unsubscribed. Today, I'll tell you what I did today. So some people were in my chat talking the scammer shit, and I let them get their words out. I let everybody see what they posted, so nobody thinks I'm trying to hide shit. I let it sit there, and I'm like, look, everyone took a good look at all the shit that was talked. Now I'm going to delete this because it's noise, and my chat says high signal to noise. But make sure everyone got a good look at it. And so I went today on Twitter, and I said, yo, if you think I'm a scammer, like this. Now some people knew it was bait, but apparently some people didn't, right? So I'm just like, yo, block, block, all these fucking idiots. Because they don't, what do they bring to my life? What do they bring to my life? Right? You don't like me? Good. Block. Like, fuck off. You don't bring any value to me, right? I'm the guy doing research and posting shit and like doing my best to bring good content out. And in return, from these idiots with 2 fucking followers, I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. So another story that is also quite visible is this blog post and with death threats from a chat. Yeah. So what happened there?
Well, some guy threatens me. So basically, there's this guy, D-Bag. I'm not going to use his real name because I don't promote scammers, or scumbags in this case. Not a scammer, just a scumbag. And I told him he wasn't doing good things with his life. I said, listen, you're wasting your life. You've got a lot of potential. Do something good with it. And I told him this for hours. And eventually, if you tell someone they're wasting their life away for enough hours, they fucking hate you. And if they're in a similar kind of like, yo, want to be a crypto personality, and you end up with more followers than them and more likes than them and have better interviews and move up farther in the space in a shorter time, they really fucking hate you, right? So if you got a guy that likes to get popular stirring shit, and you've become more popular than, and you're richer than, and just basically the only thing he's got is fitness, I guess. If you're better in every way than this dude, except for the fitness, he's going to get really upset and he's going to tear you down, right? Just like when you see pictures of Dan Bilzerian drowning in hot chicks with a 6-pack in his jet, some part of you hates that motherfucker. It's how life is, man. As soon as he gets close, you want to work with him, want to be best buds. But if he's far away, fuck that guy. He's a douchebag, right? So this dude, this fake wannabe celebrity who never found a following, that just basically failed, doesn't have a token, doesn't do good dev, has an empty GitHub, doesn't make any money, just a fucking loser, who I saw potential in and said he could live a better life. He decided he wanted to shut me the fuck down and fuck me up. So he sent one of his little minions to fuck with me, right? So he sends little minions and he's like, hey, send me your book. I'm like, all right, I sent him my book, right? I got a book outline, like 450,000 words, 250,000 words, giant. Spent years on it. Still sucks, but a lot of great info there if you want to dig through it. And, and then he's like, I don't trust you, man. I'm going to dox you. I'm going to investigate you. If there's anything that you want to tell me now, tell me now. I'll keep it a secret. Now, I've been extorted before, and I know how it goes. If you try and extort me, immediately I go hardcore. I go all out. I'm like, do your worst. Because you can't win any other way. Ain't no extortion, right? You're going to try and get me? Nah, dude, we go to police right now. I played this game. So he says, I'm going to dox you. I'm like, oh, okay, you're going to dox me, right? Dox myself. Take the worst link I can find, right? Panama link. I put it right on the fucking Twitter. And I go, okay, now I dox myself. What's up now, faggot? What you gonna do now, you little bitch? And by the way, since you ruined my fucking OPSEC, since you made me come out with my fucking name, now I'm gonna fuck with you. And I said, if someone fucks with me and these dirty motherfuckers come after me, I'm gonna say you're my buddy. So now whatever shit you caused me, it's gonna come right back on you, right? You violated my fucking privacy. You fucking threatened me. You made me do some shit I didn't want to do. I was going to tie my public identity, my private identity, when I did the ICO thing, because you have to for due diligence and, to be lawful. You're going to have a registered security. They need to eyeball you, right? You can't have a registered security if you're shady. If you've done any financial crime in the past, you can't have a registered security. So I'm on a list of registered security. I got to put my name on it, but I'm going to fucking do that when I have to, right? I'm not going to go early and be like, yo, Bitcoin millionaire, come fuck with me up, right? Yo, fucking weird, whatever, come get me and all that shit. There's a reason people don't use a real name on the internet. Very few people do. It's because the internet's not a very friendly fucking place. So this little scumbag tried to dox me. I doxed myself. And you know what credit I get for it? You know what credit I get for having the balls to dox myself first? None. Absolutely none. Because no one cares. They just go, oh, I don't like how Richard talks. He's arrogant. Let's fuck him up. Google, scammer. Like, all right, who I scam? Nobody. So now you actually violating my rights. You're defaming me. You're libeling me. You're fucking me over, and you're doing the bidding of the scumbag that did that 15 years ago that can't even speak fucking English. Who's the good guy here, right? So the story behind all that shit is Some guy threatened to dox me. I doxed myself. And then he got scared like a little bitch when he started Googling. He was like, oh, fuck. Oh, oops. Right? So I only wish...
What about with a death threat? And
oh, yeah, dude. I've had my life threatened. Yeah. If you live in a third world country.
I mean that you threatened his life.
No, I just told you. I said, if I have problems, I'm going to tell those people that you're my friend. Mm-hmm. If you consider that a death threat, good luck getting that through court. You tell me exactly my criminal liability for telling someone that someone else is my friend, right? So if someone forces you to something that you don't want to do, you want to emotionally see them harmed, right? So you're going to say something that bothers them, right? And so in this case, the thing I said to bother the guy was, if I ever have a problem, it's coming right back on you. Which he earns, he deserves much more than that. And I could go sue this guy for libel and shut his life down. I have more money than he does. I could keep him doing subpoena ducis tecum and showing up to fucking court. I could get his visa canceled in Thailand. I could report him as a child molester, which he is, right? I could go and ruin this guy's life, but I much prefer to go find new and better enemies than fuck around with the list I have that's this long of people that have fucked me. The list of people that I have fucked me is really, really long, right? If you have 150 employees, 5 of them steal data, 6 of them cheat on their hours. Oh, you have people sign on your bank accounts, 2 of them took money they shouldn't have. Oh, you fucking do business with other people. Contract wasn't paid on time. Contract wasn't paid at all. Dude, if you do business and you're successful in life, the number of people that fuck you over is exponentially larger, period. Oh, I'll give you an example, right? Jeff Garczyk's going to do SegWit 2x, right? SegWit 2x token lists on Bitfinex. Jeff Garczyk, fat piece of shit, loser, scumbag, decides to mail his mailing list that he's going to cancel the SegWit 2x project, instantly driving the value of the fucking S2X option, the BT2 token option on Bitfinex to 0, because now it's worth 0. The project's not going to happen, right? So everyone that owned BT2 token and sold their BT1 real token because they thought SegWit 2x was going to win got annihilated. Because that fat scumbag couldn't follow through and do the project he said he would. And if he was smart, would have given everyone another free dividend, just like Bcash did, right? So if you were a game theory analyst and you were like, oh, what's the smart thing for Jeff Garczyk to do? To list the SegWit 2x token no matter what, and because it couldn't get enough to get, consensus and switch everyone over, put replay protection and have another shitcoin like Bcash that would have been a 10 or 15 or 8% dividend of free money to Bitcoin holders, which I assume he is. He could have got free Bitcoin by listing his little SegWit 2x as a replay protection shitcoin, just like Bcash did. But he didn't do that. He emailed his buddies and canceled the project. And then you see a $50,000 spike on fucking BitMEX, and then you see the BT2 token go to fucking 0, and then other people play games with fake forks where they try and pretend that SegWit 2x is really going to happen to get the BT2 token to pump again, but it has a different GitHub address, so the contract's still going to fail anyway. There's a lot of fuckery going on out there, right? Or like Coinbase, right? Hey guys, guess what? Our roadmap says we're not going to list this token. The surprise! We're listing it right now. You don't have the coins on our exchange yet? I guess you're going to get fucked. Why would you do that against your own roadmap? Like, in what financial product is a fucking surprise listing of benefit to anyone? Like, hey, let's shock the system. So there's a ton of scumbags that harm you directly personally, or just harm you through malaction at a distance. And it's, I'm just wait. When I launch my token, you have any idea how many little little bitches are going to come out? It's going to be a fucking hate fest. And I'll be making the world a better place, getting rich doing science, and they'll be typing about, why didn't you pump my shitcoin instead? I hate you.
Well, so what is the future for Richard Hart then, besides the token? Are you still... because I imagine when you were very positive about Bitcoin, you wanted to spread the word, talk about Bitcoin, talk about cryptocurrencies. Now you're more negative about the whole space. What is the future for you?
So I originally, I basically, once you have so much money, there's nothing left for you to do with it. The best TV is an OLED TV. It costs $3,000. The best speakers are Genelec 8351s. They cost, $6 or $12 a pair. So now you got the best speakers, you got the best TV, grab the best chair, $2 to $3 grand. What do you need more money for? What are you going to spend it on? right? So if you got like 30 or 40 grand that you could throw at just your personal stuff, your bed, your chair, your TV, your speakers, really, what are you going to do with more money? Right? So I've had enough money to have the best bullshit, and then I don't feel like collecting houses or cars or boats or anything. So, I don't actually need that much money, which is the reason, I was able to make so much money in Bitcoin, because I just never sold it, right? I just didn't need to. Well, I tried to focus on saving my own life and saving my family's life through technology. I'm no good at dieting, obviously, so I need technology to come save me. And so what do we need? We need people like Steve Jobs to not just die like idiots, but to invest in the shit that will save them 20 years early, so that it was worked on for 20 years, so that when they need it, it's fucking there. But for some reason, people are allergic to the idea, right? So thank God for Vitalik giving $2.4 million to the Sens Foundation. I never gave him any money. I volunteered for him. goes up. If you hold Bitcoin, it goes up. I hope that whatever you do, you get rich. Whatever you do. Somebody asked a good question here at the end. Any plans to collab with Aubrey de Grey? Yeah, we talked about it on the phone, and I just ran out of time. And I wish that someone else with a brain that was better at ICOs than me would get together with them and take good money for good projects. You know, Vitalik already donated. I can't imagine anyone in the world would be better at knowing people in that ecosystem that have done well that might be able to help them find more funding. So if you guys want to go on Twitter right now and send Vitalik some messages, Vitalik Buterin, you know, trying to get him to not only help with the donations, which he did more for them than I ever did. So he's a hero in my book. You know, maybe he can pawn off the idea to someone better than me, because I'm swamped and I'm on tilt. I'm on tilt from Bitcoin dying. I'm not taking it well. So it was good talking to you guys. I'm heading out.
Michael Saylor, welcome back to the show.
Happy to be here.
It is very good to have you. Now, at the time of recording, Bitcoin is over 100K and has been for quite a while at this point. So I think the question of, is Bitcoin real, is dead. But now the question becomes, how does Bitcoin go from where we're at a little over 100K to the 13 million a coin that you consider the base case?
Yeah, I think I've always said it's either something or it's nothing. If it's embraced as an institutional asset, if it's legitimized as an asset, then it's not going to zero. And if it's not going to zero, it's going to 1 million. And I think the short answer to your question is education. And with education comes adoption. And at this point, you just have 95% of the world that still doesn't quite understand what it is. And that means, I mean, the way Bitcoin marches from 100,000 to 13 million, and by that's for your listeners, you're referring to my long-term forecast. I gave that forecast in Nashville in July of this year. And it's based upon the Bitcoin 24 model. So the Bitcoin 24 model is an open source macro model of Bitcoin adoption and macroeconomic development over the next 21 years. Anybody can go to Google and they can Google Bitcoin 24. They'll find it on GitHub. You can download that model. You can plug in all your own assumptions and you can check what we thought. But my forecast is Bitcoin, in essence, it's growing 60% a year for quite a while now. And I'm forecasting it will decelerate to 20% a year over 21 years. But that means on average, it grows about 29% a year, ARR. And that 29% a year for 21 years gets you to 13 million a coin. And so what do I expect to happen? Well, I expect lots of high net worth individuals that previously thought it's too risky or it's too scary. They see it legitimized by BlackRock. Now, BlackRock is giving guidance that you could have 2% of your portfolio in Bitcoin. And they're seeing the ETFs like IBIT. And they're noticing that these are the most successful ETFs in the history of the world. And BlackRock has got the most successful ETF ever launched. And now they're seeing the world's largest money manager, BlackRock, with more than $11 trillion of money managed. They're seeing them publish scholarly, thoughtful, responsible white papers on portfolio allocation. And instead of the 60-40 model with 60% equity and 40% bonds, now you've got 2% that they're saying you might want to put into a crypto asset like Bitcoin. So I think that you've got that group of people that are finding it. I also think you've got institutional investors that are moving into Bitcoin more frequently now. A lot of them are big investors in MicroStrategy. A lot of them trade MicroStrategy options. And they have MicroStrategy's been the most successful stock in the S&P index. We're not in the S&P, but we're more successful than all 500 S&P companies for the past 4 years. I think this year too. So we're getting the attention of mainstream investors, and that's bringing a set of new investors to the asset class, because when they buy our stock, we buy Bitcoin with it. I think the third driver is a bunch of Bitcoin standard companies. A lot of companies are recapitalizing their balance sheets on Bitcoin. MicroStrategy was the first, but Mara has done it, M-A-R-A, and Riot just announced they're doing it, R-I-O-T. And the most successful company in the Japanese stock market this year is Metaplanet.
All right, we're started on my side. Hello everyone. I'm going to pretend that I'm not streaming yet until I see YouTube say I am. And they say I am. So I didn't really give anyone much of a warning that we'd be doing this live stream. Thus, I'm going to drop a few messages on Twitter and Telegram, say we're live. And then you can tell your buddies and we can all get in here and learn stuff, because I am here to share knowledge with you. I have lots of it, and it's going to do you more benefit in your head than it is just sitting in mine. I run a few chat rooms. I've got like 6,000 members in Strape, t.me/Strape. I've got like 1,900 in the trading channel, which is Strape Charts. I've got about 500 in the Bitcoin Hex. We're just shifting people over there now because we don't want the Strape channel to just be all Hex all the time. That's just gonna get busier and busier and busier. It's also easier for people to like have their questions answered when they can see that the last 5 people asked the same question. Just scroll up, keep it dense. We've got great memes channel too in t.me/Bitcoin Hex memes. They're funny. They're really funny. What do you have in the bear market except for the memes? That's what we have, right? Short profits. Let's take a look at YouTube chat. I'm going to give you guys a keyword, YouTube chat, and if you tell me the keyword, I'll believe we're actually live. The keyword is water bottle. I'm going to send this link everywhere. Oh look, CoinDesk released some news after me. You boys is slow. Or I'm slow. I hate when these time stamps aren't accurate. All right, chat. Do I see the keyword in here? No. Ah, I see the keyword. All right, chat, we're live. I'm just going to drop a tweet. I know that when this gets pre-recorded or released with absolutely no editing, that the people are going to love watching this 2 minutes at the beginning of just absolutely useless garbage. But it's not that useless. People want to know where the chats are. So I challenged everyone. Hi, I'm Richard Hart, a cryptocurrency expert, thought leader. I earn it. I come up with ideas first and I popularize them. Like maximalish, that's my invention. It means you want to be a maximalist, but there's just stuff that you cannot do with the one thing, like anonymity or subtokens or DEXs, like distributed exchanges, or proof of stake interest bearing, or interest bearing time deposits. You can do time deposits on Bitcoin, but they can't bear interest. If you want these things, if you want progress, right? Let me tell you the progress that you've gotten in Bitcoin. In 10 years, you got these features that you can use. Send, receive, mine, but that became impossible, right? You have to beg someone to sell you a miner that's still profitable from Asia, right? And that's it. That's the only features, right? So then they added new stuff that barely anyone uses. They added multi-sig, which most users don't use. They added time locking, which most users don't use. And they added SegWit, which enables a lot of cool stuff, which right now nobody uses, right? Like time locking allowed Lightning to happen. SegWit allowed Lightning to happen. Lightning could be cool. Lightning isn't actually Bitcoin, right? Lightning works on any network that you want to use it on. They have Lightning for Ethereum. It's called Raiden, or state channels, right? Like it's not actually Bitcoin. So this concept of like, Bitcoin's going to scale through Lightning. It's like, yeah, so is everything else. It's just pre-signed transactions with time locks. Like you can do that with everything. That's how atomic cross swaps work. Like, so I don't know. I spend all day arguing with people on Twitter that are stupider than me and poorer than me and less successful and less eloquent. And I guess they're more modest. So they've got that going for them. And it just, after a while, it just beats my brain in, you know, like I know everything I'm bad at. I know everything I suck at. And these guys just suck worse. It's terrible. These are guys that held from 20K down to 3K, told you to buy the top, told you to stay broke the whole way down, right? Never learned anything from the market. These idiots that try and give you advice, they have no idea why coins are in the top 10. And their position on them is, oh, I don't care. I don't care that they're in the top 10. Well, you should care, motherfucker, because it ain't no guarantee you're going to stay in one, right? You got to stay hungry. You got to stay working. You can't just be like, oh, well, I don't care what's going on with the majority of the market cap in 2017, the almost half of the market cap in 2019, right? There's coins now that are doing new all-time highs. They're not the big ones, right? So if you don't care about those things, you need to shut the fuck up about price. You're a dumbass. You're unqualified. If you cannot understand why a coin is in the top 10, you need to shut the fuck up giving speculative advice because you do not know what you're doing. You do not understand the market that you are participating in. If you do not understand your competitors, their strengths, their weaknesses, how to take their customers from them, how to get customers that they don't have access to, how to outprice them. If you don't understand these things, you don't understand shit about business. I started my first business out of my front yard. I grew it to 150 employees, did $60 million a year in sales from fucking scratch, from nothing, right? I've been a serial success over and over and over again. I retired in 2003, 6 years before Bitcoin was fucking invented. I worked for like 5 years from fucking like 2000 to 2003 or 98 to 2003. Like it was the silliest thing, right? I retired at 25. I'm like 40 now. I've been retired for 15 years and have forgotten more than these idiots that try and give you advice like have ever learned, right? I've made and lost money. I've made and lost more money than they will have ever earned in their entire life. I've hired and fired more people than they will ever interact with professionally in their entire life. I called the 20K Christmas 6 months ahead of time, 4 months ahead of time, right? Who did that? And I called the bear market at 8,500 when no one else would, right? I did the hard thing. Now here's the funny part, right? By doing the hard thing for Bitcoin for years, what exactly did I get out of it? Well, I got everyone on Ethereum to hate me because I smack talked Ethereum a lot, right? Fairly, but look, fair smack talk still smack talk, right? And everyone in IOTA absolutely hates me. And right, I made a lot of enemies to try and get people to invest their money in less stupid things and more good things. And you know what kind of reward I got for that? I got real people that are there for me and like me in my chat rooms. And I got a bunch of shit-talking sycophants who add no value whatsoever, leeching off of my follower base on Twitter, right? So I've got 50K followers that I've earned, every single one of them. Every day I tweet great tweets, right? Price tweets, news tweets, technical analysis, fundamental analysis, you name it. I'm doing it, right? I'm in the space. If something happens, I'm on top of it, right? I've done that for years now. So I've earned my following, right? A lot of people have made a lot of money listening to me. If these other guys come along, right, no followers, and they do what's called clout chasing. So clout chasing means that whenever you have a successful person, me, right? All these losers that have never done anything with their life, never started a company, never had a big company, never made millions of dollars, never traveled the world, never, like, whatever. They've never done anything, right? They just start popping into your feed and your thread and trying to create drama in the hopes that you respond. Because if you respond, now your followers are going to see the retarded crap they wrote, right? Which is why I love the ghost method. You come to shitpost on my threads, I just pretend you're not there, or I just block you, right? Unless you've actually got a follower base and you've actually earned to be on the same playing field as me. You actually matter, right? You have some type of influence. You've gained that influence by being not a loser for maybe longer than 6 months, right? Okay, I won't block you on site as easily, and I will treat you as an equal, and I will crush you on the live stream. I will fucking destroy you. If I take a position on something, you're going to lose, right? Roger Ver went head-to-head to me on Bcash. Bcash is worth 3.5% of a Bitcoin now, right? I wrote a guide on how to sell it through a free virtual machine to protect your private key so that little malware couldn't steal it if their little Electrum fork was evil, right? I wrote that guide at 19 cents, 19%. So if you would have sold Bitcoin Cash then, you would have got 19% of a Bitcoin. Now, if you want to sell it, you get 3.5%. Now, I will add a caveat. They did have a fork, a Photoshi sponsored fork, where there's probably another 1.5% or 2% of value hiding in there. So really, you went from about 19% when I wrote the guide down to about 5 or 6% of now, right? So people that have listened to me for the 2 or 3 years that I've been speaking have done very well. They've done wonderfully, right? When I did an 8-hour-long live stream with no breaks, when China banned Bitcoin and we went down to 3,000, we went right to 20,000 shortly thereafter. I was there for that. When a bunch of corporate interests wanted to screw the private, or rather the open source community that actually builds Bitcoin, the Bitcoin Core client, that's 99% of the network, right? They said, oh, well, we don't care what those guys want, the guys that have been running this thing for 9 years, or 8 years at the time. And they wanted to do their own fork and disregard the desires of the people who built the entire thing and have been responsible for its security forever. And I stood up and took the side of Bitcoin Core and took the side of honoring the people who worked hard to make this stuff that we all got rich on, right? In my case, richer, yay. You don't demonize those guys. Roger Ver decided to demonize them. Roger Ver still demonizes them to this day. Talks about how horrible they are, Blockstream, corporate takeover, you know, the real Bitcoin is actually Bitcoin Cash. What? So let's have a little chat about Bitcoin Cash, right? Roger, and by the way, have you guys noticed I haven't looked at your questions at all? Because your questions mostly suck. You guys are mostly retards, right? So I would have to sort through about 5 pages of garbage of your comments to find one useful thing. Since I'm already saying a ton of useful things, I'm just going to roll with that, and then I'll get to your retardedness later. Sorry if I'm a little bit edgy, but I've been dealing with stupid for, I don't know. I don't have any sleep. I'm up way past what I should have been. And it's just all idiots all on Twitter all day long. Idiots. 100% pure cowardly idiots, right? Number one thread, number one position thread on Reddit cryptocurrency yesterday, a thread about me, full of personal attacks about me. Not even my project. My project's awesome. Just crap talking about me, right? I said, hey, elect your greatest champion. Bring them. I'll crush them. Anything you want to talk about, I don't care. I will wreck you. Come on stream. This is where real men speak, right? We speak truth here. You can't go dial a friend. Hey, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. Can you bail me out? Can you bail me out, man? No, you got to actually know what you're talking about. It's live. There's no scripts, right? I don't have a script. I'm just talking, right? I'd do the same for you if you were here right with me. Nobody stepped up. 6 hours passed, 24 hours passed, 30 hours passed. Cowards. Cryptocurrency subreddit. Cowards, all of you. I will destroy you. Find anything you want to disagree on. Please, please bring it, right? John Carvalho did an interview with Roger Ver. I liked it. I like the cut of his jib. He's a good-looking guy. Got a nice voice on him. He's got good posture. He's not too chubby. Has a good, tonality. Good interviewer, right? He came and drive-by posted on one of my tweets today. He's like, yo, man, nobody wants to hear from you, dude. I would smack you around. And then just silence. Just drive-by. I'm like, dude, come on, live stream right now. Let's go. Let's go, right? I've been begging to debate or argue with anyone on Reddit or Twitter all day long, and you're all cowards. All you guys are cowards, which is the reason when Bitcoin needed help, I was there to help it, and you weren't. When Bitcoin needed to be defended on television and explained on television, I was willing to do it, right? When enemies, external and internal, came to attack Bitcoin, I was there to defend it. You guys weren't, because you're a bunch of pussies. And now that I'm trying to do something that Bitcoin can't do, which is really important, right? Like pay miners, not, and pay stakers, yes, right? Like, we don't need to pay miners more money. We don't need it. They make enough money, right? We don't need to just hold Bitcoin and watch the price go down. When every other form of asset, currency thing in the world, if you lock it up, it bears interest. If you have a piece of real estate and you rent it out, it bears interest. If you have money in a bank account, it bears interest. If you have money in a time deposit, a CD, a jumbo CD, a bond, a treasury, all of these things bear interest. Bitcoin's great. It's a currency. It ain't meant to bear interest, but we need things that bear interest because we need all of the financial components, all of them. We don't just need a currency. We need a currency, and we need credit, and we need exchanges, and we need interest-bearing CDs. So I invented and built the first blockchain interest-bearing CD where you get paid more for locking up your coins. It's probably the most popular product at your bank that's not a credit card. It doesn't exist. I invented it. But for inventing it, all of these Bitcoin people who aren't man enough to come face to face, just to type while they're having their soy burger or whatever, right? Post about their carnivore, eat meat only, lift weights, steak, all that shit. I actually eat steak all day long. I actually lift weights. I actually come on the live stream, right? Like, you guys are all pussies, all of you. And when you decide to unpussify yourself, talk to the king. It's that simple, right? So, what are my points? My points are, one, Bitcoin was not designed to replace the entire financial system. It was designed to be a currency, okay? You may notice that there's a lot of really important parts to cryptocurrency that aren't the currency, okay? Most people, listen to the words I'm saying, you idiots. Most people don't use Bitcoin wallets and hold their own keys. They don't, okay? They do not. There's something like 60 million crypto users if you go on exchanges measurements about how much KYC AML they've done for people, right? And there's only 20 million Bitcoin addresses that have over a fucking dollar in them. So it's pretty obvious that these exchanges, these security holes where people lose all their money, like Cryptopia, all gone, all your money is gone, okay? They need to get replaced with peer-to-peer open source trustlessness, and someone has to build it. But whenever someone smart tries to build something that people need, the player-hating losers that are unable to look at the market cap sheet and go, hey, maybe the market actually wants some of this stuff. They just put their blinders on. They go, no, the market doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is the bag I bought a couple years ago. And if I just shit talk everything else, my bag will go up in price. Not that you ever improve the user experience or put out a fucking advertisement or go on YouTube to defend your shit, right? You guys are cowards and you don't deserve greatness, okay? You maximalists out there that aren't working on UI, aren't working on UX, aren't doing YouTube videos, why the fuck do you deserve your bag to go up in price? What have you done to earn it? You free rode on Satoshi's invention? Free rode on the exchanges making enough margin to actually put ads out into the public? You guys do a lot of free riding, okay? The only people in this ecosystem that aren't free riding are the developers that actually build this shit, who are wildly underpaid, wildly underappreciated, demonized like fuck, right? I wouldn't want to be a developer. I'm going to get demonized, but I'm going to make a lot of money. It's going to work out. everyone that gets in with me is going to make a lot of money. It's going to work out. But as a developer, to get demonized, man, you're not even getting rich on the deal. You could go get paid more working for Oracle. Just go do that, right? So I can't believe how stupid people are. And I've been telling them the same thing for years, literally years. I'm like, hey guys, you know, if you've got an audience and you have a cool idea for a token, you can make like, I don't know, 1,000x on your investment. Or you could buy somebody else's bags and really, really hope for a 10x or 100x, which is why you see Roger doing his own coin, me doing my own coin, Vlad doing his own coin. Everyone's going to do their own coin if they can, because you make more money. Now, when did I say that? In the first video I ever did on crypto, ever. That's when I first said it, right? But people are like, just saying like, Richard, man, the old you was so awesome. You didn't listen to the old me. You only listened to the old me that you cared to pay attention to. I've been saying the exact same crap forever, since I first spoke publicly ever on YouTube ever, right? The only thing I've changed my tune on are two things. I didn't understand that altcoins going up in price would drive Bitcoin up in price. I didn't understand that then. I thought they were competitors. They weren't. They're not substitute goods. A person that, like, they address different markets, and if they were truly substitute goods, when one went up, another would go down. It would be substituted. But the way the market is run, whether it's due to hedge funds that just invest in an index and don't care to choose winners and losers, right? When crypto goes up, it all goes up. And when crypto goes down, it all goes down. Now, I hate that. I think it's terrible. I think winners and choosers should be chosen. But guess what? You got to learn, right? So I was wrong about the relationship between Bitcoin and altcoins. Altcoins pumped Bitcoin. Bitcoin pumped altcoins. It was a synergy, right? And then all these maximalists are like, man, fuck altcoins, fuck altcoins. Well, basically what you're saying is fuck your bag. Like, I know you're too stupid to understand the speculative theory behind it, but it's just look at the chart. They all go up and down together, right? Is it a coincidence that Bitcoin's at all-time low and all the alts are at all-time low? And when Bitcoin was all-time high, all the alts are at all-time high? No, it's not a coincidence, right? So what's the other thing I learned? Well, I learned that Ethereum, it's not actually that bad. So my essay on why Ethereum sucks so bad, I leave up because it's all true. But you can route around a lot of that stuff, right? So what's the biggest problem with Ethereum? Well, originally it was they rolled back the chain, which is unforgivable. But they can't do that now. It's too diverse. It's too wide. So age just kind of fixed that problem. All right, so what's the next problem? Turing complete contracts let smart contract developers hang themselves with complexity, and they just lose a lot of money. Okay, well, how do you solve that? You just make less complex contracts that have been better audited and had more eyeballs on them, and then you don't have that problem, right? Now I hear people crap talking Ethereum, which I'm an expert at. Nobody does it as well as I do. And see, I haven't had any sleep, so now I'm actually losing my voice. I don't know why that even happens. Why does sleep affect your voice? I don't know. So multiple billion-dollar plus projects have launched as ERC20 tokens on Ethereum. 3 of the top 10 cryptocurrencies by market cap were launched on Ethereum, if you include Ethereum, right? So EOS and TRX and Ethereum are all multi-billion-dollar projects, and they all launched on Ethereum. 2 of them is ERC20 contracts. So when I hear retarded, stupid, Bitcoin maximalist idiots talk about the viability or security of like the ERC20 ecosystem, I just think, well, I don't know, man. Like launching a multi-billion-dollar project with absolutely no problems and creating a whole new blockchain seemed to go pretty flawlessly for those guys. So yeah, it seems to be working really well. What the fuck are you talking about, right? Like 3 out of 10 are launched on that network, and it's the number 2 hash network. And it has a better mining ecosystem because you can mine it with GPU, so you don't have to send money to Jihan, right? Who is a bad actor and did bad things to Bitcoin, right? There's people that have harmed Bitcoin. Garzik harmed Bitcoin. Roger harmed Bitcoin, still demonize it to this day. I don't have anything bad to say about Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin. I'm honest about it. I know what it's good at. I know what it's not good at. I own the shit still. Fucking Bitcoin's great, right? But I also know it's more expensive than Ethereum to do transactions. And I also know the mining ecosystem's terrible. And I also know it's had inflation bugs, the last one caught by a Bitcoin Cash developer. And I also know that it's got less developers with a less ambitious roadmap. And I could go down the list. All that stuff's true, right? I don't need to pretend that reality isn't there to try and pump my bags by lying to people, right? All you Bitcoin maximalists that can't understand why there's 9 other coins in the top 10, you need to shut the fuck up. You are costing people their life savings. You are making financial advice about altcoins, right? That people are going to understand as, oh, I better short this shit. Man, if you short altcoins, you could last for a while, right? But what are we, at least more than halfway done with the bear market? When the bear market's over, if you get that used to shorting altcoins, you will lose all your money. 100%, right? Like TRX is pumping right now. Why? Because they're airdropping a shit coin. I'm not even sure it's a shit coin, really. They're airdropping a very, very, very high supply coin of 990 billion units, the largest supply of any cryptocurrency that anyone has ever seen, ever in the history of crypto. 990 billion units, right? They're airdropping that to Tron holders, which is the reason the Tron price is going up. But the Tron price on BitMEX, the futures price, isn't going up because BitMEX doesn't give you your forks. And they don't give you your airdrops. They gave away one, and it was a Bitcoin Cash one, and they didn't like to do it, and they're not going to do it again. That's their position, right? So I guess they get to keep all that money. It's probably a lot of money. So why am I telling you this? You guys have got to stop being retarded. You've got to stop being idiots, okay? You've got to stop lying to yourselves. You've got to stop lying to other people. There's a reason there's 9 other coins in the top 10. There's a reason that 3 of those coins have the word Bitcoin in them, okay? Stop being idiots. The market is telling you something. Now, if you want to speak non-speculatively, non-price-wise, and you want to talk about technology, we can talk about technology, right? Have you heard about people losing money on Dogecoin? I haven't. Dogecoin's a fork of Bitcoin, a really, 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 really old fork, right? Have you heard about people losing money in Zcash? No, I haven't. It's also a fork of Bitcoin. Now here's the funny part, right? There's like 41 different forks of Bitcoin, not including mine, okay? And these are just like recent ones. I don't even think these count the forks I just mentioned, right? Bitcoin maximalists will tell you, you're stealing the brand, putting Bitcoin in the name, okay? You're stealing the brand, and that's depumping my bag, and I need my bags to pump, okay? So quit using the Bitcoin name. Y'all are fucking stupid, okay? Developers of software who invent all this stuff that we use out of the kindness of their hearts for free, okay? They can name their projects whatever they want. They don't need to worry about pumping your bags for you, and they don't need to worry about people so stupid that if they're given a list of Bitcoin, Bitcoin XYZ, Bitcoin 3, and Bitcoin 4, oh, well, these must be the real ones. I mean, this one at the top that's just called Bitcoin and has the highest price and, you know, the most trading pairs and the largest number of people talk. Like, no one thinks that the fake Bitcoins are real Bitcoin unless there's something beyond the name. If I show you, let's see. Let's say I have a hex bracelet, right? And let's say I create an altcoin called Bitcoin Hex, right? And then you go to the website and it's like, yeah, there's no relationship to Bitcoin at all. We're just forking the UTXO set. Everything else is on Ethereum. So like once the snapshot's done, there ain't no Bitcoin code. There ain't no relationship to the network. Nothing, right? It's game theory in a smart contract. You can claim it for free if you're a Bitcoin holder. Does that sound like you're trying to pretend you're Bitcoin? Here's another one. If you create a new coin that does trustless interest, paying holders instead of miners, they could pay like 370% interest a year, if only 1% stake, which I don't think they will. I think more people will stake, but it's a nice sales pitch, right? It would be like if you were the only one mining the whole Bitcoin network, you'd get all the coins. If you're the only one staking a Bitcoin Hex, you get all the coins, right? All the new coins. So if I write on the site that Bitcoin Hex is better than Bitcoin in these ways, who's going to think, hey, wait a second, maybe Bitcoin Hex is real Bitcoin? It's impossible, okay? There's a logical law called the law of identity or self-identity, okay? The thing is itself, all right? If I say this thing is better than this other thing, they can't be the same thing, all right? It's very simple. Furthermore, if you want to know what coins you probably don't have to read about, you probably understand what they do, just knowing that it's Bitcoin XYZ name lets you be like, yeah, I don't have to read about it. They either increase the block rate or decrease the block rate or increase the supply or decrease the supply. Whatever, it's a Bitcoin fork. I know the levers you can pull. I don't have to read that much about it. But all you maximalists out there, you're retarded, okay? And let me tell you a little bit more why. The best thing you can do for your business is stand out and have a unique selling proposition, a USP, so that when you spend marketing dollars, you don't accidentally pump the business of a competitor with the same name. So you get businesses with weird and unique names like Accenture and Overture, right? Why? Because all the other names were taken and your ending names are just kind of pronounceable, right? So when you give advice to Bitcoin forks to not use Bitcoin in their name, you help them do a better job marketing. They will onboard more users because they stand out more. Having Bitcoin in your name, it's not actually good for you. That's the reason of the 41 Bitcoin forks, you've heard of 3, the 3 in the top 10, and maybe mine. Bitcoin Hex sign up. That's it. You've heard of 4 of them, right? If having Bitcoin in your name was so awesome, you would have heard of all 40 of them, and they'd be spread all over the top 100. But because you guys are idiots and don't know anything about speculative activity or marketing, you give good advice to the things you're trying to kill, which I find hilarious because you're doing the same thing to me. I told you guys how to fight a scam, okay? I consider fake Satoshi a scam, and I consider anything he's involved with a scam until seriously proven otherwise. It's a pretty safe bet that if a guy lies about his identity, right, it's not that great. There's something going on, right? So I said the way to do this is you call Fotoshi a scammer, but you don't say who that actually is. The people that are already under the spell of the scammer, they know that they've been warned. But the people that haven't fallen under the spell yet, they don't know where to go to click to get the scamming in their brain. You save them, right? It's like hiding a kid's eyes from something he shouldn't see, okay? It helps them protect themselves because some portion of people are so stupid, they're gonna fall for the scam no matter what, okay? And the only way to fight that is to not let them see it. Saying negative things about a scam doesn't work because some portion of the stupid people fall for it anyway. The only thing that works is the ghosting system, right? So I tweet this, and what does everyone do? They put me first page on our cryptocurrency because they're idiots. They can't take my advice, right? I don't understand why everyone finds it so hard to take good advice, right? I told you the bear market was happening for multi-year at 8,500 when I almost shed a tear, right? Because I was so sad that my days of shilling Bitcoin would have to be chilled out, right? Because I spent all day trying to pump your guys' bags. And all I do is get made fun of for that, right? Like my comment section is basically, he cried, look at those titties, scammer. I think that's like my whole comment section, right? Awesome. It's better than being a girl on the internet. I'm sure they have it way, way worse. You guys that are maximalists, stop giving stupid advice. Learn about the market that you're in. Learn how to compete. If you don't understand why the other 9 coins are in the top 10, shut the fuck up. You're not qualified to make decisions. You're not qualified to speak to the quality of one thing or the other when you don't know about the other, okay? I know now about how good Ethereum is because I shut my maximalist mouth and fucking learned. I learned that there are things it does better. It's never had an inflation bug. It doesn't have miner drama. They just reduced the payout of the miners, right? And it went without a hitch, except for a bug that was caught by their bug bounty program, which Bitcoin doesn't have, right? Bitcoin's good enough. You don't have to lie about it and pretend it does things it doesn't, okay? A transaction on Ethereum right now is 7 cents. A transaction on Bitcoin is 23 cents, okay? That's the fucking math. Ethereum has higher transactions a second. I don't really care, right? The blocks aren't full right now, but it does. Some people care about that, right? Instead of shit talking everything in the world and pretending that somehow you're improving the project, why don't you go get some better transactions per second? Why don't you make a more efficient signature scheme like Schnorr that will save you some bits and allow you to more efficiently use the space you already have, right? Why don't you quit being a bunch of crybabies that talk more about stake than bringing on new users, right? Why am I the only one talking about YouTube on Twitter or, well, on YouTube right now? Why is it just me? You guys don't have faces? You don't have voices? Or is it because you're too cowardly? Or that people will see that you're losers if anyone actually lays eyes on you? It makes me wonder. Right? I'm not sure you guys deserve a $20,000 Bitcoin. From what I've seen from the Bitcoin community, right, which is alienated, like Brian Armstrong used to love Bitcoin, right? Used to love it. But you guys talk so much shit that he ejected. Roger Ver, ejected. Shouldn't have, but ejected, right? Gavin Anderson, ejected. Greg, well, what's the other dude? Mike Hearn, ejected, right? Now, were some of these people retarded? Yeah. But were all of them retarded? Maybe not. Maybe you guys are a bunch of dicks. Maybe you guys talk maximum crap to try and pump your bags and do harm to other people. If you're Dogecoin is down like 89% and Bitcoin's down 83% as of yesterday. It's worse now, right? But there's like a 6% delta. Can you guys shut the fuck up with your store of value story, please? The chart says that you are marginally a better store of value than Dogecoin, which is a Bitcoin fork. Shut the fuck up. Quit like dreaming that you know what's going on. You don't. This is probably why you held from 20K down to 3K, right? It's probably what, like, all right, I'm going to take questions. I'm salty enough for a while. Let's take questions from the geniuses in chat. All right, chat geniuses. Let's bring it. Eject. Well, you guys are going to be able to read this, right? Because when I publish this unedited, unscripted, like a real man with courage, you're going to be able to read what the chat said. It's going to be right there, right? Why getting so triggered about shit talkers? I don't know, because it costs people their life savings, because I deserve better, because I was there for Bitcoin when Bitcoin needed me, but when I come up with a new idea that's awesome as hell, people don't even read it. They just are like, fuck you, new idea. I don't own any of that coin. Scam. Well, you can't own it for free. I'm giving it away for free to just Bitcoin holders. Scammer. You know, they gave away Lumens and Ripple, two other top 10 cryptocurrencies for free to Bitcoin. Scam. I don't like free money in the bear market. If you don't like free money in the bear market, you need to fuck yourself. There's a lot of people out here who need money, okay? A lot of people need money, need work. Maybe you should take that free money. Maybe it's irresponsible to your family to not take the free money. You don't know what the S&P 500 is going to do. We're 10 years without a recession, without a depression. You notice they seem to come every 10 years? You notice that the chart has been a little bit parabolic and it just fell out of the parabola? What happens when you fall out of a parabola? You tend to retrace 80% of the parabola. You guys don't know that because you don't know anything about speculation, because you're busy tweeting about stake and how everything else sucks about the thing that has added 2 features in 10 years. 3 if you count Beck 32. You guys probably don't even know what that is. I'm the first airdrop to support Beck 32. Real SegWit, not hacky, compatibility mode, pay to script hash SegWit. All right, back to the chat. What coin do you like as an investment for 5 to 10 years? No coin. That's not how these coins work. They pump for 3 years, they dump for 3 years. That's how it is, right? We're getting our velocity was larger and faster and now it's getting slower and shallower, okay, on the chart. That's because we have more economic mass. It's harder to move the price up, and it's harder to move the price down because there's so many more people buying and selling. There's so much more liquidity. So a coin for 5 years, you're probably not going to do well on year 5. You're probably going to do well from a year or two from now to 3 years after, and then there's going to be a huge dip again, right? You're going to lose 85, 95% of your money because that's how this thing works. It just keeps oscillating and ratcheting higher and higher and higher, but it has to destroy a lot of people on the way. So 5 to 10 years, Bitcoin's still going to be here. You know, you're not going to make 100x or 1000x like you can with the coin I'm making, but you can make 10x, 20x, right? You can't beat free. Your return on investment on something you got for free is basically infinite. Your return on investment on a very, very expensive bag. Hey, I bought Bitcoin at 10K. It's half price. Oh shit, I bought Bitcoin at 5K. It's half of the half price. Well, you know, if you get to buy it at 2,500, then that's a half of the half of the half. And you start to wonder, maybe the speculation thing's not for you. Maybe you wait till we cross the 200-day moving average on a golden cross of a 50-day over 200-day at the close, and wait till we cross it and retest it and stay over it. Okay, now we can do a bull run. That's when the bull market's back. I think right now the 200-day moving average is 6,500, 6,450, if my memory holds, right? Yes, I'm a technical analyst in addition to being a technical expert, in addition to being a fundamental expert. Oh, man, and I give this information to you guys for free. Do you remember that time I asked you for money? No, I've never asked you for money because I don't need your money. That's pretty neat. I see a lot of other people asking for your money. Dinners, shows, handshakes, right? Pro tip, if you know how to trade, you don't have to share your secrets with anyone because they fuck up your entries, right? Why would I tell you how I trade when you're gonna just overbid me on the buy and just undersell me on the ask? I don't want that. I don't want you trading like me. I don't want you taking my profit. I don't want you like, whew. Okay, trying to get to chat here. Now mind you, I'm tired and I've dealt with stupid for so long today that it's painful. So very painful. How do I get Hex? You sign a statement from your Bitcoin wallet. Go use a real Bitcoin wallet that can sign statements like Electrum or Coinomi on Android, or go to our FAQ and use one of those wallets. You need to wait for that interface to be up. It should be up in 5 weeks. We're doing it as hard as we can to hit 5 weeks for the snapshot. You can start making BHX now by using a referral link. You just slap your Ethereum address at the end of bitcoinhex.com/?r equals, slap your Ethereum address in there. It's going to get paid 20% for anyone that you link over. You can also refer yourself and make a free extra 20%. Isn't that neat? For the people that don't understand things that well and need to be spoon-fed, someone gets paid 20% to help them get in on it. Good for them, good for the referrer. For the people that didn't need spoon-fed and can figure out how to self-refer themselves, they get an extra free 20%. It's a good deal. It's fair. All balances out. Does Ethereum have a future? Of course it does. It's the highest hash rate, most developers, like, what? It launched 3 of the top 10 cryptos. Like, yeah, it's going to be here. I don't know that the price will pump. I'm happy to see the price go down a lot. I don't own any Ethereum whatsoever, although I spent a good 10 minutes today talking about how good it was just to piss off you maximalists that want to live in la fantasy land, right? With your 20 million UTXOs. Or, yeah, 20 million wallets over $1. You don't deserve to talk shit. You need to shut up. You don't have onboarding. You have less retail adoption than you've ever had before. Like, you're down 86%. Shut the fuck up with your hubris. Like, please. Did you find any bugs in our code review? Millions. Absolutely millions. What we are doing, it turns out, is actually hard. And I've been through quite a few devs, and I'm on like the best of the bunch, and I'm happy. And we're actually able to start testing instead of just fighting logic all day long, right? When you're doing something for the first time ever, you can't copy anyone else. You've got to figure absolutely everything out on your own. And software's hard, right? Particularly software that it doesn't have good documentation and it has absolutely horrible bug finding, right? So if your code doesn't work, it doesn't tell you why it didn't work. If you want it to tell you why it didn't work, you have to write your own software to debug your own code, which is something you don't have to do in any other real language, right? You could just use the debugging tools that have been around for 40 years to show you why your code didn't work right. They just, like last week, released something that can do stack traces for Solidity. But since you guys don't know what that means, I don't know what I'm telling you. All right. Now, as you guys could tell, I usually come on here and try and be chill and like less condescending, but it doesn't work because I like me and I'm proud of me and I should be proud of me. I get a lot of emails every week about people whose lives I've changed for the better through the self-help vids, through the book I wrote, through the good advice I've given, right? I get about 3 or 4 times as many people player hating. Thank you to the guys that reach out and say nice things, because I tell you, hearing about my tits all day long, it's like, I don't mind them. Like, I'm fat. Fat people have tits. It's okay. Like I don't really care. But it's just so much fucking noise. Like, you can't. I want to talk to smart people, and the only smart person worthy of talking to me tonight that I could find was me, right? Because everyone else is stupid and or cowardly. I deserve better. You guys deserve better. And you know what? Maybe you don't deserve better, actually. Why aren't you guys feeding me better people to have conversations with, to give that knowledge to you for free? Why aren't you doing that? I've never asked anyone to do an interview with me ever, except maybe 2 people. Bikini Girl, which I'll never do again because you guys hated that. Had to try it. And the CFD genius dude. Great idea for a project. Super hard. Very, very hard. Making a customized ERC20, extremely hard. Imagine doing that plus building the whole network underneath it. 10 times harder, maybe 6 times harder. Hard. And it's a smaller market cap, right? So with Bitcoin Hex, we're addressing time deposits, which are $600 billion a year in the United States, just under $100,000, not including the jumbo CDs, and not including the CDs all over the rest of the world, which are about the same ratio to their M2. It's part of your M2 money supply, is those short-term CDs. I published a link to it. You can, the Fed actually every week outputs a new balance sheet of how many time deposits are in banks and how many dollars in savings accounts and checking accounts and all that stuff. It's awesome to actually find that information, because when your product unique benefit statement is, we're the first high yield savings account on the blockchain, time deposit, certificate of deposit, we're the first. You want to know, like, how big is the market you're addressing, right? So can we do payments? Yes, cheaper and with higher throughput than Bitcoin, as long as no other ERC20s become too popular, right? Can we pay you interest, more interest if you lock up longer? Yeah, we can do that. Nobody else does that. What else can we do? So we can replace payments. We can replace offshore banking. Although I wish ETH had better anonymity. Got to work on that. But you're still pseudo-anonymous, so it's good enough. It's good enough for Bitcoin, right? Because Bitcoin's just like roughly as bad as Ethereum. Maybe 5 or 10% better using UTXO instead of account. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about. So if you address store value, let's say it's just gold. I published a link. Just gold, that's 7.7 trillion. If you address payments, just Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, that's 770 billion. And if you address just short-term or just time deposits under $100,000 in the United States, that's another 600 billion. That's enough, right? I'm good with those giant, insanely large markets with competitors that are garbage, right? Like, who are my competitors? There's no one else in the space. It's like a new category, right? I mean, maybe the closest thing is a staking coin. Maybe a masternode. What we've done is really unique. It's really cool, and I'm really proud of it. And I wish more maximalists would stop talking shit about things they don't know anything about and read the FAQ and take their free money. And if you hate me and you hate the project, dump it. Dump it to the ground. And then when you're done dumping, like the people that dumped Bitcoin Cash on the day it launched, down to 7.5%. I think it might even went 5% on an exchange I won't mention because you shouldn't use them. Unless they list my token, and then I'm sure they're great. We'll see. You know, Bitcoin Cash went from either 5 or 7.5% of a Bitcoin up to 50% of a Bitcoin if you didn't dump it on site. And then when I wrote the guide to dump it, it was at 19%. So I'm not sure that dumping new coins as soon as they hit exchange is the right play, particularly if that new coin is based on lockups. Like, that's the whole thing. It's designed to pump in price. It's designed to get everyone to lock up their coins and never sell and never transfer and just lock them up, right? It's the best game theory I've ever seen. It should be a top 3 coin rapidly. And then I think it can go top 1. So, you know, what does Bitcoin do? Send, receive, mine. And what does Bitcoin Hex do? Send at lower fees, receive, same thing. Easier, actually. The wallet interfaces are better for ETH because you can just design them yourself in Web3. But if you want to design your own wallet for like Bitcoin, it's a nightmare. You have to do it in Qt. You don't know what that is. So yeah, I'm excited about giving away free money to people that I thought were cool, but I'm rapidly discovering that, like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel I should have airdropped somebody else that talks less shit. Like, I thought Bitcoin people were the best, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm tweeting and I'm not getting intelligent responses from people. I don't know whether all the smart guys went away because of the bear market or what the deal is, but I'm starting to regret giving you guys free money. So the sooner I can get out of this 50-week claim phase and hopefully rebrand to a better brand. I think Bitcoin Hex is a very good brand for the claim phase because the only people that can claim are Bitcoin holders. But after that, see ya. Have fun, guys. The people that are in, staked, making mad gains, you're in. But you guys that didn't get in, you're not getting free coins. Mt. Gox can't dump on us. You guys that are maximalists that want to shit talk, and then once we work our way up through the top 10, you're like, oh, I'm going to get in on that, going to claim my free coins. Nope. Your free coins were given away because you were stupid. So if you get in early, you make mad gains and you don't lose your stack. If you get in late, you don't make the mad gains from the people that were redistributed, and you get redistributed yourself, right? It's the carrot and the stick. It's the best design I've ever seen. Gets rid of the freeloaders. The sooner I can get through the giving away free money to people thing, the happier I'll be. And I think 50 weeks is a very reasonable launch time frame. I've done everything I can to get the word out there. And I think, you know, the risk of onboarding and giving them free coins is greatly reduced because we cut the whales by 75%, 10K coins and up. We cut them by 50%, 1K coins and up. And if you wait 25 weeks to claim, you're missing half your stack. And everyone else has already got all these crazy bonuses and inflated the supply. So even if you got your full stack, they got so much other free money that you're just diminished by that method too, right? Everything in the system's designed to get in early, tell other people about it, and it's free. You can't lose. So I'm not sure why everyone's talking so much shit. I think it's because they're scared we're going to go past where they're at. There's no other reasonable, if you're just Bitcoin fork number 42 or 43, there's no way you generate this much hate. There's just no way. There's got to be something more to it. There's got to be some fear. I think that's the reason I'm alone right now, even though I've asked anybody if they want to have a chat. Cowards. Straight up cowards. All right, chat. Someone in chat says, I want free money, damn it. Yeah, you know what? Crypto is like the only place you can actually just get free ass money, because it's such a new industry and we have so few users that if we just get a little bit of more user base from somewhere we haven't already nuked, right? Sky high price, moon, right? Bitcoin went to $20,000 with no ability to spend it anywhere. That's pretty good. Bitcoin went to $20,000 on less than 20 million addresses with $1 in them. That's pretty good. Clash of Clans has 100 million users a day, probably more. This is an old stat, right? I'm not sure if they're still gaining or losing or what their deal is, but they've got at least 5 times as many users every day that Bitcoin has total ever since its existence. Like, it's comedic, right? I think Bitcoin Hex can go beyond what Bitcoin and Ethereum are doing now, at which case people can accept Bitcoin Hex to pay their mining fees to miners. If Ethereum's so cheap, people won't mine it anymore. That'd be an ideal outcome for me and for anyone getting these free tokens. You're not going to 100x or 1000x in Ethereum or Bitcoin. You're not. You can 100 and 1000x in this. It's real easy math, right? Yeah, I'm used to getting real scale, right? I've had hundreds of thousands of customers from my businesses that I started personally with no partners, just me. I'm used to onboarding hundreds of thousands of users. Bitcoin's adoption is a joke. All of crypto's adoption is a joke. I think I can do better. I just need the right tools to do it, and I think Bitcoin Hex is that tool. Let's go down to the bottom of Le Chat. We've only got 1,000 people watching right now, guys. There's nothing else going on in crypto. This is the coolest thing going on. Tell your friends. Twitter.com/Richard Hart. I'm going to drop that tweet again. And then I'm going to read your questions. And then I'm going to talk like forever, even though I'm really tired and I'm losing my voice. This keyboard is acting funky. What is going on here? All right. All right, chat. Now look, I'm serious about this. I want more than 1,000 viewers. We got 1,011. Let's go 1,250. Tweet, message, like, subscribe, whatever, click. Do things. Make more people appear here. I'm going to read chat. When Mad gains? Soon. Best time to launch is in the bear market, in my opinion. You're going to have the coolest looking chart, right? So all the technical investors are going to love your chart, right? Hockey stick, right? That's my preference. You're going to get the most of that launching in a bear. If you launch in a bull, beginning of your chart's going to have a big old blah, blah, blah. It's going to create all this resistance on the way back up, and it's no fun, right? You got to fight every level on the way back up. I don't like that. I'd rather just have one nice hockey stick launch in the bear. Have 50 weeks to shake out the losers that don't believe. I dumped my free money real cheap. You sold your future. Good job, dude. Money Badger says, I am a Bitcoin maximalist and I understand the purpose of every single altcoin. No, you don't. You probably don't understand Bitcoin. Richard, can you claim Hex with half a Bitcoin? Yep. There's no minimum. You can claim whatever you want. In theory, if you just claim dust, that was worth less than 7 cents, you'd still be able to get the transaction through. See, Ethereum is really, really cheap to get transactions through at 7 cents on average, but you don't have to pay the average. If you're willing to wait, you can pay nothing sometimes or almost nothing, right? And the way that we're doing it in Bitcoin Hex is because we like user onboarding, there's the ability for someone to pay for your claims gas for you, so you don't have to AML and KYC and do a bunch of crap to get some ETH into your wallet to pay your own gas. Now that only works for the functions that we could build it for, so it works for claiming, but that's about it. So if you want to send, receive, stake, unstake, or even run the good accounting function, you're going to need to have some of your own gas. But if you just want to claim, it's likely that some nice, generous person will pay your gas fees for you at his leisure. Or you could just pay them yourself, right? It's like pennies. And you could, I'm sure you could find an exchange without AML KYC that would send you some ETH for, I don't know, come to the chat channel, come to t.me/Bitcoin Hex, and maybe someone in chat will give you a few pennies to do what you need. Let's scroll down. How many hex per Bitcoin? 10,000. So originally it was going to be 1 million, and what I discovered was most exchanges have a minimum value that they will trade an altcoin for real Bitcoin. You know, real Bitcoin, not the coin I'm making. I'm making Bitcoin Hex. It's not real Bitcoin. It's better. So you can only trade it at 1 Satoshi. And a Satoshi is the smallest unit that you can divide a Bitcoin into. It's 100 million, right? That's a lot of zeros. So it's basically, when you're looking at the price chart, 7 zeros and a 1 after the digit, after the decimal. 8 units after the decimal. So if you have a minimum tradable price versus Bitcoin at 1 Satoshi, and if I had issued Bitcoin Hex at 1 million Bitcoin Hex to a Bitcoin, it would have made the minimum tradable value at 1 Satoshi, the market cap, about $500 million, which isn't a lot of resolution to do price discovery because you can't go under that. So it would make the minimum market cap listing price 500 million if it was 1 million Bitcoin Hex per Bitcoin. It seemed to be too, like, not the right way to do it. So we backed down the million down to 10,000. Should put the supply, and the supply is variable. It's based on how many people claim, how many referred, how fast they claim, how many bonuses they got, right? We don't know the supply until we know how fast people are getting on board. I hope that it ends up around 250 to 300 billion, because that would put us at higher supply than TRX and XRP, which are 100 billion, roundabout. And we're not talking circulating supply, we're talking total supply, right? So in lumens, only 20% of the 100 billion is on circulation. On XRP, only 40% of the total circulating, or of the total supply is circulating. I'm sure like 1% of you guys knows what I'm talking about here. I'm not sure about the ratio on Cardano. I know that its supply is only, I think, 25 billion. Tether, I think, is like 4 billion or something. So, but Tether's, you know, it's a different animal. It's unlikely to trade over $1 for any period of time. You know, maybe $1.03, $1.05, not much more. Not going to make mad gains on it. Unless you catch that magic short and it goes to zero due to counterparty risk. Hope that doesn't happen, but I don't really like stable coins that much. You get all of the bad parts of USD with more counterparties and more fees. So why would you do that? Like, it's terrible. Open a 1x short on BitMEX. Now you've got BitMEX fiat, pseudo fiat, right? Get paid funding. Actually, recently, this last month has been the lowest funding for shorts ever. Yeah, not ever, but since January. Where were we? The claim. So the reason you're getting 10,000 instead of 1 million is that we could have double-digit, single-digit millions as a 1 Satoshi value in case it ever goes that low. It seems like if you're a really good Bitcoin fork, you could be very valuable very quickly. 3 of the top 10 coins are Bitcoin in the name. So I don't think it's the name that does that. I think it's the instant exchange onboarding, but we'll see. I can't wait to find out. Would you consider launching Bitcoin Hex on Ethereum Classic? I don't know. They were just 51% attacked. How fucking stupid are you? Very stupid? Retarded stupid? Don't ask stupid questions. Idiot. No. It's addressed in the FAQ as well, because I get the stupid questions so often. Someone's going to ask about RSK. Don't care. Don't want a 20% founder's tax rounding down to 10 forever. Don't want that. Don't want a bad knockoff of Ethereum. No thanks. Don't want to beta test your software. Nope. What? Someone's quoting Gandhi in chat. No. Well, maybe. I'll read it. Why not? It's better than what else would be here, right? If I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it at the beginning. This is a garbage quote. Terrible quote. I can't believe Gandhi would say such a bad quote. Maybe it sounded better in Indian. It's entertaining because you're a joke. I don't know who that guy's talking about. Maybe he's talking about me. I'm funny. All right, let's scroll down here. You guys pitifully pumped our follower numbers here. You got a whole 20 extra, okay, 29 extra people. Meh. That's probably YouTube doing all the work. You guys probably didn't do crap. Scrolling down. Do I like XYZ or shitcoin? Not answering your stupid question. Can Hex be claimed on Trezor? Yep, if you have an address that starts with 1 or BC1. Will the price of ETH affect Hex? Nope. Unrelated. I mean, the fees will get cheaper. Like, I hope ETH price goes to almost nothing. That's like ideal. I get really cheap fees. How is staking implemented? It's just the same smart contract that mints the tokens. You send them to it to hold for you. So the same contract that invented the tokens and prints them all, it also holds them for you. So there's no counterparty risk. There's no private functions. There's no secret keys. There's no magic numbers. It's all trustless and verifiable from the beginning, right? There's no way to hide fuckery in here. Like, there was a fork of Bitcoin called Bitcoin Private that lied about the supply and mined hidden blocks, and everyone was just too stupid to notice. They didn't have good diagnostic tools. So when we take the snapshot of Bitcoin, knock the whales' balances down, remove the Gox coins so they can't dump on you, I'm going to try and remove some other bad actors, but I'm probably not going to find their addresses. So I'd like to pull out Garzik, Jihan, Roger, Kelvin, Craig, Bitmain, just pull them. But I'm not sure how many of their addresses I'll be able to, like, reliably be able to pull. Now people can be like, it's not trustless. No, that part isn't trustless. But as soon as I hit enter and hash it, and you can see what's done, then it's trustless. So me editing it isn't trustless. After it's been edited, it's indelibly locked in the blockchain forever, and those guys won't be able to claim. I don't think having bad actors in your ecosystem is a benefit. But like I said, I'm probably not going to be able to actually find their addresses. Twitter's been absolutely useless. You guys don't know anything about anything. I asked you what the inflation rate should be. Crickets. I ask you any technical design parameter question about designing a good new cryptocurrency. You guys don't know shit about shit. You're useless. So I've pretty much stopped asking Twitter nearly anything of value, because to find a good answer is like finding a diamond. One guy had good answers about UTXO sets because he ran a site that analyzed all the address formats people are really using in Bitcoin, like BC1, 1, 3, right? Those are the address formats that you can use. I'm sure you guys don't know what I'm talking about. What do I think of Bitcoin's shitty version? It is shitty. See? So you see what I did there? It's a scam that I don't like. And the people that are already sucked into it, they know I just insulted it. But the people who haven't been sucked into it yet, they're not going to know what to type to get exposed to the scam. Me smart. Scrolling. Someone in chat says, I'm a moron. Honesty is power, sir. The planet is more than Twitter. I'm not really sure it is. I actually really like Twitter. So on Twitter, I don't follow very many people. And the people that I follow have smart things to say that I can learn from. I like that. I don't have that option most other places, right? Like if I read Hacker News, I have to read a lot of crap I don't care about, right? Like it's just so wide ranging that you can't lock its scope. Many people have tried to make add-ons and organizational tools to improve the user experience there. I haven't found any of them to be that good. And I just like to read a bunch of stuff I don't understand anyway, so eventually I understand it. So it's not that bad. It's part of the reason I know so much about software as I do is from reading years of Hacker News. Like, you learn a lot, right? And when you first start out, you don't understand anything. You don't understand a single word. You're like, oh, big O notation, what's that, right? And then you just read and you learn it, right? You get good at what you focus on. You get good at your hobbies. They say you should have 3 hobbies. One to make you rich, one to make you fit, and one that you have fun with, right? What was the question? Can't remember. Oh, Reddit. I like Twitter because if there's news, I'm getting it first. I follow the right people. It's locked into what I care about. I don't get much noise from stuff I don't care about. And it amplifies my voice. I've got really smart things to say. And when I say them, 50,000 people can hear it. That's really good. You know, I can make a positive impact in the world as long as I'm making intelligent tweets. I've probably positively affected a lot of people. I should do more of the self-help stuff probably. Like when I was publishing the how to stop gaming videos and, you know, how to like not be addicted to poker and not be addicted to trading and a bunch of other stuff. It helped a lot of people, but then I just lost focus, right? Like I stopped doing it. So my next after Bitcoin Hex is way up on the top of the coin market cap list. I'd like to transition into getting Sci-Vive going. Survive through science, Sci-Vive. Because, you know, I ain't a spring chicken. And that medicine needs to be there when I need it 20 years from now. And if it doesn't start getting made today, it might not be there when I need it. I don't want to do a Steve Jobs. I don't want to die rich and powerful and be dead, right? You should die broke. You should utilize all your resources and time it with your death, you know, if possible. It's not possible, but you can get reverse mortgages and there's little tricks you can do. Funny fact, oldest living woman in the world, she had a reverse mortgage on her house. And what that means is that because someone expects you to die, they pay you every year for your house until you're dead, and then they take it. And so if you live longer, they overpay for your house. And if you live less long, they got a really good deal. And this poor guy just happened to give a reverse mortgage to the longest living human in the history of humans. I love that story. Starting to feel better, guys. You see, having this nice conversation with myself has re-enriched me with intellectual thoughts, and the lack of stupidity has made it so that I could stop gritting my teeth and having high blood pressure. Actually, my blood pressure is really good, surprisingly good for my fat ass. Trezor addresses start with 3. That makes no sense. You, sir, need to use your Trezor with a legacy address, which if you Google it, you can find it, or you can just use it through Electrum, which is probably better. Use Electrum as your wallet and use Trezor with it as your signing mechanism that holds your keys. Sounds like a great idea to me. All right, going to the bottom here. Bro, you're so cocky. Yeah, I earned it, motherfucker. I retired in 2003 at the age of 25 and traveled the fucking world. I earned it, right? I'm a Mensa. I've hired and fired hundreds of people. I've made millions and millions of dollars. I earned it. I'm supposed to fucking act like this, right? I wrote a self-help book. Like, suck my ass. I've done really well in life, and I'm not going to act like a bitch so that you feel better about yourself. Like I'm doing so well that now you feel bad, right? You want to feel bad? Go watch Dan Bilzerian's Instagram. Then you'll feel bad. I'm a bitch compared to Dan Bilzerian. He whooped my ass. He's a better shot than me. He's got more money than me. Nice guy. Go watch his interview with Joe Rogan, right? So it's easy to dislike Dan Bilzerian at a distance, and then when you get to hear the guy, you like him. It's easy to dislike me at a distance until you hear me, and then you probably hate me more. Fuck you. I did a Roger Burr there. It's going to come back to haunt me. I know it. I should have slept. I never really posted on Bitcoin Talk. I just recently made an account on there to post for Bitcoin Hex, and they have no traffic. So it got like 7 hits, so I don't care. Like, see ya. But, you know, I put a thread on your alt token launch thing. I got 7 hits. I'm not here to like shill all day long in your forum. Like, give me traffic or not, whatever. Prove what? Google my name. I did videos on this. It's there. Or go into chat and I'll link you to my YouTube video on how I got my start. Jim C says, Richard Hart, you broke full. Alright, dude. Retard. How did CSW bamboozle Anderson? So it turns out that being a good developer doesn't make you immune to scams. Like, rich people, smart people get scammed all the time because learning to not believe people is hard to learn, right? Like, if you're a good, honest person, you expect other people to be good, honest people, you're going to get the shit route out of you. I've had the shit route out of me so many times by friends, non-friends, enemies. Like, if you're rich, you're going to get robbed constantly because those people want your money more than you do. They're willing to work harder for your money than you are, and they will take your money from you. You guys are getting really fast in the chat here. Yeah, I don't take any caffeine. I stopped that in August. I stopped drinking in August, and I stopped caffeine in November. It wasn't doing anything good for my life, right? You try it out, and you look at the results you're getting, and if you can open that window to jump through it, to put a new habit in there, you just do it, right? So, like, what I do now is I just lift weights constantly to the point where I have broken my body, and I can't lift anymore now until I figure out something different. I've got pain at rest right here and right here, and it's, let's see my bicep. Oh. Ow! Damn. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. So apparently my bench form sucks, my elbows are out too wide, and my chin up form sucks. I'm curling my hands in too much and pronating. Yeah, I need a lot of work on the form, and you can't safely do anything until this is like perfectly healed. So I'm kind of like pretty upset about that because I'm as strong as I've ever been, right? I'm doing like 210 on the bench by 5 reps, 5 chin-ups at 250 pounds. It's really good, right? It's strong. But now I'm like stuck because I've injured myself, which I guess doing that every single day, no one recommends. Maybe that's the reason they don't recommend it, is because once you ramp up, you actually can hurt yourself. How old am I? I'm just about 40. All right, so I'm actually looking at the chat now, guys. Ask me a smart question. Well, let me read my title here. Do we talk about Ethereum? Yes. Do we talk about Bitcoin? Yes. Do we talk about scams and Ponzi's? Not really. Ponzi's are things that promise you more money than is reasonable, and then they fail because they can't pay what they promised you. Bitcoin Hex is not a Ponzi. It always has what it needs to pay you. It mints tokens. It owes you tokens. It gives you the tokens. And you say, oh, well, hey, everyone's getting all this free money. Nope, everyone's not getting all this free money. The only people that are getting the free money are the people during the awesome launch phase of 50 weeks, right? When we're getting rid of the losers, the non-believers. Shun the non-believers, bye, right? And then after that, there's only 3 revenue streams for the staker pool. Okay? And Bitcoin inflation is given to miners, and then they dump it on you to pay their electric bills, right? In Bitcoin Hex, inflation is given to holders, and they can only get paid at the end of their stake. Wow, that's so much better. And they don't have to dump it for electric bills. Richard, what an amazing idea. You're a genius. Thank you. So you have delayed inflation because it's only paid to people at the end of their stake, and stakes can be very long. I think 50 years will be our max. I have to check the gas limits. We just recently went from 10-day staking periods down to 7, and then today we went from 7-day periods down to 1. And that's increased sampling frequency, makes the system more accurate. However, it increases the gas cost and the stake because it has to loop through all of the rows that you had balances, right? All the days that you were locked. So we basically 10x'd our gas costs for more accuracy, which there's a gas limit in Ethereum. We may need to back down the total number of years that you can stake in order to not hit a gas limit on very long stakes. Working in Ethereum is like hard. So the other two revenue, so the point there is that the reason we're able to give you amazing 370% plus rewards is because it's a pool. All of the inflation of the entire large massive currency is shoved into this tiny pool of stakers. If there's not many people in the pool, you get gigantic gains, just like any other pool. Any other pool in the whole world, if you're the only Bitcoin miner, you get all the new coins to yourself. 12.5 coins every 10 minutes. Bam, right to you, right? It's unlikely anyone would let you get all that easy money. Well, the same thing's in Bitcoin Hex, right? So if people see you making 370% returns, they're going to want to get in on that action. And the more people that stake alongside you and add themselves to the share pool, and the longer they stake, getting more bonus shares, 20% more shares a year, their shares will crowd you out and you'll get paid less. And so it'll auto balance, right? Just like Bitcoin does, right? Too many people are mining, difficulty goes too high, profitability dies, people turn the miners off. Price goes up, too profitable, people turn the miners on, it all auto balances, right? Except in Bitcoin, it's a negative feedback loop. The higher the hash rate goes, the more people have to dump to pay their higher electric bills because the difficulty went up. In Bitcoin Hex, there ain't no electric bills to pay. If more people stake, it's better. It's not worse. It's a positive feedback loop. So if more people stake alongside you, your percentage returns will be decreased in coins, but there'll be less money on market, reducing supply, increasing price. So if you have more people staking alongside you, reducing your payout, then the coins will just be worth more. Everything in the system is made to make this thing go to the moon. It's awesome. No freeloaders, no GOX dumping. Units are fixed. Accurately chosen supply to give us a price advantage over the other guys, yet not have a 1 Satoshi value that's unreasonable on the Bitcoin pair. On the Ethereum pair, it would be fine, because I'm not going to explain it to you. What else do we do? If more people, you can refer people and get 20% of their stack. You can refer yourself and get 20% of your stack. You can make a referral link with just your Ethereum address. I wrote a guide. It's 5 minutes long. Start shilling it, right? You don't need to sign up. You don't need any information. It's all totally trustless. If more people claim earlier and they claim larger amounts, it amplifies all the early rewards for everyone else that was in the pool. So you'd think, I'm going to keep this secret, man. I'm not going to tell anyone about this. And then I'm going to get all Satoshi's coins. I'm going to get all those other people's coins because they didn't claim, because I didn't tell them about it. I've seen that happen before because I've done that to a project before. I kept it a secret, and then the project failed and sucked. It died, right? Well, I thought, I don't want to see that again. Why would you want to incentivize people to not talk about a project and not spread the word? So we put 3 things in there. We put the critical mass, which is how many coins are getting claimed. The more coins that get claimed, the more all the early people get paid. The virality, which is the more claims, not how big they are, but how many claims, right? These are like little guys, right? So the critical mass will measure your whales, and the virality will measure your little guys, right? So one is frequency or count, and one is like amplitude, right? Like depth. So we got those 2 bonuses. Those can like each multiply your early coins up 10%. including your Satoshi rewards. So we have another thing, which is a speed bonus. You get in early, you get a lot more. And that means that if you refer people earlier, you get a lot more from the referrer because they got more refer. They got more bonus because they got in earlier, and now you get a larger referral because your referral is 20% of their reward. Not their raw claim, their reward. So the better they do, the better you do, right? So the referral program, you don't want someone else to refer your buddy. You want to refer your buddy, right? The referral program, the critical mass, and the virality all counterbalance that tendency for people to be like, oh, we're going to get redistributed these coins. It's awesome. Never seen anything like it before. Good job, Richard. Yes, it was that project mentioned in chat. Speed bonus, aka cocaine. Interesting way to phrase it. Make a shill website and slap that on there. We got a lot of memes for you that you can use. This is getting really boring. I'm out. Ask better questions. What do you want me to tell you? I'm answering the questions in chat now. The quality of discourse that we're having is the quality of questions in chat now. Ask me better questions. You will get better responses. And I'm even going to pop out the chat so that I can see all your stuff better. All right. BHEX isn't exactly free. You have to buy BTC and risk loss. Maybe, or you could just not do that and wait for it to exist and come into chat and be like, hey guys in chat, does someone want to sell me your BHX? That'd be super cool. And if you don't trust them, you could be like, all right, I'll buy like $1 and then $2 and then 4, 8, 16, and then just ramp up your purchases to reduce your risk. It just makes it so you could maybe get screwed. Somebody said, do you want me to timestamp all your videos? Michael? Yes, Michael, I do want you to timestamp all my videos. I'll be very grateful. Timestamps are awesome. Please do that. Thank you so much. I have to approve them, so like direct message me, email me, whatever, so I know to approve them. Timestamps are great, and I don't have the time to do them. Why shill now when people cannot claim? Because the link gets stored on their browser, and it just stays there for 3 years. So as long as this project comes out within 3 years, buddy, you're going to get credit, right? So if they're going to click a referral link, might as well be yours, right? What exchange do you plan to be listed on? So I'm very delicate about this. I don't like promising any effort on my part whatsoever, because that's kind of like a security, right? I guarantee you nothing. I promise you nothing. Expect nothing. I will tell you that someone that purported and seemed to be from an exchange called IDEX said that they wanted to list it. I looked. It looks like they're the highest volume distributed exchange. I have a personality in the space. I know some cool people. I'm not going to say more. I wish I could. Securities laws. I mean, I'm being overly cautious. Like, you have to fail every leg of the Howey test to be a security, and we have no common pool, and you're not paying money. That's enough, but I'm just going to make sure we fail all the legs. So I'm also promising you absolutely no work whatsoever. What do I think of security tokens? They're retarded. They don't require any economic mass. They're digital ledger technology. They're a better version of Excel spreadsheet, which has no margin and requires no economic mass to use. So you can get all of the benefits of digital ledger technology and securities tokens without buying any of the tokens. So I don't care. Stupid idea. Well, good idea, but you ain't going to get rich on it. So it's like TCP/IP. Good idea. How are you going to get rich on TCP/IP? You can't. It's been demarginalized. You can't. It's over. He only came here to shill. Yeah. I didn't say anything else useful. Richard, do you have a projected launch date? 5 weeks. Derek, go wrench yourself. Thank you. I don't understand some of these questions. You guys are stupid. What am I looking at here? How long is a snapshot? It's 1 block height, dude. What? Like, snapshot, snap. It means fast, right? That's the definition. It's one block. It's, oh God. Somebody said Vitalik is soy Toshi. That's funny. I respect Vitalik. I respect Vitalik a lot. I'm out here telling you guys how to get rich on crypto. He's donating to charity that might save your life. He gave $1 million or $2 million to the Sens Foundation. All I did was volunteer to do the videos 1 year in person. A long time ago, 2006. He has done more to save your life than I have done. He should be respected for that. He also writes a lot of open source software people can use, and he says a lot of smart stuff. Dude's a genius. Hope to do an interview with him sometime soon. That'd be nice. It'd be nice to have, real deal invented with genius people to chat with. I think Vitalik's a lot smarter. What can we use? What can we use a coin for besides HODL? Well, I don't know. What can you use any of these coins for, dude? You trade them on exchange for more money. And you buy a Lambo. Like, they're basically Lambo tokens, You want to do something else with them? Well, you need a killer app that gets actual adoption, right? You need users. So right now, they're just speculative tokens. And if that's what they're going to be, we're going to do that better than everyone else. If people want to start using it for payments, great. We've got the lowest fees, highest TPS. Not highest TPS, sorry. Just sorry, the Bitcoin. Yeah, like, it's a dumb question. You can't use any of these tokens for anything, dude. It's a retarded question. Like, I'm sorry. I get this question all the time. Why will the coin pump? Who will buy it? Dude, have you looked at the top 10, the top 100? For the same reason they bought those, bro. Like, people want to buy the thing that goes up the most, the fastest. That's what they want. They want mad gains. They don't really care about all this other shit at all. And why should they? You're down, what, 86% from all-time high? How are you feeling about that? Like, is that great? Dogecoin's at 89%? Come on, dude. It's about the gains, man. Like, don't bullshit yourself. We're saving lives. You ain't saving shit. You want to save lives? Do medical research. Then you'll save lives. You're doing crypto, you want to get rich. Let's not kid ourselves. You designed this so it's hard for you to dump, right? What? I claim like you, dude. Unless you're trying to dox the origin address. Satoshi didn't dox for you. I don't know why the origin address should dox for you. It's free and open source. What's so unique about my coin? Read the FAQ. Watch the 1 and 40-second elevator pitch. Go on the chat room, t.me/Bitcoin Hex. It's the first CD high yield investment savings account, get paid more for locking longer coin ever. Totally trustless, free, fairly distributed, whale penalty. It's awesome. It's so good. The only two things that are missing are fake partnerships. I don't like fake shit. And minimum lockup price, which would require an oracle to set the price. I don't like that trustful oracle failure stuff. So it's got every single pumpamental that you could think of, except fake partnerships. I don't know why people like those, but they do. Hey guys, we're partnered up with a company that doesn't like our stuff enough to actually pay for it, so we make no money on them. But we get to put their name everywhere. It's like, yo man, if I eat McDonald's, that doesn't mean I'm partnered with McDonald's, man. It's like, yo, I'm partnered with this keyboard company. Just because you use it don't mean you're partners. Is it technical? Oh wow, a question's not retarded. I'm actually going to enjoy this one. Smart. It's even labeled smart question. Awesome. Christopher Steven. No, Kryptoneer Steven. Kryptoneer 7. I'm many, many feet from this monitor. Smart question. Is it technically possible to make an ERC20 token to make a wrapped ERC20 Bitcoin hex that are stake tradable? Yes. But I didn't want you to know that, because that would be a really cool next product, right? Like margin trading your Bitcoin hex? Yeah, we're leaving that functionality open. We could lock it so that the contract isn't callable externally, But it seems a lot smarter to me to get to market with an idea like that, which was my idea, I thought. I've seen this 2 other times outside of myself. It's a great idea. So yes, you can do that. Another guy in our chat had also mentioned the ability to do that. He's always talking about stuff he shouldn't be talking about. Very smart question. Smartest question we'll get in chat today. If Hex is a success, then digital currencies are disproven as a store of value, says the guy down 86%. Shut the fuck up. Giving Richard the benefit of the doubt that Hex, based on BTC UTXO, is the absolute best game theoretical structure. What? The first thing you said doesn't have anything to do with the second thing that you said. You basically said, if the thing doesn't suck, everything sucks. What you said was very stupid. If Bitcoin Hex, if cryptocurrency is just game theory plus trustlessness, and in fact the trustlessness is optional, as proven by Lumens, I think have a revoke function. XRP definitely has a revoke function, where your money's not really your money. EOS definitely has a revoke function. That's 3 of the top 10 right there that can just take your money from you whenever they want. That ain't trustless. So if Bitcoin, if crypto is supposed to be trustless plus game theory, and the trustlessness turns out to be actually optional, which it obviously is, then you're just left with game theory. We're going to crush. Will you be open sourcing the web server backend code responsible for referral cookies? Nope. There is no backend code. It literally just writes whatever you put in the URL to the client machine. We don't store state. It can't be DDoSed. It's to the client machine. You can DDoS anything in theory, but like that particular additional functionality does not add extra DDoS risk by like maxing out our storage or anything. Handling private keys, etc. We don't handle private keys. Nope. We don't handle private keys, I don't think. Is it possible to wrap a protocol? Yeah. Geez, what is this? Oh, I know why this is so popular, because that Wrap Bitcoin just came out, which is fully counterpartied. If they go out of business, you lose all your Wrap Bitcoin. Stop doing that. Crypto is supposed to remove counterparties, not add them. God damn it. That's what Bitcoin Hex does. You want to make interest on your Bitcoin? You don't have to loan it out on an exchange for people to short with. You can just lock it in the smart contract. Trustless. Awesome. I should tell you, there's 2 other places there's revenue streams. I didn't finish telling you about this. You don't just make the interest in the pool, right? You also get money from people that ended their stake early. So if you said you were going to stake for 5 years and you only stake for 2.5 years, you don't get any interest. You just get out with your principal pretty much, because we penalize you half the periods that you were staked. If you lock up 5 years and you only serve 1 year, you got a penalty of 2.5 years. You served 1. You owe 1.5 years of interest that you would have made right out of your principal. So if you lock up, man, you better say you better do what you said you would. But if you want to wuss out and unlock, well, you're going to be penalized, just like a normal CD, right? A little bit more. So a normal CD, your average penalties are 3-month penalty on a 3-month CD, 3-month penalty on a 6-month CD, 6-month penalty on a 1-year CD, 1-year penalty on a 2-year CD, and like a 2.5 year penalty on a 5-year CD. And they give you like a better deal on your penalty the longer you go. We don't do that, right? Because in those systems, if you get more interest, you just get more interest. It doesn't come out of anyone else's pocket. In this system, if you get more bonus shares because you staked longer, that's money you're directly taking from the other stakers, right? They're going to get paid less now directly because of what you got paid. So you better do what you said you would and stay staked, right? So there's a penalty of half of the profit that you would have made. So we average the profit that you would have made and we apply it to all the periods that you need to be penalized for. Now, so that's one revenue stream, people that eject. I just can't take it, man. All right, well, give us all your money. Not all of it, but like, you could get screwed. So maybe you should do what you said you would, right? I call it a truth engine. Maybe I'll patent that. Maybe it's already patented. We'll see. The other thing is that since there's nothing automatic in Ethereum, we can't have expired stakes pull themselves out of the share pool. We need someone else with a computer to pay the fee and call the contract and pull those shares out. You can do it one of two ways. You can either call the end stake function, which will pay the original staker, or you can call the good accounting function, which doesn't pay anyone, but it just pulls the expired shares out. And anyone can call the good accounting function. It doesn't have to be the guy that started the stake, because it's just updating the accurate state of the share pool, right? If no one does either of those things, and your shares are expired and just sitting there making everyone else get paid less, you're going to lose 1% of your stake, the whole balance of your stake, including the interest, principal and interest. You're going to lose 1% of that every week. Now, what I think will probably happen, if I had to guess, is that someone will get screwed by this, and they will lose their stack because they went to jail and didn't have any friends, and nobody ran the thing, and then they'll make it their mission that no one ever gets screwed like that again. And as long as one person pays what I think will be very low fees to run the good accounting function across everyone every 2 weeks, no one will ever get that penalty ever. So it could be the case that the penalties are common and people are forgetful, or it could be the case that no one ever pays the penalty because someone just runs the function once every 2 weeks across all the stakers. I don't know which one of those is going to be true. I just know that some type of game theory had to be implemented to make up for a weakness in Ethereum's automatability, right? There's other ways that it could have been automated, perhaps by having other people pay for that guy's, what he should have been updating. But I like the game theory. I like the stickiness. I like that you have to stay engaged. I like that you have to stay watching. I like that you need to watch a staker's chart and think about how many stakes are going to come off. And you know, Bitcoin, we just have the price chart and the volume, right, and whatever indicators you like. And this, you're going to make more or less, not based on that price, but on how many stakers there are, right? So you get both, right? Like your profit is what's the price and how many people are staking, and it's just so much more sticky and so much more interesting. Like, to even understand the system, if you thought Bitcoin was complicated, like trying to understand mining, this is more complicated and therefore stickier and cooler, and it'll be on your mind for longer. And that's actually what makes these things valuable, right? It's the addiction, it's the fugue state, it's the stickiness. You know, this best game theory in the world, it's not just great for pumpamentals. It's enjoyable to interact with, right? It's I don't want to call it a game, but it seems like a really cool game, you know, like Game of Thrones, but for your money or something. I don't know. What are the founders' rewards like? You touched on it in one interview only. No, I've touched on it in more interviews than that. There's an origin address. The origin address gets paid the same bonuses that you do. It does not get paid on your claim. It does not get paid on your interest. So during the first 50 weeks, if more people claim earlier, those people get paid more bonuses. It gets paid more bonuses. If you get a Satoshi coin of value, it gets a Satoshi coin of value. You both jack Satoshi together. You're partners in crime, right? If you referred somebody and got 20% of their stack, it's going to get that same bonus too, right? So if the bonus structures don't work and they don't get adopted or used, then it gets paid less. What else? It can stake just like you. I have no idea what the optimal game theory is for the origin address. Like, should it stake everything forever? Should it stake half? Should it try and market make? Should it make dips illegal? Like, I don't know what the optimal game theory is for the origin address. I do know that every single cryptocurrency is either stealth mined, where the early guys mine a bunch of it before it's popular, and you didn't have a chance to mine it because you never heard of it before, or pre-mined, where they just mine a bunch of blocks instantly and they're like, yo, here we go, or ICO'd, where they double dip and they get paid in fiat in full first, and they sell that for fiat. They get paid Ethereum and Bitcoin first and dump it for fiat, And then they double dip and take some of the coins too. And then people are so stupid, they only see the coins. And like, oh, they only have 10%. No. That's like going to a bar and buying a drink and paying in full and getting your drink. And then the bartender's like, I'll take 20% of that. Well, thank you for not taking 50, sir. Right? People are stupid. Actually, that one's a hard one. It took me a while to get that one. So I'm not going to say people are stupid. That's just a weird, complex thing to understand, is the ICO thing. So I think rewarding the inventor, originator, address, whomever that awesome person or group of people is, thank you so much. I think rewarding them based on the bonuses is cool and fair. And I like the idea that if there's a party that can actually have enough margin to support onboarding new users and buying ads, that's a good thing to have, right? So XLM and XRP are in the top 10 market cap. 80% of XLM is in a foundation. 60% of XRP is in a foundation. Top 10, right? Why? Because they just hold. They just hodl. They don't dump that much. Like XRP dumps reasonably over time, right? And it maintains its price. So I think having lockups with a couple large stakeholders is good for a token, because look at the top 10 and look at their supplies and look how they're distributed. It is what is working, right? Having a token that has a tragedy of the commons where no one has enough margin to be able to buy an advertisement and onboard a new user is cancer. And it's the reason you don't have any Bitcoin ads. So it would be nice if there could be at least one entity in Bitcoin Hacks that could afford to do the things that you need to do to onboard new users in a world where the price to get eyeballs is extremely high. You know, you have got to outperform the binary options scammers and the other crypto scammers and the high yield investment program scammers and the real estate program scammers and the fake trading program scammers. You've got to outbid all of those scammers with nearly infinite margin with your product. And you can only do that if someone is making enough. So on the origin address, it also gets half of those late stake, end stake things, right? So if someone ends their stake late, which may never happen if someone runs that thing once every 2 weeks that I told you about, the good accounting function, which anyone can call for anyone, or the early end stakes. The late end stake penalizes people a % of their stack a week past the 2 week grace. The early end stake penalizes them half the interest they would have got, had they done their whole thing right. So half of that goes to the staker pool, half of that goes to the origin address. And that's it. It's all trustless, verifiable. You can look at it. You can see how long everybody's locking up for. You can see where everyone's sending their coins. You can see when their stakes are going to become expired. You can see who paid penalties and who paid fees. It's all totally public, right? It's blockchain. There's no hidden anything. Oh, someone's going to ask me about knockoffs. The claim tool is closed source, and I'm going to release the software under the most restrictive license imaginable, maybe even no license, in order to maintain maximum protection for the IP, because it's not in the benefit of anyone involved with the project for a bunch of shitty copies to exist. What open source is about is two things. Here's a little education for you. Open source software is not free software, like free men, not free beer, okay? Open source software means that you can see the source code. It doesn't mean that you can edit it. It doesn't mean that you can sell it. It doesn't mean that you can modify it. It just means that you can see it. If you want to be able to modify, redistribute, sell, those things require permission from the inventor in a license, or he can sue the shit out of you. Now, it's crypto. Would anyone care about a lawsuit in crypto? No, most people won't. But you know who will? Exchanges. Exchanges will care. And they don't feel like getting sued for listing your fake copy of a thing that's in violation of the laws of the country where they're based. and that their bank accounts are in, right? So I don't know what license that is yet. There's a cool website called like What License to Use or something like that, which I haven't had time to really look through. I just care about getting through audit right now, right? I want to get to audit because I can't control how fast those guys work, and I can't make sure they're available when I need them. I want to get to audit as quick as I can, and then we can deploy testnet while we're in audit. We can deploy shill tool while we're in audit. We can do a lot of other cool stuff while we're in audit. I want to get that, like, that's my choke point. That's my critical path. You know, if you do a Gantt chart, I need that done, and everything else can kind of happen around that. It's the most important thing. What else? How can you keep your coins locked with such penalties, with such volatility? What are you talking about? What? Okay, first of all, you can lock your coins in Bitcoin now, right? There's a function called check time lock verify. You can send your Bitcoins to yourself with a time lock, and you'll only be able to claim them after the time has expired. You can already do that now. What are you talking about? Like, what volatility? What? I don't know. I like when people say Bitcoin Hex is going to dump. Like, okay, from where? Where's it going to dump from? How stupid are you guys? Like, who will buy this Hex crap? The same people that bought all the other crap underneath it. And all the other new people that I can reach by being better at marketing. Like, I keep getting this question over and over again. Who's going to buy it? The only person that asks that question doesn't understand the market that they're playing in. If you don't know the answer to that question, you also don't know why Tron is worth $1 billion, and why Tether is worth $4 billion, and why all these other market caps are what they are. You're just a shitty speculator. I'm tired of fielding that question. Why do people buy these things? Because the price goes up. That's why. What else do you want it to do? Is that not enough? Do you need it to do more than the price go up? I'm okay with just the price going up. That's fine with me. If I trade my alts for BTC and claim Hex, can I trade my BTC straight after and keep my Hex? Yep. Yes. You absolutely can. That might be a good strategy. As a matter of fact, in theory, you could overbuy spot Bitcoin, hit the snapshot, hedge your risk with a margin short on BitMEX to protect your fiat value. You have to use margin because whatever you use there for collateral, you won't be able to claim. It's an advanced tactic, but if you're a trader, it's probably very viable. Pump and dump, pump and dump. Where do you dump a locked coin? You can't trade them, right? Someone would have to do that magic extra tier 2, call my contract from their contract kind of thing, right? Which I've never actually seen before. It would probably be the first of its kind. So in theory, maybe you could find some way to dump a locked coin, maybe. But in the reality that is going to be happening in 5 weeks or so, you can't dump a locked coin. So you can just lock it. And if you want all those Satoshi coins, you want all those mad rewards, you want to make like a 3 or 5x on your stack just by staking, right? You can do that just by staking trustlessly and having no counterparty risk. And if it's not an exchange, would you rather be locked, or would you be rather hoping that it hits exchange really quick? No, you just lock. Like, this concept of pump and dump is so stupid to me. Like, dump from where? Idiots. It's not traded anywhere yet. I'm going to actually ban this sad little gentleman here. Remove. Goodbye. Oh, God. Ledger Nano supported? Yes. Why didn't Vitalik think of Hex like game theory? He thinks of game theory stuff all the time. I just have a different focus, right? I'm like, what is the most pumpable, highest appreciating, sickest, every game theory trick possible to make this thing go to the moon? I was like, all right, I'm going to do all of those things. And then I did them all. I don't know why other people didn't do it. I don't really care. It's like luck, chance. I don't know. I owned a marketing company with 150 employees. I've done marketing my whole life until I retired 15 years ago. It's what I do. Like, I like referral programs. I like writing copy. I like memes. You know, it's my focus. I don't think Vitalik is a sales guy. you know, I don't think he's a super social dude, you know. I think he's more introverted, and it's just a different mindset. Just focus on different stuff. Banning, this is red flag. Hold on. Make sure I'm moused over the right guy here. And remove. Oh crap, I removed the wrong guy. Sorry, other dude. It's really hard. Their ban is like way away from your text. My screen's too wide. I banned the wrong guy. Direct message me on Twitter and I'll unban you, dude. Wouldn't it be funny if you deserved to be banned anyway? Help me get into marketing, lol. All I do is make Pepe memes. Read a book on marketing. Go to the library. It's really easy. All right. So do we have any other questions? Because I have to feed my dog. Its stomach is growling. My dog, man. Maintenance dude. Doesn't like to eat sometimes. So that's it, right? Anybody? Any other cool questions? Yeah. Trigger a wave of copycat projects. I'll sue everyone that puts it on exchange, and the claim tool is private source, so good luck. Do I like the Bizonacci YouTube channel? Yeah, it's awesome. I think his meme videos are absolutely wonderful production value, original, just really good. If you want to watch some funny YouTube crypto video stuff, Bizonacci is hilarious. Please put me in one of your videos, bro. I want to see meme version of me in there. I have a Chihuahua, an old Chihuahua that's like getting too old. What's a decent staking strategy? I don't know. Some people are saying like stake 20% of your stack for every year, like 20% 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. You can look up laddering CDs, a CD ladder, and you'll see what people do in legacy, like normal bank accounts. I think the most important thing is the 50-week like bonuses. They're gigantic. You know, all those bonuses matter. The first 50, and they're only paid to stakers. The only things that are paid to not stakers are the speed and the refer. Yep. Can it go top 10? It can go top 1. I like to say top 3 because people want to play or hate. They're like, oh, Bitcoin's in the name, so it can't go higher than Bitcoin, and it runs on Ethereum, so it can't go higher than Ethereum. Neither of those is true, but it's like, you know, cars run on streets. Streets are low margin. Cars are high margin. The value captured in a supply chain, in an ecosystem, is usually not at the lower substrates that have been demarginalized. Most of the money on the internet is not in the TCP/IP packets. Most of the money on the internet is at the endpoints, right? Amazon makes a lot of money almost bringing stuff directly to your house, right? The endpoints have all the cash. The TCP/IP doesn't have the cash. So you can have a project more expensive than the project that it's on easily. Do I browse Biz? Nah, I used to for fun every once in a blue moon. The memes, yo. All right, I'm gonna go and feed my dog. You guys have been not as bad as I expected. I saw one really good question with the wrapped Bitcoin hex locking. Really intelligent. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can like, subscribe, follow, show me some love on Twitter, whatever, make me feel better, because I'm trying to give everyone free money, and it's like, man, just giving people free stuff, it's like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I haven't slept very much today, and it seems like people don't appreciate new, awesome innovation that has never been done before and wasn't an ICO. It is just a fairly launched, trustless thing that's verifiable and awesome, and given to what I thought was the best crypto ever, and would be if it had more intelligent, less hateful, spiteful, fake men that are cowards. All right, guys, I'll leave that on a salty note. No. I hope you guys all make money in the bear market. I'm doing my best to help you out. It's not easy for anybody. Everybody's a genius in a bull. Hard to make money in the bear. If you're on Twitter, you're going to see a lot of people burning out. There's people that just, accounts are getting deleted. They're just disappearing. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for the next bull run soon. It's good talking to you guys. Have a great night, y'all.
This single equation spawned 4 multi-trillion-dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach to risk.
Do you think that most people are aware of the size, scale, utility of derivatives?
No, no idea.
But at its core, this equation comes from physics, from discovering atoms, understanding how heat is transferred, and how to beat the casino at blackjack. So
What is going on, crypto family? Are we live? I can't see on your side there. This was cool, man. So this is going to be a pre-recorded video. Awesome. We're going live with your audience. So very cool. For people that don't know me, my name is Crypto Beatles. We give away $100 of Ethereum on every one of our episodes. But on this one here, this is going to be an interview with Richard. You know, he's I've really been looking forward to interviewing him. We spoke several times over the past couple of years. He's a super smart, interesting dude. I really love his style, and I'm actually, kind of a big fan. I always call him, Red Pill, Mr. Richard Red Pill Hart, because it seems like that he kind of, opens our eyes to things, and he takes kind of complicated issues and turns them into kind of simple parables and stories with his idea of proof. It's kind of the polar opposite, so to speak, of a lot of people in this space. I know that he's kind of a TA guru of sorts, and it's kind of cool, man. He actually predicted the $20,000 Bitcoin in Christmas, and then now I think he's calling for like a $1,275 Bitcoin. What'd you say, by the end of this year or next year? Wow. All right. So what's up, crypto family? I'm glad you guys all have audio that we give away $100. And maybe.
And then you figure, all right, well, maybe I'll try this going out thing. And what you discover is when you go out, you need to have impact. And there's lots of different ways you can have impact in public: posture, tonality, gesture, framing. What is it that you're talking about? Body language, peer group, who are you with? A lot of different stuff, right? So one easy way that someone can estimate your utility or value as a human being is by the clothes that you wear. And if you look like a scrub, you probably are a scrub. They say don't judge a book by its cover, but Steve you really should judge books by covers. It's a really good idea. Like if the cover of the book says Bible, and you open it up and indeed there is a Bible in it, well, that is what you should have expected, And if the cover of the book is like a guy with all his clothes off, it's maybe some romance stuff. So you really should judge books by their covers. And then you have to ask yourself, what is the sexy stereotype that you want to target to look awesome? And you've got finite options. You look like a cowboy or a sports guy, or whatever you've seen on the cover of GQ or the magazine of your choice. And unless you're in the business of fashion, it's very hard to venture out of those bounds, right? So I'm not in the business of fashion, but I understand texture and form and contrast and those things well enough to make outfits that look cool. And then I just kind of discovered that what I like is high contrast and ornate. And if you're chubby and you want to hide that you're chubby, this camouflage shit's fabulous, right? Because you can't tell where the fat like stops and starts and all that. So
well, it actually looks like you lost quite a bit of weight, man. So whatever you're doing, keep it up, man. So.
Yeah, dude. You know, I've just been lifting a lot of weight. I'm strongest I've ever been, and I'm just gonna keep doing it. You know,
it's altcoin bag reps or what, man?
No. I used to do the strong lifts 5x5, which is like 5 reps by. It's the most weight you can do, which just gets you down to 5 reps, and then you do it by 5 sets, and then you do it, you know, twice a week. Now, what you do is you just take that same workout and you just do it every single day, just one of the sets. And so what you end up with is a ton of volume and a lot of healing every night, because you get weaker working out, you get stronger healing and sleeping. So it's not the workout that makes you strong, it's the healing. And if you work out every single day, then you just have a lot more nights of healing and you end up doing more volume. So, and then if you like, you know, go out and with friends or come home late or mess your schedule up in whatever way, you know, that's your off day. And then the next day you can lift a lot more because you had, you know, that rest. You might not be able to do that if you lift a lot more. You know, I'm just like amateur strong, but if you look at the charts, amateur strong is strong. Like, you know, if you can bench 300 pounds, you're rare, and that's hard.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, basically your muscles need time to repair themselves, and that's when you start seeing the gains and the growth. And so, whatever you're doing, man, keep it up.
Thanks, bro.
So, yeah, no worries. So, how old are you, man? You know, these are some of the questions 40. That come to my mind.
I'm almost 40, but since I don't drink coffee or alcohol, haven't drank alcohol since August, so that's like I don't know, 4 months, and coffee, I guess maybe 1 month. No caffeine. So I'm just gonna keep cutting out stuff that sucks. So maybe I'll cut out sweets next.
All right, cool, man. So you got any kids?
No.
No kids. All right. So you got a girlfriend?
Yeah, I go out a lot, so I have, you know, girlfriend of the week. It's cool. Fun.
So you cut out coffee, you cut out alcohol. I don't think you do any, you know, drugs or anything like that. So what's your favorite food now, man? What are you eating?
Steak. Tons of steak.
Steak.
Tons and tons of steak.
Carnivore diet?
Well, I don't want to say it's a carnivore diet because I hate all that tag-along bullshit. Like, that's what people think makes them cool, is the stuff they eat. I assure you the stuff you eat does not make you cool. It's weak. Like, when vegans brag about being vegan and you rag on them for how stupid that is, bragging about eating steak all the time is equally fucking stupid. Like Dan Bilzerian's jacked as fuck, and apparently he just eats veggie protein. You can be jacked as fuck if you want to eat a lot of protein. It doesn't matter what the protein comes from. If you do it for animals, cool. You know, people are going to say, oh, your estrogen levels get up if you eat soy. Well, you know, there's other things you can get it from, not just soy, right? Peanuts, peas, whatever the hell you want, right? So I don't want to identify as the guy that eats the food for an identity, right? I just happen to want muscle mass, and if you want muscle mass for all the workout you're doing, you need to eat high levels of protein. So it makes you not hungry, and it puts on the muscle, and I'm the strongest I've ever been, so I'm happy.
Keep it up, man. So favorite book and favorite movies. These are some of the, I just always like to get to know the person a little bit before you start talking shop.
Yeah. So I think my favorite movie is Aliens, from 1970 something. The second one with the S on the end. Yeah. Alien was the first one. It was good. Aliens was retardedly good. The special effects are better than what you see in movies now. The aliens are more believable. The ships are more believable. The plot is more believable. It's so good. Like, as far as sci-fi stuff goes or female protagonist goes, I'm unaware of any film that has a better female protagonist. In general, I don't like female protagonist films because they're all done so poorly. But Aliens was just fucking amazing. And I like the game. There's this movie called The Game.
Star Wars.
Oh, Star Trek for sure. Star Wars, they can't aim. Like, no one's ever actually been hit by a shot. So, like, we've got super advanced technology, but super shitty aiming. It's fucking stupid.
They got lightsabers, man. They'll chop off your hand or your arm. Be careful. And your legs.
So stupid. I hate almost everything that George Lucas has created. As you become an adult, you're like, this is all garbage for kids. I'm not kidding anymore. I want it to be better. So the other movie I liked was The Game. And if you haven't seen it, I won't ruin it for you, but towards the end, the main character does something that you've never seen another main character do. And it's very moving. And you're like in shock for a good while.
I'm trying to think. The Game. Who's the actor?
The Game has Michael Douglas and Sean Penn. It's about. You should see it. It's quite good. The soundtrack's awesome too.
I will try to check it out this weekend. So, favorite book?
You know, I haven't read that many books.
What?
Yeah. So
is it all YouTube?
Well, I read all day, but it's mostly things that are on the internet. So I mean, I've read, a bunch of Tony Robbins stuff, a bunch of self-help stuff. Think and Grow Rich, and I guess I could look at my bookshelf. It's basically everything that you would see on this rich and powerful how to do things better list, right? Like all the Tony Robbins stuff, Lean Startup, anything
self-improvement books,
pretty much. Yeah, I've read all the self-improvement books.
So you believe you're a Christian? You believe in God? I know you.
I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, so we used to knock on doors. And I was so young at the time.
No Christmas presents for you.
Yeah, it was no Christmas presents. Didn't really do birthday presents. It was weird. It I don't know. It helps you be really social, I guess. Because if you're going out talking to people all the time. So I think it makes you better at talking. It's just a little silly that everyone believes this book that has never been updated with frequently asked questions or hey, the age of consent is this, or written in a language you understand, or written well enough that it doesn't faction off into 50 splinter groups that then go to war with each other, or was written 1,000 years after the main character was dead and they had a committee decide what would get in and what would get out. It's all too silly. And even the 10 Commandments, there's not 10. There's 13 statements given in 2 different places. If you're Jewish, there's 600 commandments. You take everything that was said seriously. If you're Christian, you're like, hey, I was only really serious about those 10 things, of which there's actually 13. The people group differently, which is why they're taught differently. And half of them are redundant. Do you really need to know, thou shalt have no other gods before me, and I am the one God, nature your God, and 3 or 4 of the phrases just mean yo, I'm cool. And you're like, all right, we get your cool, man. You could cut out 4 of the phrases. They're not actionable for people mostly.
Maybe it's like marketing, right? Where the person has to hear it 8 or 10 different times. So, God's just, reinforcing it,
Maybe. It's Mimi rap, and it's getting outperformed by other Mimi raps. The Islam dudes are breeding better and have less fallout, outperforming, having children-wise. And there's countries that have, I think there's more countries that were not Islamic and then turned Islamic than were not Christian and turned Christian in recent history. So if you're looking at the metrics, it seems like Islam is outperforming Christianity by the numbers. If you care about other stuff like science, I don't think it's actually that good.
Yeah, I think I want to say the biggest population of Christians, I think, are actually in the U.S. I think that's right. And then when you go to different countries, there's different. I wouldn't call it factions, but just different religions and whatnot. And Christianity, I think, is most prevalent here in the United States. So,
yeah. So I wrote what I hoped would be useful for people that wanted to have something religious-like that gave them better benefits. So if you think about what benefits a religion has, it's the same benefits you get from any cooperative system. So the people that can get over their differences and cooperate will outperform the people that are loners. So Christians will often outperform atheists because they're happy to vote for each other and work together and have a larger cooperative group. And therefore, if you say you're Christian, it's easier to get elected and work with other people than if you say you're one of those weird atheists, right? So whether atheism is right or wrong, or whether any of these other religions are right or wrong, the power is in the collectivism. And so if you can get collectivism and healthy living and diet and exercise and positive attitudes and all these good things that come from these belief systems, you can show people benefits. Like you can take a complete scam that is made up bullshit like Scientology. There are parts in it that are effective and they get good results for the people that follow those parts.
the laundering money
parts.
aspect of it, the tax evasion aspect of it.
Well, to get shit done, the personal responsibility. I mean, there's one drill that they do where they put you in a room and they analyze what your weaknesses are to try and fuck with you, and then a team of guys just straight up fucks with you. That's pretty cool. They do like fuck with you drills. You're like, wow, that's pretty interesting actually. That seems like it could be useful for being able to engage on the internet and have a thick skin, right? It's like any martial art. Any martial art has some part of it that works. Any diet has something that works. Any workout has something that works. So if you try and pick all the parts that work from a bunch of different stuff, you should end up with an effective system.
Cool. So what do you do that makes you the happiest, man? When are you the happiest?
I should say I wrote that book. So if you want to download it, it's called Survive, like Survive Through Science. Mm-hmm. It's an outline, but if you're a smart guy, you can get through it. I'll eventually write the glue to make it all friendly and narrative, but if you just want to learn how to brush your teeth.
Tell people, so you're telling
stuff
people
that worked for me.
How to live.
Right. Yeah. You know, here's how you go into a bar and meet people. Here's good clothes, bad clothes, why. Here's how to get rich. Here's how to write a good advertisement. Here's how to hire people. Here's how to find scumbags. Here's how to detect when people are lying to you. Just every good thing you've ever figured out, if you wrote it down, it would be useful to people. It doesn't have to be a religion, right?
So it's just kind of like a guide to life, huh? Richard's Guide to Life?
Pretty much, dude. Yeah.
I'll check it out, man.
Did you know if you're tired of when you piss, having that split beam piss anywhere, you just open the end of your dick with your fingers before you do it? That seems to be like the most popular content in the book. Or that when girls have their periods, they're actually stress testing you to make sure you can handle it when the shit is worse and they're actually pregnant. Because if you can't handle the period angry, you definitely can't handle the pregnant angry. So it's a stress test, just like they do to the banks. Did you know why relationships only last 6 years? Because in the wild, your kid would be able to take care of itself at 6 or 7, and you should be moving on to find the next partner. We have sex to create variety. What else creates variety? We don't make clones, right? We have sex. The boy chooses the girl chooses the boy. In the good cultures. In the bad cultures, it's rape fest. But in the good cultures, they both choose. That creates variety. What else creates variety? New partner. That's why relationships don't last longer than 6 or 7 years. They die before 7. They just call it quits at 7. These are mostly my ideas. I'm happy about them.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's a very unique perspective. It's not what you hear in common conversations. It's very cool.
Thanks, man.
So when are you the most happy, man? What makes you the happiest? Is it
winning? I
crypto?
like winning.
Or, what's that?
Any domain of winning makes me very happy. So if I'm out and I'm meeting people and I meet fun, nice, pretty people, I'm very happy. If I'm making money and I make more money, I'm happy. If I get likes and subscribes and followers, happy. If I get unfollows, I'm unhappy. So I don't know. Maybe it's not the best way to live, but it's kind of where I'm at now.
So is that kind of like winning for yourself or, for others, or?
It's right now mostly me, man. Because so you always focus on what you don't have figured out, right? If I didn't have great people in my life that love me and I love them, then I would be addressing it and it would be a concern, right? But I have a family that loves me. My parents are both alive. They love me. I've got a lot of, physical fun in my life. I've got great friends. There's nothing missing there. So I don't need to focus on it. The things I need to focus on are, my book, a project called the Save Your Ass Fund, where, you can buy a green index and it saves the environment, but you still get rich. There's no index that just invests in stuff that's biotech that might save your life or your kid's life or your family's life and still get you rich. That doesn't exist. If you invest in normal biotech, maybe there's some malaria stuff in there, you're not getting malaria. Maybe there's some sickle cell anemia stuff, you're not getting sickle cell anemia. So there should be a fund that exists in this world that invests in science that gets you rich and might save your life. It doesn't yet exist, and it should. So, if you're Steve Jobs and you lost the game and you died, you can't take the money with you. You should have spent all of it trying to buy an extra day or two. What benefit was it for you to die with a bunch of extra zeros at the end of your bank account? You knew you were 80% likely to die of heart disease or cancer. You should have done something to fight it. You didn't. You lost. I wouldn't trade places with that guy. I'm doing better than he is, right? So other people with more wealth than I'll ever have need to start making the right decision for themselves and their families and invest in the shit that will save their lives. And if it doesn't work out for them, it might work out for their kids. If it doesn't work out for the kids, it'll work out for the rest of mankind. You cure something once, it's cured forever, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff too, like, they always say, I think it was Buddha, not Buddha, maybe it was Gandhi, let thy food be thy medicine be thy food. So there's a lot of things that actually, God just gives us from the ground that actually, possibly cures cancer. Things, like was it G. Edward Griffin, The Truth About Cancer? I think that's what the name of it was. He talks about apricot seeds. I don't know if you've ever, heard about that.
Well, if you could cure cancer by eating just fruits, Steve Jobs wouldn't be dead because he was a fruitarian before he got sick.
It's the seed.
And then his liver failed.
That's what G. Edward Griffin says. It's the seed. So It's not the actual fruit. Just something I know you like to read. So you might want to take a look into that when you're talking about alternative medicines and things like that.
I don't believe in alternative medicine. Do you know why? Because when it works, it's no longer called alternative. It's just called medicine. It's like aspirin, okay? Aspirin is from tree bark and it works. So we prescribe it.
Tree bark, and so that's why you don't need tree bark.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. You're still buying aspirin brand name. You could buy acetyl acid, which is the off brand, right? But no one does. They still buy the brand name. So people still buy Tylenol instead of acetaminophen, right?
What I meant was, it's more profitable for the companies to actually, patent a type of tree bark and put it in pill form and put it in, basically, bottles and sell it on shelves, and people just to walk by and rip off some bark off trees, right? So
yeah, I'm always weary of woo woo in that life is hard and medicine is hard and complex systems are hard, and anytime you think you've got a single small molecule that fixes a thing, it's almost never the case. It's rare. It's hard. And we study this shit, right? So like if you think apricot seeds cure shit, go get some money, go do an ICO, whatever, get some money and go test it. Actually test it and show us the results so that someone else can replicate it. And then it will no longer be alternative medicine. It'll be real medicine. Don't skip that testing shit and assume it works, because that's why you turn blue. There's people that think silver kills bad stuff inside you, and they drink a lot of colloidal silver and their skin literally turns blue. There's Smurf looking dudes walking around the earth right now from taking too much silver because they thought it was healthy.
Yeah. No, it was just one of those things that I know you do a lot of research and reading. And so I was wondering if you'd heard about it, not that I'm, proclaiming people should do it. So, but yeah, cool, man. So, as far as, in crypto, maybe what's your favorite exchange that you use right now? Or are you using?
I like BitMEX. Right. So the reason I like BitMEX is because you can use high leverage there if you want, so that you can protect your cash position without sending them more coins. If you like BitMEX, in my video on the bottom, there's a 10% discount link. Use it, you'll get 10% off. If you use a normal exchange and you want to protect $100 of Bitcoin, you need to send $100 of Bitcoin there and sell it. It's not a futures product. So you have to pay capital gains tax depending on what your structure is. I don't know whether you're a corporation or a person or whatever you're doing, right? If you take out a futures contract, check with your accountant, it's different. You're not selling your coins. You're opening up a short contract or a long contract, and it's taxed preferentially. So depending on where you live and how things work, you don't have to fill out a lot of form with your name and such. There's no personal info when you sign up. You could make coins when the price goes down. If you sell your coins on an exchange, you can't make coins when the price goes down. You have to rebuy again, and that's another event, right? So it kind of sucks to you believe in Bitcoin long term, but you understand that this shit does have bubbles and they pop. So if you want to make coins on the way down, putting some money on BitMEX and opening up a short is like a really good way to do it, in my opinion. And then if you want to buy the dip, you don't have to send fiat someplace and wait days. You can send some coin over there, go long, no waiting days. Like the whole idea is to get rid of all that existing bank shit. So if you don't have to use existing bank shit, why should you?
Gotcha. For people that actually want to hold, actual Bitcoins and not just, trade contracts, what percentage of, I guess, their expenditure should go towards, contracts versus actually holding the physical coins?
Well, it was easier to know how much coins you needed to defend your position when we were closer to the 200-day moving average. So when you're in a bear market, the hallmark of a bear market is that you get rejected off the 200-day moving average, which back when we were at 6,000, the 200-day moving average was at 7,200. So if the price ever went up over 7,200 for, maybe 2 or 3% over that, you'd be more than happy to to close your short because, okay, maybe we're back in the bull market. But since we died off 6,000, the lower prices have been pulling that average down towards us. I think it's around 6,800 now. And what that means is, you know, if you have enough coins on the exchange where your liquidation price is, you know, 66 to 7,000, and you leave enough on there that you should never ever get liquidated. You should always close your position yourself, because then you keep your margin. You don't lose your collateral. Whatever coins you need to protect your value that you want in US dollars, and move your liquidation price over the 200-day moving average a couple percent is what I would do if I were in that position. So or you could just put more on there, but then you just have more counterparty risk. If this place that's never been hacked in many years eventually does, then you would get screwed. So you don't want to put more on any exchange than you have to.
Gotcha. And what's kind of your thoughts on blockchain in general? I know that I've heard a couple of different perspectives from you, and you know, it's a little concerning for the community. But you know, are you a big believer in blockchain, or just you know, in certain cryptos?
Blockchain is garbage. Everyone wants to get rich. That's what we all want. Okay, this stuff's been around for 10 years. It ain't changed the world. It made some people rich. Okay, since 20K down to 3K, it made some people poor too. All right. So digital ledger technology, you want to make a better Excel spreadsheet for banks and accountants, have fun with that, but it doesn't require economic mass. They can get all the benefits from your cool digital ledger technology by not buying many of the coins. Anonymity technology, you can get all the benefits by not buying many of the coins. You just cycle the same little bit over and over and over again. Okay, now that's anonymous. Okay, now that's anonymous. Okay, now that's anonymous, right? So anonymity coins and digital ledger technology don't require economic mass to perform their function. Replacement for currency, digital gold, requires a shitload of economic mass. So if you're going to create a new coin, trying to replace gold is the highest market cap thing you could possibly do. Trying to be just a payment network is not worth that much. So gold's worth $7.7 trillion. Last I checked a couple weeks ago.
It's almost
PayPal. Yeah. PayPal plus Visa plus MasterCard is worth less than 10 times less.
Yeah.
So
like
it's better to be
800 billion. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to be a store of value than it is to be a payment network, which is why the token that I designed, I believe, does that better than Bitcoin. We'll see soon. So a lot of projects are garbage, and they do stuff that shouldn't be done. And there's no adoption, right? Ethereum, the world computer, has less power than a calculator on your phone, literally, because that's what I'm building my project in. So I know exactly how bad it sucks, and you know. Bitcoin can't do that many transactions. It can do like 3 to 5 transactions a second. So it would take like 1,000 years to open up like one channel for everyone's Lightning app. Like, blockchain's got a lot of problems, man. Like, it's not all roses out there.
Yeah, I mean, most people just, you know, came into the space in the past year for, you know, for speculation, for money, for quick, you know, just to kind of like get rich quick. But there's some projects out there that have been doing this for a while. And when you look at Bitcoin, you know, it works. When you look at places like Venezuela, where they've got Digibyte and Dash, you know, that's being used over there by, you know, tons of their citizens just to pay for goods and services. You can see in countries like that, there is a real use case for it. You know, obviously here in the U.S., you know, we don't need that yet. You know, we have Visa, MasterCard, we've got bank accounts, but you can really see where the underbanked can really use stuff like this. And I know that, you know, you're endorsing crypto, so obviously it's not all bad. But for blockchain, I mean, what do you think about, like, you know, just for automation, for land registry, for, you know, private chains for big business?
Terrible. I mean, look, every one of those use cases you just described is already perfectly well served by either the new Amazon Web Services blockchain thing or a regular database where you just require people to all agree that a cell is what they say it is. With like having a password protected write access to a database and requiring that X number of signers say yes, that's been done for forever, right? And having a record of what the previous states of the database were, right? Like having backups and hashing them, that's been around forever. Like, this shit's not new or exciting, none of that, right? The censorship resistance is the only thing that you need a blockchain for ever. It is the slowest, least reliable, most expensive database in the entire world. It is the crappiest imaginable thing you could ever build any project on, ever. The only reason you should ever use a blockchain is if you need censorship resistance. If no one is trying to censor the crap you're doing, if you just need to remember the past, we've got that figured out already for 50 years, right? If you like, you just want to make sure people aren't cheating, we've got that figured out for 50 years. We have logs. You're like, hey, you lied. Look, it's in the logs, right? Like, blockchain's good for censorship resistance, and that's it. Or I guess selling ICOs with hype and buzzwords and crap.
So I guess, what do you think about like XRP and Tron and EOS and ADA? What's your thoughts there?
If you're okay with a federated network that never gets attacked by governments, then federation is faster, right? So distributed means lots of failover. Oh, they took out China. Okay, we're still working. Federated means, we got like 10 or 20 nodes, and as long as they don't get 10 of them, we'll be okay. But the idea behind crypto is that they're coming to get you, right? Some bad people are going to come screw you up, right? And sometimes it happens. Like eGold existed, and then they stopped existing. And Liberty Dollar existed, and then they stopped existing. And then some of these ICOs that had the word bank, like Arise Bank, they existed, and then the SEC was like, no, you can't just put bank in your company name. That's not legal. Yeah.
Or exchange. That's coming.
Maybe, yeah. So it may already be there, but I don't think it is. So the reason I mention these things is you either have censorship resistance or you do not. If you do not, well, then how sucky are you, right? And so I think there's 21 block producers or 27 block producers in EOS. If you get like 14 of them or 7 of them, I think you can wreck their system. Okay.
Kind of like they did with Ethereum.
Well, Ethereum was different. The community was a lot smaller, and a lot of the guys.
What I mean is, with their ICO, they basically took all the payments and in Ether, and then they dumped it. So
you mean block one with the EOS launch dumping the Ether? Yeah. Well, they're going to dump EOS too. They're selling their 10% that are left over some year, I think, of staking period. Yeah, they did it right if they want to get rich and like. Yeah, we got billions, and you guys have no right to any work in the future, so we could just stop if we wanted to, and you guys would just cry. That's probably not the right way to set up a business, where the founders can just be like, yeah, we're going on vacation. Screw yourselves. It's an open source project. You guys do it on your own now. But what about the $4 billion we gave you? We're busy. Maybe we'll do it, never.
Yeah, where is that $4 billion? I don't see it going back into the ecosystem. But
I tried so hard to talk people out of stupid ICOs and stupid coins, and they don't listen. So the only thing I can do is take pleasure in their loss, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that people, there's some real people out there trying to do real good things, and then there's other people that just try to take advantage of the space. And so, if you support the projects that are trying to bring true utility to the space to allow cryptocurrency to be easy for people to use, I think there's some real value there. Obviously second layer solutions for Bitcoin to speed things up. That way it's not just, garbage and slow and, a couple transactions a second, stuff like that. But I think all that's coming is just, it takes us time to build it. And if everybody just looks at the space over the past year and they're like, hey, we raised all this money, where's the tech? It's like, dude, this stuff takes a minute to build. So hopefully your opinion of blockchain will change once you start seeing some cool stuff coming out.
I'm okay with it just going up in price. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with digital gold. I'm okay with low transaction throughput. I'm okay with high fees. I'm okay with all that stuff. Like, digital gold's good enough for me. It's a bigger market.
Okay. What about like XRP? Just for
so it's just even less federation, right? So EOS is slightly faster. And then you get a quorum of 21 dudes. It's like, maybe we'll take your money, maybe we won't. And sometimes they do take your money. So there's people that have had their money just taken. Apparently they were hackers. But we'll never really know because they never got the actual jury of their peers, did they? Right? So they just reinvented the default judgment. Is that innovation? I don't think it is, right? So now what's XRP? Less federation. There's one company that can roll back whatever transactions they want.
So for the masses to really start using cryptocurrency, don't you kind of need a little layer of customer support, you think, for the noobs? Or just a free-for-all, just battle royale, just figure it all out on your own? Here's
that's what Bitcoin is. It's the largest market cap.
Yeah.
And if you install a wallet, it begs and pleads and cries with you to write your private key down. I mean, you have dick pics of your dick on your computer, and you must protect them. So if you're already protecting your dick pics, put your private keys right next to them. Computer security is a part of life now, right? And by the way, if you just write your seed down on some paper and put it in a safety deposit box, or better yet, stamp it in some aluminum and put it in a safety deposit box, well, you know, that, like, what else can we do to make this easier for you? If you're too stupid to put, you know, however many number of words in some place where you can't lose them, you know, I can't help you.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a way to make it easier for everybody. I think it's coming, and then you'll see it and you'll be like, okay.
Well, that's what Coinbase is. I mean, that's what exchanges are now. Like, everyone just loses money on the exchange anyway.
Yeah. There'll be some decentralized solutions that make things easier, I would imagine, with maybe a tiny layer of customer support, something centralized, you know, on the customer support side, all the financial stuff decentralized. I see that coming, but we are definitely a ways away from it. What do you think about like Charles Hoskinson and ADA?
You know, they're fooling around with cool programming stuff, but that's not the problem we have. The blocks are empty. No one wants to use this crap for anything. So making the crap suck differently or suck slightly less with no adoption, great. It's like, oh, you know, you can do smart contracts with less bugs. Yeah, but EOS launched a $4 billion project on an ERC20 token, and that worked just fine for them. So apparently, if you don't do anything too exciting or too stupid, it works well enough now. And I bet however way you try and improve it, you find out it wasn't as good as you thought it was, and you get to be the guy that loses the money first. So it's not easy to improve things that are at the cutting edge of technology or computer science, and people are just solving the wrong problems. We don't need more throughput. We need adoption. We don't need more verifiability in the smart contracts. We need more auditing of the smart contracts we already got.
Yeah, I mean, as far with adoption, it's going to be tough to. Everybody's just trying to find a reason for blockchain at this point. But I think once we start seeing, you know, some different dApp solutions that are just riding on top of the chains that are as simple as using centralized services and things like that. You know, maybe a game, maybe, you know, buying skins for video games, maybe just, you know, tipping people like on, you know, Kick. You know, things like that, I think are really going to, you know, help start driving adoption. And then you'll start seeing the real use cases for it come out.
I think it's wish thinking. So if you're any centralized, yeah, sure. So here, which would I prefer? That I'm World of Warcraft and I make items cost whatever I want, and I print the money, and I can sell the money whenever I want for whatever I want. That sounds like a pretty good deal. Or crypto, where I invent this game, I make all these cool items, but the money, I can't inflate the supply because it's crypto now. Or I can inflate the supply and there was no reason for it to be crypto, right? So you're crippling the ability of the person making the content to make more money on the content, right? Like, hey, maybe it's Christmas. Maybe we want to have a 2-for-1 sale on these things. Nope, can't do it because crypto, it's all immutable and shit now, right? So like, it's so slow.
I think we're judging it off of what it is now, not what it's going to be. But that's
it'll always be that way. A centralized thing will always outperform in cost and ability a thing that is decentralized.
But there could be a mix of both. You could have one platform that's partially centralized with the customer support, but then all the cool stuff that you want to keep secret and you want to keep to yourself could be decentralized of sorts.
You could have a car with 5 wheels. Sounds cool. Why not? Throw a 5th wheel in there, dude. You make left turns really good. Sure, you could do it, but it doesn't make any sense. This shit's been around for 10 years, and no one's ever done that, and it's never worked for anyone, ever.
Give it time, my brother. Give it time. So, I mean, for 10 years, okay, well, we've had, you know, what's kind of your take on market manipulation? Like, what do you think that these ETFs, you know, are a good thing for the space? Do you think it's cool that people can basically, just like the Federal Reserve, just start printing money, printing Bitcoins? Do you think that's going to hurt the price long term? Do you think it's going to help?
If this stuff had a lot of utility and was getting used everywhere, and the ATMs were larger in quantity instead of fewer, and people accepting it were larger in quantity instead of fewer, and the price was going down, you'd be like, all right, maybe there's some manipulation here. But we did a 20x in 1 year with no adoption whatsoever. So I think this might not be market manipulation.
We didn't have
I
any
think
product,
this might be
though.
a bubble pop.
There was nothing that worked other than, you know, basically just the ability to buy and sell and trade, you know, tokens and coins.
Which is enough. That's enough. It's
and then as soon as they turned off the payment, as soon as they turned off the fiat on ramps, you know, for people to be able to buy Bitcoin, it crashed.
Well, I don't think they'll do that now. I think there's enough people in the powers that be that own crypto that would prefer to see it do well. You know, we got listed on the CME, the largest market in human history. So if there is another bull run, I expect that place to make a lot of money. So
do you worry about what they've done in the past when they basically, you know, put out an ETF of sorts with like gold, uranium, silver, you know, they tame them, right?
I'm a little bit worried about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I worry about is when you start getting big people like that in the space.
You look at the chart in uranium and you're like, oh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good.
Look at silver, look at gold, man.
Yeah. But none of that shit has any utility either. You know, you like that you ain't doing shit with uranium, dude. Yeah. And you're not doing shit with silver either. Yeah, like, but the new store value that has better utility is better than the old store value that was already overvalued and got replaced by a newer thing that had more utility.
Unless yeah, but I mean, true. But you know, with gold and silver, yes, it's a pain in the ass to like transport, but it's tangible, it's real. You can hold it in your hands. You get a EMP, or you lose power, or you lose your phone, you lost your Bitcoin.
Maybe it's filled with tungsten. How do you know? Right?
Well, true. Yeah. I mean, okay.
I know how to test it. I don't think most people do. I have a fish set of gold coin verification tools. I don't think most people do. So like, gold's worth $7.7 trillion. Should it be? I think Bitcoin should take some of that.
I think it will. Yeah, I definitely think it will. No, I was just saying that, you know, gold and silver is actually something you can hold in the palm of your hand, whereas, you know, Bitcoin and things like that, you know, it is digital. So I'm just saying that gold and silver will always have a place.
Maybe. I'm more towards gold than silver. I hate silver as a metal. It tarnishes. I don't like metals. I mean, it's a consumable though.
Yeah, I mean, it's in all the electronics, you know. Like you said, people even drink it and turn blue. So it is a consumable. But so you're a little bit worried about the ETFs, a little bit worried about do you think Backed is...
But remember, it's not an ETF. We don't have an ETF. What we have are futures products.
Futures, yeah. True. What do you think about Backed? Do you think they're actually going to deliver physically backed, you know, Bitcoin?
I'm never going to care again about what some new exchange thing does until I see volume out of it. I just couldn't care. It's a buy the rumor, sell the news event. Oh, you're opening a new exchange? Great. I'm going to sell the day you open.
Yeah, I mean, it is backed.
Learned my lesson on CME. We did pump for CBOE. We dumped.
Yeah, that's the highest we ever hit.
Well, CME was the highest we ever hit. CBOE
it was in a span of like a week, right? I mean,
I think it was.
Wasn't it just like 5 days, 7 days different between the two?
I think it was 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
I think so. So we pumped for CBOE. We dumped on CME. Ledger X did dog shit volume. They still do terrible volume. CME volume has picked up quite a bit. I think they might do more volume than Coinbase now, which, you know, that's good. That's fine.
Yeah, that is impressive. So maybe what's your thoughts on stable coins? That's, you know, another one of the reasons why I think crypto isn't really used is people are really afraid of, you know, the volatility, right? So I mean, if you've got, you know, say, you know, a bag of Bitcoin and you want to go out and you want to buy, you know, a new shirt, right? And you pay, you know, $30 for it today and tomorrow it's worth $3,000 because, you know, maybe a back comes out and your Bitcoin pumps. Nobody wants to spend that. And so I see a lot of problems with the existing stable coins, but what do you think about one in the future that is truly pegged, truly backed by something that truly works, that allows people in third world countries and people right here in the US to basically get paid in these stable coins to be able to hold their wealth and to be able to use it versus just speculation all the time?
Well, we already have stable coins. They're called dollars and they're in your bank and you send them around digitally and they don't really have physical form.
But it's lost 99% of its value too. I mean, you know, since the Federal Reserve Act 1913.
Your coin pegged to it would lose as much or more plus counterparty risk, right? So if you're going to have a stable coin, it's not actually stable. It's stable to a piece of shit, which you've just listed, the dollar, right? So what you're getting is the best of the worst of all worlds. You're getting the worst of value storage in the dollar, which loses 5% every year, plus the counterparty risk that you've got a entity that prints the stable coins and takes your real money to do it, and then they have a bank, and the same bank that would fuck them is the same bank that you could have had a direct relationship with without them in the middle. So putting extra middlemen in the system between banks and users is not good. It's not what we're trying to do here. It's the opposite of what we're trying to do here, right? So stable coins are all of the suck of a dollar, plus all of the suck of the bank, plus some other guy in a shady jurisdiction that you can't sue in the middle of you two. It's garbage. It's just...
I can't disagree, man, with that in the current state. But don't you think that we need something that is going to be truly, reliable, that is stable for people to actually start using crypto, as a method of payment, not speculation?
No. So no. The reason that paying in crypto sucks is not because of the stability. The reason that paying in crypto sucks is because of the extra middlemen. You work a job. Your job pays you dollars. You have a house. You pay rent. You pay rent in dollars. People paying you at your job have a bank account. The person that accepts your rent has a bank account. You're not going to get more efficient than taking that money and giving it to that guy. That's the most efficient. Now, here's what's less efficient. I could have taken your money, but I won't because I'm a crypto guy. So instead, I'm going to pay the bid-ask spread and fees and wait a couple hours and hope the copy-paste went right and hope there wasn't any forks and hope my client doesn't need updated and hope it didn't silently fail because there was a fork and the client didn't let me know. And then, so now I've lost 2% of my money by turning it from dollars at my business that paid me into my personal bank account. Then I go to the exchange and pay another 2%. I'm sorry, then I send those crypto units to my rent acceptor, the landlord. Then he goes to his exchange, gets fucked for 2% also to sell that garbage coin that he can't do anything with to get cash, right? So you can't turn cash into crypto, pay 2%, wait a bunch of hours and hope it works, and then give it to some other guy who has to sell it on exchange and get fucked for 2% and wait a bunch of hours and hope it works. There's 4% missing in a whole bunch of hours. There's nothing you could ever do to improve crypto to make cash to cash work better, ever, never. You can't throw extra shit in the middle and make it work better. And it's worse with credit cards. With credit cards, you get chargeback protection and you get money fucking back. So you don't just lose 4% versus credit card. You lose like 5.5% versus credit card, depending on what you, what kind of deal you have with your issuer. So no, like all crypto will always suck for fiat to fiat transactions. So you need to do it for what it's actually useful for. You want to buy stuff on the darknet? Well, Bitcoin's useless there too because it's 100% trackable. So what would you be better served by, Monero or cash? You'd be better off sending an envelope with cash in it. So
yeah, I mean that's what the big bankers have been doing, right? You just saw, what was it, Deutsche Bank? They just got caught laundering all that money. So they've been keeping that going for since the beginning. So that's
well, it's always going to be that way because knowing your customer is extremely hard, and if your customer decides to want to act like somebody else, you're never going to be able to detect that. So even if a bank wasn't shady as hell and tried really, really hard, the amount of effort they can put in to detect that stuff will always be less than the people that need those services and will just pay other people that have good names to act on their behalf. So it's just not a winnable game, truthfully.
So for people that don't have a bank, right? So basically everything you just kind of explained, I get it, for the Western world makes sense. But for people that don't have access to that, you're telling me that like using Nano or Stellar or hell, even Ripple, with a decentralized wallet, peer-to-peer, they would get instant, currency back and forth and be able to pay for goods and services. You don't see a need for that?
Not at all. I have sent money to people that needed money.
What do you tell the people in Venezuela, about their government and their banks and their dictators and all that stuff that is, just extinguished their currency?
Yeah, it sucks, but you can't. So if a person's sick, right, their body has to be healthy enough for you to cure them. Otherwise, they die from the cure. Like when you find somebody in a prisoner of war camp that's been starving, if you feed them too much, they straight up die. So you have to feed them a very small amount slowly, or it kills them. And currencies and governments are the same way. If your government is so fucked up that there's not bread on the shelves anymore, crypto can't help you or save you. You're wrecked. You can't get your money out to the crypto anymore. It's lost, right? So when I hear these stories about Dash and Bitcoin miners in other countries, the economic mass of all that bullshit is like pitiful. It's like less than like 7-Eleven's milkshake sales for the day, or like it's all, oh, we tripled our volume. Yeah, but your volume was like $20. Like,
you got to start somewhere though, right? I mean,
no, like you don't. If something's been around for a year, you can get exponential sick as fuck growth, just like every app on a phone gets, right? Just like every other technology that gets widely adopted, like any popular social network or like WhatsApp or so many other technologies that went from nothing to something really, really fast. You could do that, but crypto's not doing that.
Well, yeah, just like anything, it takes time, right? But that's one of the things that I really admire about you is you're a different perspective than what everybody else is currently saying out there in the space. So it's always cool, man, to hear different things. So with your project now, so you've got Bitcoin Hex. It sounds great. Basically,
Thanks.
you just yeah, no problem. It just it sounds great. Basically, you hold Bitcoin. That could be a problem for people, but for
we only have to own it for one
Bitcoin
block. You only have to own it for 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
If you own Bitcoin
So,
for 10 minutes, you can sell that shit right after.
for people that are wrecked and they don't have any money, yeah, could be a that could be an issue for them, right? But for everybody that's holding Bitcoin, or is able to, I guess go on BitMEX and maybe do some leverage trading or something like that, at that moment they would receive Bitcoin Hex.
So here's how that works. Everyone that has Bitcoin in a normal address or BEC32 address, which nobody's going to understand what that means, they'll have the ability, as long as they own their own private keys, they'll have the ability to claim these free tokens. If you have your money on an exchange, it's very unlikely that you'll be getting your free tokens. If you have your money on BitMEX, it's very unlikely you'll be getting your free tokens. Now there's a trick. There's a trick you could use if you're an advanced person. You could buy a bunch of Bitcoin in spot, take possession of it yourself, have it when the snapshot occurs at that block height. Okay, snapshot happened at this time. Cool. Let's get rid of that crap. Send it back to the exchange, get rid of it. And for that 10 minutes that you held the coins, you could protect yourself from the risk of that 10 minutes by opening up a leverage short on BitMEX at the same time. If you really cared about the risk of those 10 minutes. Probably it's not worth all that effort.
The transaction fees back and forth, what would that be on something like that?
Really depends on the exchange you were using and how much the price moved while you were using it. So that's why I was mentioning you could open up a short at the exact same time.
Sure.
It's been so long since I've touched crypto to fiat, I don't really know what exchange percent you'd be paying. Earlier in this conversation, I quoted 2%. I was probably rounding up a bit. Maybe 0.5%. It depends on the exchange you're using. If you use a dog shit exchange, it could be 10%. If you use a good exchange, it could be 0.25%, maybe. Nah, maybe more. I'd have to look up the fee schedules. I know some of them increase them. Like apparently Gemini has very high fees now. I'm not sure what Coinbase's fees are. So
okay, and then in the past, I know that you'd kind of given Roger Ver a hard time for using the name Bitcoin and then Cash, right?
Price moved.
There's a little bit of confusion there, right?
So that's why I was mentioning
you actually have it's called Bitcoin Hex, if I remember. You guys are actually running it on Ethereum, right? So is it just for branding?
Everyone that
just to get the name out there.
So I don't actually like the Bitcoin brand that much, particularly since it just took a shit from 20K to 3K. Get rid of it. I don't think it's a good name to have on a project you held at this point after the death, right? You could unfortunately, because of the way that we're launching, where the only people that can get the tokens are Bitcoin holders, if you really care, it means that the only audience that's useful to have whatsoever are Bitcoin holders. So since the only people that can actually interact with the system really depends on the exchange you're using and from its onset are Bitcoin holders. Why you're using it. You can't buy these things on exchange. They're not listed on exchange. You have to be a Bitcoin holder to get them. Maybe they'll be listed one day, and then you can buy them with cash or trade some other people for it. Can actually interact. As it stands, they're just for Bitcoin holders. From its onset, as long as that's the case, having Bitcoin in the name is like pretty useful. As soon as the claims went down in volume, I'd be more than happy to just call it Hex or Strape, or Strape is the name of a chat room I have. We got 5,000 people on regular chat, 1,600 people on trading chat. It's good fun. Strawberry grape, straight.
Cool. So maybe kind of talk a little bit about, how it actually works. So now I've got the, the Bitcoin hex. I held a bunch of Bitcoin. I get the Bitcoin hex. Now I control it. I own it. What's the incentive for me to keep it, basically?
So
not just dump it,
Yeah. In normal Bitcoin, you can buy it, you can sell it, and that's about it. You can't do anything else with it. When you open up your client, it literally just says like send or receive. That's it. That's all you can do with Bitcoin. This thing is much cooler. First, it might be more secure. Ethereum's never had an inflation bug, and even if it did have an inflation bug, it wouldn't affect the value of these tokens. Bitcoin has had inflation bugs and just recently dodged another one. And what that means is inflation bug means just a whole bunch of extra money appears to someone that shouldn't have got it. So we also don't have this 51% attack crap that's going on with smaller Bitcoin ventures like Bitcoin Cash. So this will be a more secure fork. It will also not have a free rider problem where Satoshi has the ability to dump 5% of all the Bitcoin Cash in the world whenever he wants because he has the keys to them, right? There's no reason to give somebody a whole bunch of your project so that once you've made it really successful and invented all this cool new stuff that they helped nothing at all with, that they can come dump on the heads of the people who believed in it from the beginning. There's no value to that crap. So having freeloaders and forks is terribly stupid. So in this system, if you're a whale, you get penalized. If you have 1,000 coins or more in your wallet, you lose half of them, up to 75% of them if you have 10K plus coins, 10,000 plus.
How does that work again? So, I mean, this isn't really a fork. I mean, this is Ethereum. So when I think fork, I think you're taking Bitcoin, and you're SHA-256, bang, now you got your own chain. But this is not a fork, really.
It depends on how you look at it. So we're forking the UTXO set, but we're not forking any of the consensus network or stuff after that. So the only thing that we're taking from Bitcoin is the holders, the Bitcoin holders, the balances and owners, and that's it. And everything else is Ethereum stuff. But I don't even mostly mention Ethereum that much because as long as it's trustless and it works right, it doesn't really matter this other token that's unrelated. I guess you'll have to have a little bit to like pay for your transaction. So I guess it'll have to be mentioned in there, but all I need, it's the most trustless, working, tested, integrated way to launch a new token. And it is vastly superior to any Bitcoin fork or any fork of anything else because they all have low hash rate and get attacked.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you, man. So far, the forks we've seen of Bitcoin, they're not an improvement whatsoever, in my opinion.
No. Yeah.
But I think the OG is still best. So it's
maybe
it's good that you
but you can't. So
Dogecoin's
you've got freeloader problems, right? Satoshi can come dump your coin to fucking nothing whenever he wants. If he spends a nickel from his old wallet, the price is going to die. Mt. Gox has 128,000 coins that they're going to dump or give to other people to dump in the next year. Okay?
Can't disagree, man.
Roger Ver and Jihan might have to unload some of their bags to pay for all these bills they've incurred during the bull run, right? Bitcoin Hex doesn't have any of those problems, right? We get rid of Bitmain's addresses. We get rid of Roger's addresses. We get rid of Calvin's addresses. We get rid of CSW addresses. They're out of the UTXO set. If I can find them, they're out. They don't get to play. They don't get to come to our party, right? Mt. Gox doesn't get to play. Out. Satoshi, he can claim. He can play. But he's got 50 weeks to sign and prove. And if he don't claim in 50 weeks, all his coins get given to the people that did claim.
I'm sure Craig Wright will get right on that.
I'm not sure he's got any Bitcoin, so we don't have much to worry about probably.
I was kidding.
So we don't have the free rider problem. We don't have the security problem. We have a feature that's never been had before. If you're given programmable money, what's the first thing you should program? Interest. Do you know of any other crypto program that has a CD analog, a certificate of deposit analog like they have in a bank, where the longer you lock, the more you get paid?
Celsius Network.
There you go. You know more about this stuff than me. How much do you make?
I think it's like 8% on Ethereum, like 3% on most cryptos.
How long?
I think you can basically just, man, I'm trying to remember the exact in and outs of it. Alex was just sharing it with me. I want to say that it's for like a year, but
okay. I'm pretty sure you're going to make more on this one, but we'll see, right? So in this system, in a normal Bitcoin new token system, all of the new tokens get given to miners who pretend to secure the network against attacks that never really come. Bitcoin Cash has been a big piece of crap for how long? With marginal hash rate, 6% of Bitcoin's hash rate, hasn't been 51% attacked. Still hasn't been 51% attacked, even after its hash rate got cut in half again. Where are the attacks? Why are we paying all of this massive inflation to these miners that protect us against these things that don't occur, right?
Yeah.
So instead of giving money for fake security to miners, we give the money to the holders that actually provide real value, right? If you want real security in crypto, you need auditing of your code because that's where the attacks are coming from. Or you need good legislation because governments will be another bigger threat. 51% attacks aren't real threats.
No, you're right. Yeah, laws are our biggest threat. But and then some of the newer chains and things like that haven't been really tried and tested. I always question the code. I'm like, who's auditing this stuff, right? You guys are spending all this money buying all these tokens and coins that may be worth nothing because the person that wrote this code wasn't thoroughly audited. So like, I'm not really worried about Ethereum. I mean, they get hacked and attacked all the time, and they're still there. They got the world's largest development community. I'm not worried about like Komodo. I'm not worried about like Bitcoin. Stuff like that is like really solid, even stellar. But so I can't disagree with you, man, as far as running on Ethereum.
Well, Ethereum, the network itself, hasn't been hacked or had an inflation bug. All the people that have used it have had the shit hacked out of them. Big difference, right? So if you use the tool improperly, you can shoot yourself in the foot or hang yourself because the rope is given to you.
Sure.
But the actual rope has worked well enough. It's as a matter of fact,
smart contracts only as smart as the guy that writes it, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And
even
if you're smart, it's still software's hard, right?
Sure. But it's Turing complete, so you basically can make it do whatever you want.
Yep.
But if you're an idiot and you program it wrong, well then that's the problem, not Ethereum.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's some small problems in Ethereum, but they're known now, right? Like there's a list of don't do this or bad things happen, and that didn't exist when it first came out. But the majority of problems was from stupid stuff that should have never happened. So you would get rid of the freeloaders. We pay people rewards for holding and holding longer instead of mining.
So how does that work? So say I get a big bag.
Yep.
I've got my bag of Hex, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to spend it. I just want to make money with it. So I'm going to keep it here for a year, 5 years, 10 years. What am I looking at?
So every extra year you lock up, you get paid an extra 20% shares. And then those shares are of the global interest pool. And the inflation pool is 3.69% for every 360 days. And that gets divided up against everyone that's staked. So if you're the only guy that staked and you owned 1% of all the coins, you'd get 370% APR a year. I don't think only 1% of people will stake, particularly since that's how you get Satoshi's coins. Only people that staked get those distributed to them every week for the 50 weeks. It's not just Satoshi, it's everybody that didn't claim, right? So if you want to be a member of that group that's making interest and getting all the coins that were unclaimed, you need to be locked, you need to be staked. If you want to get the bonuses, so the more people that claim and the larger they claim, we amplify the rewards for the early people so that they have a reason to want to tell people about it, right? So if we didn't have that system, you'd be like, oh, well, people that don't claim, I get their coins, well, then I'll just claim and not tell anyone about it. We cancel that out by amplifying the rewards. The more people that claim and the larger they claim. You only get that if you're staked. And so like if you locked up 1 Bitcoin worth of hacks on the first week, first you'd get 1 million hacks for each Bitcoin. It's 1 million to 1 ratio. So we have smaller units like Ripple and Stellar.
What's the total supply?
Well,
I know it's
a function of how many people claim, right? If more people claim and get more bonuses earlier, then the currency inflates to reward those people. Only 8 million addresses can claim, though, because a lot of addresses are multi-sig, which can't claim, or they have whale-sized wallets, which get penalized. And so you end up with about 8 million coins that can be claimed of the 17 million. But after all the inflation and stuff, you know, maybe the supply is like 21, it would be 21 million times a million, which I think 21 trillion.
It's a lot of zeros.
21, I think it's 21 trillion.
That's my pay grade. I don't know. Yeah. I need a calculator.
So the point is, you reward the people that get in early. If they don't get in early, they lose their coins. If you lock for longer, you get more shares, which crowds out the people that locked for less long. So if you're the first guy that like stakes in the first week, you're going to get paid massive because no one else is staking yet. So you're getting like the maximum possible distribution from people that didn't claim through the We're All Satoshi thing. You're getting the maximum possible share of the interest because you don't have to share that giant stack of interest with anyone else because no one's staked yet. And you're getting the 10% bonus for signing up early, which falls to 0 over the 50 weeks. Like, everything is made to make you really want to claim and claim first, or you'll get a lot less. If you don't claim the first week, you're already missing 2% of your stack. You're missing 0.2% of your speed bonus. You missed a week of We Are All Satoshi payout. You missed a week of interest. Like, you really want to claim the first week.
So maybe walk us through, how would we claim this? I mean, we're going to control our private keys, obviously, right?
So all you do is you go to bitcoinhex.com, and there'll be a window that lets you paste in your Bitcoin address. Then it will generate a statement for you. And that statement, you will copy and paste into your wallet and sign it, and then copy and paste it back.
You got some Dogecoin back there?
Yeah, I got a little puppy. I got a little tiny chihuahua that likes to bark rarely, as you can hear.
I got a poodle right here at my feet that follows me everywhere. So.
I saw it in your picture and your About Us on YouTube. It looks cool.
Always at my feet.
That is a cute dog right there, man. So all you do is you go to the site. You can use Tor. You don't have to give up your anonymity or anything. You paste your Bitcoin address. It looks up how many coins you're supposed to be claiming. It makes your signature statement thing. You copy paste to your wallet. You sign it. You copy paste it back. You submit. You're done. You have your Bitcoin Hex.
Do you require our name or email address? Because this would be a very creative way to
totally
basically link addresses.
Sure, yeah. You know, if there was any money in that shit, someone could really care about what your address is, and like, but who do you sell that to? Like, who cares?
Government.
They're not buying. Like, there's no money in it. And I think everyone's already fucked that up anyway. Like, if you ever actually used your Bitcoin before, everyone already knows where you live anyway. Like, they can tell which node first tried to propagate the transaction because it's all honeypotted up already. Like, if you use Bitcoin, it's very likely everyone knows what's up with your ass already. So, like, unless you mined it yourself and then never did anything with it, you're probably already not as anonymous as you think you are. But if you want to maintain whatever anonymity you think you have, you don't need to send any Bitcoin transactions whatsoever. You just need to sign a statement, and you can do it over Tor, and then nobody knows what your IP address is. Nothing moved on chain. You know, you got some tokens to an Ethereum address. You know, no risk.
But you don't require email or username or
nothing.
Okay.
Nothing at all. As a matter of fact, all these emails that we collect on the site to let people know when they need to be ready, like, hey, we're gonna have a snapshot here. Hey, our testnet's ready. We've never sent an email ever, not one, because there's no reason to right now. You know, when there's something really cool that people can play with, we're gonna email the list and say, hey guys, it's time, get ready.
All right. And then as far as, you know, the tokens, or I guess, these would be tokens.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's a referral network too. So you get 5%. So when you give someone the link to the site, you just slap your Ethereum address at the top right corner, like / that address, and then you get 5% of whatever somebody claimed.
So you're giving people, you know, all the different reasons to basically hold on to the coins and tell their friends and family about it. So it's a kind of a bounty of sorts. Yeah, that's cool. All right.
If there's any single pumpamental that is missing, I'd be very surprised. They're all here.
Covering all the bases. They're
all here.
Making sure people try to get it, use it.
Yeah. Well, it should be better. if it's true that all these things do is store value, and that their only reason for existing is to be censorship resistance, I'm pretty sure this game theory is better than any other token I've seen. So why wouldn't it go top 3? Like,
yeah, no, we just got to make it a little bit easier for people to understand.
Yeah,
that's I would come up with some bullet points. It's like you get X, Y, and Z. Here's why.
True.
Here's why you need it. Because there's a lot of moving pieces with it. I see it. I have to like really focus.
I think it'll be easier once the claim phase is over. Like once the claim phase is over, most of these bonuses go away. There's just a thing that you stake and you get more, and then there's a cool chart that shows when other people's stakes are expiring, so we know what the actual supply is. And if you emergency unstake, half of your penalty that you pay goes to the people that didn't unstake. So there's some game theory in there where if you are honest about how long you're going to stake, you're doing great. But if you lie and take a bunch of extra shares because you said you were going to stake for longer and then you didn't, well, then you get penalized and that money goes to people that were truthful. It's pretty neat.
It is. And then as far as staking it, I mean, just basically hold it in an ERC-20 compliant, wallet, or how does that work? How are you going to monitor if in fact they...
Well, when you tell the contract how long you want to stake and how many coins you want to stake, it literally takes those coins from your possession and puts them in the contract's possession. So you don't have them anymore. And then one day when the stake has expired, or if you want to do it early, you call the contract again and say, hey, I want to end the stake. And then it does the math.
So automated smart contracts per every address, huh?
Well, there's no automation. There's absolutely no automation in Ethereum. You can't even set an alarm clock with Ethereum. In order to do anything on Ethereum, you have to ask the computer to do something, and then it will do it, as long as you paid. So there is absolutely no automation. When your stake ends, you need to claim your money or there's a penalty. After a 2-week period, you'll start paying a penalty, because there's no automation. Now, anyone can call that function. So anyone else in the entire world could call it for you and be a nice guy and update the state of your contract to claimed, right? But you should be responsible and also make sure that it's claimed yourself. You shouldn't like leave it up to the rest of the world.
You're gonna need a how-to video for this.
I know.
You're gonna need to dumb this down in crayon for people.
There's nothing simple in crypto.
Yeah. Yeah, we need this in crayon with little charts and little cartoon characters and.
I like that. Like getting someone to sign the statement is going to take a video for every wallet. I'm thinking of actually opening up a call center just to do phone support for it. I think it's viable.
Yeah, I mean,
as long as people had credit card and were willing to pay to have someone walk them through it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like Bitcoin Cash SV, right? They basically created a crypto, off the back of Bitcoin Cash. They now have, a top 10 crypto. So I would imagine.
Don't say that. They don't have a top 10 crypto. Don't say it.
Well, on CoinMarketCap, as far as tech, they don't even have a blockchain, right? You can't even look at it on GitHub. But as far as market cap, isn't it top 10?
Yeah. Well, it's just the market cap, man.
Yeah. Well, if you're in the top 10 on CoinMarketCap, that's all I simply meant. I didn't mean it's like a top 10 like this is something you would use. It's actually number 7. So yeah, as far as volume, but anyway, so I like the idea that you're rewarding Bitcoin holders. That's obviously going to drive some adoption. Are you going to be actively trying to find exchanges for this, or you think that just because
there's
Bitcoin,
this
it'll be put on them?
There's this thing called the Howey test, and the Howey test says that something is a security if you pay money for it to a central pool with an expectation of profit from the work of others, right?
Yeah.
So
this is free.
This is free.
Okay, check.
You can't buy it. It's also a smart contract that can't be changed. So there can be no work done to the project. Once it's written and pushed, that's over. No one can ever change it. There's no secret backdoor where some other person can change anything. It's locked, which is better than Bitcoin, by the way. Bitcoin keeps getting changed, right? Like, we're going to have bigger blocks, smaller blocks.
Sure.
We don't have that.
Checkpoints, all this stuff, yeah. Yeah, I always worry about that, but they do have some of the best and brightest working on the code. But yeah, I always worry about every release that comes out if there was something that they missed. So It's not like it was, Satoshi that just wrote it once, it works, and everybody uses it. It's constantly getting updated. And a lot of people don't know that. So maybe the 1% of us that are in crypto know that, but everybody else, they just think it's out there and it doesn't change. So that is a little scary. How many tokens are you going to actually hold, of this? Because a lot of people are going to say, well, Richard, you're only just doing this to get rich, right? So what do you got? 51% of the supply?
So if I were the origin contract holder, which would be nice, because that contract address is gonna get paid, right? Then that contract gets a bonus equal to any bonus you got. So if you got a Satoshi coin, it gets a Satoshi coin. If you got 5% referring someone, it gets 5% for referring someone, right? So any bonus you got above and beyond the coins you claimed, it gets something equal to that. So that contract, it's not knowable how many coins it will get unless you gave me like a sample of which bonuses were used the most. Right?
And that's Richard's bag.
It's whoever that address is his bag. This is crypto. There's not a lot of known owners of addresses around here, right? So, and you can read it in the smart contract. It's open source. It's on github.com/Bitcoin hex, and you can read what it does. And basically what it does is it just gets any bonus you got, it gets. And then once the 50 weeks are over, there's really no bonuses left. We're trying to get a referral for staking built in. That would be cool. Not sure if that address is going to participate in that, and it definitely doesn't participate in the interest payments that you get. As like for your percent that you make for like if you stake longer, it doesn't get any of that stuff, right? So yeah, the end result is I don't know how much that address is going to get. Hopefully it's lots and lots. It depends on how good the bonuses work out.
All right. So when's all this supposed to happen? When do you plan on this going live? When can people, expect to, participate?
So the private testnet is up, and we're configuring the testing tools to fuzz different user inputs into the contract and time warp into future states that the contract will exist in. And it's a little bit time consuming to make that work. So we're at the phase right now where we're internally testing the contract, attacking it with different user inputs. And then next we have to like graph those outputs and make sure that they're all sane and try and catch bugs. Then we lock the code, send it off for audit, put it out on public testnet, let people fool around with it. Audit comes back, sure they'll find something, fix it, set a date for the snapshot, hopefully 6 weeks. Hopefully.
So you're thinking this will be live just...
But the snapshot will be a little bit later, so maybe like 8 weeks. Fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm. And so for people to learn more about this, just go to the website there, Bitcoin Hex.
Yep, that's it.
Cool, man. So what kind of advice do you have for people that, have been in the space for a long time, and then for maybe people that are just getting into the space? Maybe some, you wrote a book on how to live. So maybe just kind of tell us a little about, the advice you have for those people, new to the space and the vets, and the people that are battle hardened and, just covered in scars from this market.
Well, I don't like shorting the bottom. If you want to shorting a bounce seems nice. I also think that it's probably not a rush to buy back in. It doesn't seem likely that we're going to do a V bottom here. It's going to be some grindy, crappy, long, drawn-out, choppy affair that kills every trader. So that being the case, if you work a normal job, maybe you want a dollar cost average in. I mean, I can't imagine going lower than 900. That's a long way from here. So
you're going to have people jumping off roofs and slitting both
man, that was only 2 years ago that it was 900. So,
Yeah, but we've, had a 20,000 high. So back then, we had what?
The chart doesn't lie, man. We've done this crap several times before, and we're exceedingly good at it. We'll find new all-times highs again one day, but not until everyone has that feeling that you've described. When the last guy has finally sold, the bottom will be found, right? So it's not a rush to buy.
Do you think that to talk about all-time highs and stuff like that, if they start really doing these futures, do you think that we're actually going to have all-time highs again, or do you think they're going to tame the markets? I know we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but I think
like this thing is different enough from that thing that we shouldn't have the same sucky problem. I think, because I'm not an expert on uranium. I just know the chart looked bad, but I also know that it's not like some new digital technology that can virally scale. Like there's no viral scaling of uranium utility and usage, right? There's no viral scaling of silver usage. It's been around forever. It's not like there's some pocket of people that's like, oh, silver exists? Holy crap, look at all this cool stuff I can do with it. This is a new digital technology. It can spread virally. If it had one or two killer apps, it could do gigantic things. Maybe Lightning will help that happen. Maybe my project will help that happen, right?
We just need a couple really good projects to work, and that'll start bringing people in, and then you'll start having use case, you'll start having more money come in and all that.
And so even if we don't get any better, we weren't that much better this time around. And look at the pump we had. It's when everything in the world is bubbling, this seems like a pretty cool, awesome place to get another bubble in, right? So I'm more likely to believe in that we'll keep doing what we have been doing than in this time it's different, we're on CME, it's dead forever. Because CME will make more money not suppressing this than they would suppressing it.
You got like Grayscale that owns like 1%, right? So you got a lot of these big institutions that are coming in, and if you want to put on an aluminum hat, you could say, or one of the aluminum foil hats, you could say that all these big institutions and whatnot are coming in and buying as much as they can to either push the price down and to make room for something else that they do truly back and own all of. There's kind of that train of thought. I don't know if you've ever thought about that. Do you think that it's possible that these big institutions are like correlated attacks to suppress the price by as much as they can, use paper to inflate it, and then bring out their own currency that they completely control and they own all the tokens of, and then force down everybody's throats?
It seems entirely viable. The thing you've described is not outside the realm of reason. Sure, it's possible.
I just thought of the most crazy thing I could think of, and I thought, what if? Let's put on my aluminum foil hat and just say, you got all these big banks and they've never been our friends. Why would they want us to make money too? So,
I think the most compelling argument against that is that every other attempt they've had at jumping out of their lane has failed terribly. So their version of PayPal failed terribly. Their version of anything they've ever tried to do has failed terribly. So the history of banks doing anything well at all in the consumer space anywhere is full of train wrecks. So I don't think we have to worry about it. You could worry about Facebook or Amazon doing it, and that would be a more credible threat than the banks.
Yeah, can you imagine if they just add crypto to Facebook and people were able to tip and basically just send people crypto? It's going to be epic overnight. Everybody's going to know what crypto is. Yep. But do we want Facebook to be the the person that does that? I don't know.
It's a good question. That is a good question.
So, as far as for new people in the space, they're thinking, hey man, this was $20,000. Now it's at $3,400, whatever it is.
People don't want to buy things that are going down. They want to buy things that are going up.
Psychology. Yeah. They're afraid of missing out. They'll wait till it gets to the top, of course.
Yeah.
But for people that are watching this, we are like the 1% of crypto. Nobody else really knows or cares. They've heard the name, but they don't follow it. They just think, they missed the bus or whatever. But for new people that are coming in, that this is reaching, what would you tell them? What do you think, a good time to enter the market is? How high do you think this is going to go? And what's your projection, like in the next, year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, for Bitcoin?
Symmetry. So if it took a year and a half to reach bottom, it'll take a year and a half to find new all-time highs, assuming that we have symmetrical bear markets as we've had in the past. The longer it takes that we screw around and keep making lower lows, then the longer it'll take to get back up there. That's it. So we've already done a year, so we have at least a year to go.
So a year before we have all-time highs again?
If we V-bottomed here, yeah. If we flop around and go sideways for a while, it just takes that much longer. I was talking all today on Twitter about a short squeeze, and while we've been on this call, the short squeeze happened, so the price is up. Let me look here, 6% since we've been on our call.
Take a look here. Where are we at? Looks like it's 32.87.
33.70. Right. I got 34.70.
I'm using CoinMarketCap. I probably shouldn't, but it says 33.95. So
trust me, it's 34.70.
All right.
I assure you.
Very cool. Yeah, and then, like I said in the beginning, on all of these videos, I always give away $100 of Ethereum for free. Once I post this video, I didn't know we were going to go live, but I'll probably post this video Monday or Tuesday. And so for anybody that wants the $100 of Ethereum, all they got to do is just post their public Ethereum address in the comments on the video itself. And every Monday, we go live with a live stream, and we pick up, the winner for every single video we do. And there's usually about anywhere from 5 to 7 videos a week, plus on our Telegram, which is just Crypto Beatles group, where we give away $100 there too. So usually it's anywhere between $800 to $1,000 a week that I give away for free, just to get people into crypto. So there's no scam, nothing like that. It's just our way of giving back. Maybe we'll give away some Bitcoin Hex when that stuff goes live too.
Neat.
But yeah, so again, maybe talking about some of the people in the space, for instance, with Fake Toshi, Craig Wright, Roger Ver, maybe just kind of a recap on your thoughts of them for people on my channel that haven't heard, what you think of those guys, and then maybe even, touch on Tone Vays a little bit and his strategies.
Well, Tone Vays primarily uses a modified Tom DeMark TD9 countdown sequential system, which is basically candle counting, which is kind of just a permutation of seeing how long you've had up movement and how long you've had down movement. So it's kind of like an overbought, oversold indicator in the time domain. He's was bearish when it was smart to be bearish, and then it's you'd have to look at his track record. If you want to look at Roger made a fake version of Bitcoin, bought a lot of it, teamed up with a guy that also helped him do that, and then gave a voice to fake Satoshi. And then now fake Satoshi has punished them for their evil and their screw up. And now he's suing them. Or not him personally, but his team, the Team SV. Yeah, when you do bad things and set the standard that bad things are okay, those bad things tend to happen to you. So it's better not to do bad things, and then those bad things are less likely to happen to you. And so not only did Roger and Jihan and John Matonis and a lot of other guys make hard forks cool, contentious hard forks, brand dilution and the such, but now they've allowed CSW and his team onto the scene so that they can make lawsuits cool. And now we've got developers getting sued. So Dodalnix, who is Amaury Sachet, a French guy who wrote and founded Bitcoin ABC, which became Bitcoin Cash, now has a summons apparently from the state of Florida regarding a lawsuit for Bitcoin Cash checkpointing and mining and such. And that's disgusting, and that's how you spread cancer on open source, and that's a result of letting evil in, and that's Roger's fault and Jihan's fault and everyone else that stood next to him on stage and didn't condemn him, as Vitalik did, condemned him. I did, condemned him. And, some other good people were out there saying, this guy's a fraud, and no one listens. So now that cancer has money, and the world is going to be a worse place now.
So is there anything, kind of in the interview we haven't talked about you'd like the audience to know about?
Go to Strape on Telegram. Go to my Twitter, Richard Hart Win, YouTube, Richard Hart. If you want to read that book, it's just a big outline. It's dense. Good luck getting through it, but there's gold nuggets in there. It's called Sci-Vive. You should invest and save in your own life. Maybe you're smart, you're rich, you go start the Save Your Ass Fund. I'd like to invest. A lot of people would. Beat me to it. Go get rich. Make your 2 and 20. That's 2% and 20% of profit. It's like a hedge fund standard thing, investment fund thing. What else? If you need to protect your fiat value, use the BitMEX link in the bottom of the video. Crypto Beatles does a lot more content than I do, I think. So check his channel out. He's got a Twitter too. I think it's Roberto Beatles. Is that right?
It's just Robert Beatles. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it. Go to bitcoinhex.com. Throw your email in there if you want to make sure you don't miss it. And I think it's going to be awesome.
Cool. Well, stick around after we end this. I want to ask you a couple questions, but yeah, it was cool, man, to do this live. We were expecting to do this just as a pre-recorded video and then put it out. So again, this will go out on. Yeah, this is cool. But yeah, this will go out on my channel Monday or Tuesday. Somebody won $100 of Ethereum on this one too. So yeah, thanks a bunch, man, for giving us the time and exposing your thoughts, and some of the way you do things to for all the listeners. It's always great to hear more about you personally, and I respect the fact that you have a very different opinion from most people out there in the space. And so whether it be true or false, it's awesome just to have variety. It's cool to have somebody that's different from everybody else, just basically parroting what everybody else says. They watch something on NBC or whatnot, and they think they're smart by just regurgitating it or spitting it out. It's cool when you've got unique perspectives that you share with people. So
if you're not generating new ideas and popularizing them, you're not a thought leader. So when I say that stuck up sounding thought leader crap, it's one, because no one else looks up the title, they're scared, and two, I actually come up with new ideas and make them popular. So I actually deserve the title to some degree.
Well, whatever you're doing, man, keep doing it, because a lot of people appreciate it. It'll generate a little bit of hate from some people, but people do that anyways. You can't.
I bet CSW doesn't like me because they keep talking about pissing on him if he's on fire and not doing it.
But we definitely need people like you in the space. I mean, even like McAfee, not to push him, but we need people like that in the space that are different from everybody else, because otherwise, why watch?
Different. There ain't nothing more different than that. That man lives a different life.
Yeah, I mean, but it's cool to hear, like when you look at his rants, his tweets, things like that, it is cool, man. It's cool that we have somebody out there just talking like that for us. Whether he's right or wrong, it doesn't really matter. It sparks up a conversation that's rare, because most of the time it's just people saying the same thing. So
agree.
Again, I just appreciate the variety. So I'll let you get.
I appreciate all the great questions, man. Thank you a lot. I appreciate it, man.
Anytime. We'll stick around, and for everybody out there watching right now, God bless. Great meeting y'all. Take care.
See you guys.
This is a video about a single simple rule that underpins all of physics. Every principle, from classical mechanics to electromagnetism, from quantum theory to general relativity, right down to the ultimate constituents of matter, the fundamental particles. All of it can be replaced by this single rule. Feels like we're approaching spooky territory.
We're approaching spooky territory, I hear you, and I agree.
It may in fact explain the behavior of life itself.
I think I'm stuck in some classical mindset where, to me, the local picture, the differential equation way of thinking about the universe, that's really what's going on. But I fear that I have it exactly backwards.
And it all starts with a simple problem. If you want to slide a mass from point A to point B, what shape of ramp will get it there the fastest? This is known as the problem of fastest descent.
Common sense, you might say, take the shortest path. Straight line from A to B.
But if you bend the ramp down a bit at the beginning, well, the mass accelerates to a higher speed earlier. So even though it travels slightly farther, it travels faster and beats the straight ramp. So the question is, what shape provides the perfect balance of acceleration and path length to minimize travel time? According to Galileo, it was the arc of a circle. He showed that this is faster than any polygon. But is it the fastest? Nearly 60 years later, in June of 1696, Johann Bernoulli set this problem as a challenge to the best mathematicians in the world.
Mainly because he's a big show-off, and he wants to show that he's better than all of them.
He gave everyone 6 months to come up with solutions, but none were submitted. So Gottfried Leibniz, a friend of Bernoulli's, persuaded him to extend the deadline to give foreigners a chance.
And I think Newton was probably the intended target because everybody thought of him as the best. And so Johann would have wanted to show that he was better than Newton. He was no longer really active mathematician or physicist. He was working as the warden of the mint, like a big high government position.
And on the 29th of January, 1697, Newton returned home after a long day at work to find Bernoulli's challenge in the mail. Irritated, he wrote, "I do not love to be dunned and teased by foreigners about mathematical things." But the problem was too enticing, so Newton spent the rest of the day and night on it, and by 4 a.m. he had come up with a solution, something that took Bernoulli 2 weeks. Newton submitted his solution to the journal Philosophical Transactions.
He sent his solution there but didn't sign it, and Johann Bernoulli, after seeing the solution, is alleged to have said, "I recognize the lion by his claw." You know, that, okay, you don't need to sign it, Newton. I can tell who you are. Who else could give such a solution?
And while overall Newton dominated Bernoulli, in this instance, Bernoulli's solution actually outshone Newton's.
I could see why Johann Bernoulli wanted to challenge everybody because he came up with a really clever, I would say like a truly creative, beautiful solution.
To do it, he took inspiration from a problem faced by ancient philosophers.
What is going on, Crypto Family?
What link do I share to tell people?
The one that I'm gonna reply to in the chat here. The tweet. Hold on. This. You got the link? We're live, by the way, just so you know.
All right, okay, we are live.
Hey everybody, it's Richard Hart from hex.win or pumpamentals.com. I feel like your 10% bonus. I'm here with Bitcoin maximalist Peter McCormick, who I think is gonna defend the best cryptocurrency in the world, Bitcoin, right? I think that's what we'll do, but who knows?
Maybe not. Hold on. Have you? Did you like tweet it out or something?
Yeah, I tweeted it, but like, I'll send you the link again so that you can tweet it because you know this is as useful as people see it, right?
Right.
So there's the link again.
All right. Oh, that's not that's a YouTube link, not a tweet. Right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Right.
We're just making sure that everyone's, seen the promotion.
Which is bullshit.
This is gonna be good. I love it.
Bullshit. Right, don't get into some big fucking technical debate with me because you know my limitation.
Yeah, it's all good.
We won't achieve anything with that.
Okay.
So, quite interestingly,
well, what are we talking about? Tell the audience what we're talking about because they might not be caught up.
Who knows? Let's see where the fuck this goes.
All right.
Well, firstly, I'm in a really difficult position with you because I actually quite like you.
Thanks, man.
Which is really annoying because every other fucking scammer out there, I usually don't like them. But you look like my hero Axl Rose.
All right. Thank you.
Which you're instead of, and every time I've spoken to you, I've got on with you. Like we've like banged heads, but I've always felt like I could go out and drink with you.
Sure.
I felt like if I lived near you, you'd probably be a friend of mine. I like you as a person.
Thanks, man. You're pretty cool.
But it's really fucking difficult because you're clearly scamming everyone. And before you defend it, I'm going to tell you a conversation I had with. So I've got a full-time engineer producer who helps me with my podcast now, which is really fucking useful. And he messaged me earlier. And I can tell you what he said. And I'm going to tell you what I said in reply.
In court, this would be hearsay, but I'll allow it. I'll admit it.
No, I can do a screen grab. Where the fuck is it? Where are you?
I believe you, man. Like
Danny, right. Right, I'm gonna actually. So he sent me this tweet that you put earlier. What is the best ways you've heard of to protect your privacy as an Ethereum user?
Yes.
And then he messaged me, what a fucking scam. Got over 4 million in ETH in the first 3 days, and now trying to find out how to dump it privately. My reply to him was, I kind of like the front of him just doesn't give a fuck. And what I can't figure out here is,
right.
Are you just trolling everyone? I mean, you're scamming everyone. Let's not pretend it's anything else. Okay. I mean, this is a scam. But what I can't figure out is whether you're like you genuinely believe what you're doing, which I don't believe you do.
Okay.
Or you're actually here scamming everyone, or you're scamming everyone and laughing and like it's a piece of art.
No,
you're so fucked up with the crypto industry. You wrecked yourself so much that you're like, fuck it, I'm just going to fucking scam everyone and I'm going to laugh at them as I do it, and then I'm going to sail off in the sunset. I just can't figure out what it is you're doing.
So the difference is, this is going to sound pompous and gross.
Probably.
I understand scams better than most people do. I know how they work. I know how they harm people. I know how people lose all their life savings. And I actually want to help all those people.
No, you're not. You're scamming people.
Okay, so let's go over it.
Yeah. I think. How does everyone win? Let's just, for basic questions. How does everyone win?
Well, first, why don't we just attack the easy things, right? So the website says that Hex is designed to go up over 10,000x in 2.5 years. That sounds impossible, right? That sounds like bullshit, right? I mean, that sounds like a scam, right?
What happens in 3 years?
I have no idea. Like, I mean, well, I do have an idea in Hex terms. I have no idea what will ever happen in USD, but I know it's possible, and it's very responsible and very reasonable to look at what is possible, right? So I want to make sure that we agree on the facts. A 10,000x return in USD in less than 2.5 years sounds outrageous and impossible and like total bullshit, right?
No, it is bullshit.
Okay. How much X is Bitcoin up right now?
Don't care. Don't know. Don't care.
Okay. Well, it's up 750,000x. So 750,000x is what Bitcoin is up from a penny to $7,500. And it used to be up over 2 million x when it was 20,000. And it was actually designed, Bitcoin was designed to do larger numbers than that because it's designed to replace fiat currency. And if it does replace fiat currency, it's going to be far higher than a 2 million x return. So I quote a very, very small number compared to Bitcoin, but you just didn't know the Bitcoin number. So it seemed big to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And Ethereum did more. Ethereum did more. No, it does matter. This is the difference between a reasonable claim and an unreasonable claim.
Yeah. How does everyone win? How does everyone win? How does everyone who puts money in? How does everyone? The only way you can make that money.
I don't think everyone in cryptocurrency does win ever.
Richard,
that's not how cryptocurrencies work.
Listen, I watched your thing with Stefan the other day, and you interrupted him all the time. So let's not do that because that's bollocks. Okay.
Right, but I just answered your question. You didn't hear the answer.
Yeah, no, because
you were talking.
Okay.
I can answer it again.
I'm not the smartest guy, but I can see bullshit when I see it. Right.
Right.
Okay. If the only way to
everyone is not going to win. Everyone is not going to win. A lot of people are going to lose.
Okay, so you're openly admitting now this is designed for a lot of people to lose.
That's how every speculative instrument works in the history of mankind. Human beings think things are worth a lot, and then they think they're worth a little, and then they think they're worth a lot, and it's not avoidable. Price discovery is a gross thing. Price discovery is hard. Determining how long something is in the real world is actually really hard. You think it's easy because you look at a ruler and you don't realize that every ruler is slightly a different size than every other ruler. When you start to look at the world with resolution, detecting anything is hard, right?
Okay, so what percentage of people are going to lose that have invested in this? Do you estimate?
If a new cryptocurrency has the same chart as other cryptocurrencies has had, then Bitcoin always drops 85% at some point. It has done so more than 3 times in the 10 years that it has existed. And all the altcoins, for the most part, have dropped 95%. And so if Hex is similar to either of those, then I would assume at some point people will overvalue it, and then there will be a correction. And I've programmed it to avoid that, and I can tell you how I tried to program it to avoid that.
No,
but you can just okay.
So it's a pump and dump. So your value proposition is this is a pump and dump.
Is Amazon a pump and dump? It dropped 95%. It's now 50% of global. It's 50% of commerce on the internet in the United States.
Okay,
it dropped 95%. No, it's not.
Okay. No, it is because
is Bitcoin a pump and dump? It's dropped 85% 3 times.
No, because they all have a value proposition. You don't have a value proposition.
Yes, I do. What I built is better than Bitcoin. Seriously.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So let's.
You said you didn't want to get technical, but then you bring it technical. I say it's better, and I want to describe it, but you say it's not, and you don't want to hear it. Like.
Okay, so you know why I used to like you? Because actually, you are really technical and you're a really good debater. And I used to love watching. Like, I love the way you tore Roger Ver apart.
It's just because I'm right. It's not because I'm better. It's like, no, I'm pretty good at debating, but I'm also right. It's just easier to look right when you are right.
No, it's easy. No, you're pretty good at scamming. Now, listen,
how much money have I made on my scam, dude?
Well, I don't know. So let me ask you that. Well, I'll come back to that.
So how long have I been in crypto, and how much money have I made on scamming?
So you have a questionable past, but like most people who are scammers, they will never admit.
Name one human being that I've ever scammed in my entire life, ever, in my whole life.
How will I go and look up all the
Because when people get scammed, they yell very loudly, and they get very angry, and they go, I got scammed by that guy. And it happens super easy. Like OneCoin, remember OneCoin? There's whole like video documentaries on the human beings that have been harmed by OneCoin.
Yeah.
Let me know a single person I've ever scammed in my entire life, or anyone that didn't even get a good deal.
Okay. So anyway,
you make outrageous claims as a journalist, and then you have no backup for them, and you think it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay for you to call me a scammer when I'm not. It makes you the scammer.
No,
truthfully.
No, you're a scammer.
Okay, so who did I make money on, and how much did I make?
Well, so the $4 million in ETH that's gone in.
Yes.
Where does that go? Where does that go?
Well, right now it just went to one address and sat there, and it's never moved.
Yeah. Okay.
So whoever has the keys to that, if anyone has the keys to it, could spend it however they like.
So who has the keys to that address?
Why would I tell you that?
Well, it's you. Of course, it's fucking you.
If you want to think that, go ahead. I don't mind. Think what you like.
It is 100% you, because otherwise, what is the fucking point? What, you created this and you gave the keys to someone else, or you're doing some Satoshi Nakamoto thing?
So you're okay with Bitcoin, right? Who is he? So you're okay with Bitcoin. Satoshi can do whatever he wants, right? But if someone starts their own cryptocurrency trying to do things Bitcoin can't, they're evil because they're not anonymous, and they don't I don't get it.
Yeah. I think we've got to the point where we agree with anyone with any ethical backbone disagrees with any form of pre-mine, and this is a pre-mine.
Are you crazy? Every single cryptocurrency advantages the people that first get in. Satoshi stealth mined Bitcoin before you ever heard about it, and that's why he owned 20 and 30 and fucking 100% of it at any moment. And it's also highly inflationary. You think Bitcoin's deflationary. I don't know why. Bitcoin's inflationary, which is the only way you can go from 0 coins to 18 million coins in 10 years, is through high inflation. It's got over 3.8% inflation, and it's cut its inflation in half twice, from 50 to 25 to 12.5, and soon to 6.25 block reward per block. But you have a conception that has been sold to you by people that is false, but you have never questioned it. You think Bitcoin's deflationary, it's inflationary. You think Bitcoin is not a scam for some reason, but everything else is. Dogecoin dropped 95%, Bitcoin dropped 85%. Can you explain to me how the blue chip only outperforms the comedy coin by 10%? But no one mentions this shit to you, and then you just think that you found the best thing in the world. We're down at 7,000 now after a 20,000 top, and you promote that shit. You promote that, Peter. You promote Bitcoin, which a fucking lot of people bought 20K, and now they're sitting at 7K 2 years later. You promote that. They bought the 14K top 2 months ago, and they're down 50% from that shit, and you promote that, and no one calls you a scammer? Why aren't people calling you a scammer for promoting a pump and dump?
They do.
I called to short at 19K on Bitcoin, by the fucking way. Google Richard Hart 19K Bitcoin.
Dude, the only video I remember about you trading was the one where you were crying because you were like, "Fucking lost all my money. It goes up."
I literally post my price calls on a price chart. They're so good.
This is bullshit. It's done it again.
Right. I cried at 8,500 after calling a 9,300 long and said the bull market was in, and then we went down to 3K. And then I told everyone to close their shorts at 4K. And then I told everyone to long at 10K. It went up to 12 with a $50 drop. which was the easiest long in the world, but then, you know, didn't call close until 10-4.
The problem is, it's almost like it's almost
you
like
say things that are wrong and you're okay with it. Like you're saying I'm a bad trader. Like it doesn't make sense. I publish my calls. I don't delete them.
I didn't say you're a bad trader. I said the last time I remember you talking about trading was that time where you came on and you were crying your eyes.
I'm the one that publicized the BitConnect Ponzi, or rather the Plus token Ponzi, that no one else publicized, no one else popularized. And the 14K top was the day that their founders got arrested. And as you watch their Ponzi scheme, they own over 1% of all Bitcoin. Did you know that? Did you know that a Chinese Ponzi scheme owns 1% of all Bitcoin, and that they bought the 3K bottom? And when they got arrested, it was the 14K top? If you don't know that, you should be watching my stream more, because I'm one of the only people talking about it.
No, I don't watch your stream anymore because you're a scammer. You're fucking people over. Where's the 4 million ETH go?
Christ.
Where's the 4 million?
Here's the reason I don't want you to know, and I don't want anyone to know, okay? If you promise people returns, then you could be having a security, and a security is a regulated activity. And so you have to be very, 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 very super careful not to sell people a bunch of bullshit, because you may end up in jail for violating securities law.
Oh, you're going to end up in jail.
So guys like you...
You're definitely going to end up in jail for this.
Okay.
And it'll be hilarious. And I'll be fucking laughing. And also, I will then probably cry, because I'll be like, oh, I really fucking like Richard.
Peter, I'm explaining things to you. I'm educating you, but you're not letting the information in. I'm telling you the truth about the world, but you're not listening. I'm telling you why the bottom happened, why the top happened, what the actual price performance of all these crypto things are. And these are all true things. They're not even arguable. Nothing I've said is arguable. You call me a scammer, I say, where are my victims? You say, I don't need victims. I can just keep calling you a scammer for fun. That's not reasonable.
No, it is reasonable. You're a scammer. You are a fucking scammer.
You're breaking the word. If you knew where the ETH went, you might expect profit from it. If you thought it went to someone who liked Ethereum, you might think the Ethereum price was going to go up, because it might be getting locked or burnt or staked or something. Well, guess what? If you don't know where it's going, then whoever has those keys can't make you any promises. Then they can't violate the Howey law for you having expectations you shouldn't have. Because you shouldn't expect any good thing to happen from that money. Nothing. It's not your money.
You have the keys.
If I did, how exactly would that be bad? Do tell me.
No, it just confirms your scam, that this is a...
So if people exchange their...
pump and dump bullshit that I thought were... The only thing I'm amazed about, and the thing I give you a bit of credit for, that is if you found enough morons to put 4 million into this, and God knows how much more, like you found that many morons who believe you're utter bullshit. And like, fair play, I know you fucked up, I know you got wrecked, you lost all your money, this is all you can do is to scam people to get out of it. But Richard, people are going to lose money because of you. People are going to lose money because of you. So either... You're a fucking either you're a sociopath or a fucking criminal, but you're a sociopath or a criminal. You're neither. You're one or the other, because you're making something. You know,
why not both? I mean, you could be both, right?
Yeah. Well, you're at least one. So you're either a sociopath or a criminal. Probably both. But people are going to lose money because of your lies and your bullshit, and you're okay with that. And I just think that's...
So I said that it's likely to drop 85 to 95% at some point. A more outrageous claim than you're willing to make, but I'm the scammer. Right?
Yes, you're the scammer. Yeah.
So I said, this is what these types of entities usually do. And if Hex behaves like that, then it is likely to do that at some point. And then you're accusing me of like misleading people, but I'm giving you better information than you're giving them. I'm letting them know that cryptocurrencies, even the best one in most people's mind, drops 85%, almost as much as Dogecoin, about once every 3 years. But you think that I'm like misleading people. I'm telling people the truth. But you just don't like that it's successful, I guess.
No, it's not successful. I didn't like this before it launched. I am amazed you've got 4 million into it so far. I didn't like it before it's launched. I've been calling you a scammer now for as long as you've been talking about it. I think I was calling you a scammer the last time we actually spoke.
Can we agree that everyone knows your position on my personal qualities, and that we could make more progress in the interview if we hit all the other topics beyond just how much I suck?
I think we should focus the entire thing on you being a fucking scammer. That's all we should talk about.
You're going to need a thesaurus, because you should have more words.
No, because I don't need... I can scammer, fucking scammer, thief, dodgy bloke, criminal, sociopath, wanker, massive cunt.
I do wank. I do that. You got one.
How many words will we describe you? But you're going to go off with this.
Why don't we talk about how scams work and then hope that people don't fall for them? Isn't that a good, useful thing?
No, I think we should entirely focus on not on you being a scammer, and I don't want to go out of that window of thing. It's just the entire thing. I'm going to say you're a scammer. This is a scam. You're scamming people. Around my way, we call you a dodgy bloke, maybe a bit of a cunt, total wanker. Honestly, I hope you fucking get arrested. I hope you end up in jail. I think you're a massive prick. I think
Jesus Christ.
The fact is, the saddest thing of all of this is that you used to be against this stuff. Firstly, you used to be against Ethereum, and now you've put it on fucking Ethereum.
Yeah, would you like me to explain why?
No, because it'll be some post-rationalized bullshit that I don't care about.
Okay.
You will done it to justify your scam, but you did an amazing teardown of Ethereum before.
Yes, and it's still up. I can give you the link.
Yeah.
Google.
And now you're using that.
Everyone that wants to hear how shitty Ethereum is, Google Richard Hart, 9 reasons why Bitcoin will always be better than Ethereum. And it's on Medium, and I leave it up because it's all true, and it's still true.
Yeah.
Bitcoin sucks, and Ethereum sucks. Bitcoin's awesome, and Ethereum is awesome. You have to look at what part you want of it. If you want to, can I educate the audience? Because we know your opinion.
Scamming?
Yes, I could teach you about scams if you like. I know a lot about them.
So I get a lot of people message me who've lost money. Some guy messaged me the other day. Hold on. Let me see if I can dig it out.
You don't have to look far for people who lose money in cryptocurrency.
So a guy messaged me the other day and he said, "Hi Peter, I'm still battling the scourge of Bitcoin meltdown post 2017. Lost an insane amount of money. It cost me my friendships, my partner. I fear it's taken a toll on my mental health as well. How did you get through it?" I talked to him about it, and he comes later. But the mental strain's a killer. I lost $4.8 million. I considered killing myself, actually.
Yep.
Got it with my inheritance, lost it, trying to make up my losses.
He'll revenge trade, he'll lose more.
Yes.
So and then he'll get sure. Yeah, I believe all that. So why do you promote the thing that ruined him? What's wrong with you, mate? Why are you a scammer?
Okay.
Why are you scamming? You do a cryptocurrency television show. You just told me this guy's life was destroyed by the thing that you like, and you don't learn from it. Like, you destroyed that guy's life. He's learning about it from you.
Yeah.
I also tell people not to trade.
Yeah, I tell people not to trade.
Yeah, it'll destroy their lives.
I talk about the technology because the technology is useful to people, and I stand by that. I don't tell people to trade. It's a highly risky asset. But
agree.
I am aware there are people like that who lose a lot of fucking money, and it ruins their lives. And you are creating something that's only designed as a pump and dump. It has no benefit. Yes, it is. Has nothing, no benefit out of it.
I don't think you understand what I built. I don't think you understand it.
Some Ponzi bullshit.
Can you tell me what it does then? Like, do you understand what it does?
Yeah, it scams people.
Right. So what happens here is you're angry because you think something's going to hurt people, but you don't know what the thing is, and you're just like a fiat maximalist.
I'm angry because you turned into a massive cunt. That's what I'm angry about. You were a good guy. People liked you. And you've turned into this fucking cunt, and I don't know why. Do it for whatever reason you want. I just think it's fucking pathetic.
Peter, can we try and learn something from the conversation? Nope. Let's just all agree that I am horrible, and we just covered that.
We can agree that.
Yes,
right, we've agreed.
Horrible.
Okay, can we agree you're a scammer?
Can we talk about anything that's not me, like scams in general? What the thing actually does?
No, don't care what it does. You're a scammer.
Okay.
Scam. You're a scammer. That's all I'm going to say over and over again. You're a scammer. I think everyone who listens in, don't buy your bullshit. Don't buy your scam. You know what? It's fucking pathetic. It's like, I tell you who I'd love to debate you is Udi. Udi would fucking tear you a new arsehole.
I offered him and he cowered it out. He literally ran away.
Like most people, he just doesn't want to give time of day to a scammer.
You're not being accurate or truthful. I know the history. I was part of it. I messaged Udi and I'm like, hey, come on the live stream. Let's debate. And he's like, no, I think you might win or something to that effect, right? Like I don't remember in what form he tried to decline, but it was like he was afraid, basically.
Yeah, that would have
been.
And
then we did it again. And he said, give me, a Bitcoin an hour or something, or like 0.3 Bitcoin an hour. And then people were like, okay, we'll crowdfund it. Like an Ethereum guy, an Ethereum auditor named Bertrand.
That was a joke. Do you know where the 0.3 Bitcoin comes from?
Yeah, it comes from Tone Vase. I know everything, bro.
It was a joke. He's not going to take the money. Udi's not going to take the money.
Well, why doesn't he do like everyone else does and spread the truth? I have a large audience. I have in crypto, a large audience. I have 100,000 followers.
Have you got a fucking hex earring in?
Yes. and a necklace and a t-shirt. I have everything Hex. I'll get Hex underwear as soon as I find them. I believe. It's like, so do you want your cryptocurrency to have lower fees?
Don't care about your scam.
All right. Do you like Monero?
Nah, it's okay. Not really. It's all
you
right.
don't like it.
That's
you don't
fine.
like. You don't like privacy.
Privacy is one of those things that we talk about that should be super important, but no one gives a fuck. We saw everything that happened with Facebook. Everyone's still on Facebook. People talk about wanting privacy. Privacy will be relevant when it's baked into the product. If it's baked into your Apple, then it's fine. Most people don't give it. The only people who care about privacy are people who've got something to hide, which is fine. Like generally enough to use it. No, let me finish. Or some very hardcore Bitcoiners. No, look, got to talk about the normal person. Okay, Facebook still has 2 billion users, yet we know what they're doing with our data. Everyone still uses Visa and MasterCard, yet we know what they do with our data. So privacy is important. Just people don't give enough of a fuck to make a change. They're not going, oh, I think I should use Bitcoin instead, so people don't see my transactions. It's just not fucking happening. It doesn't mean the technology is not cool. It doesn't mean it's not important. People just don't give a fuck.
So do you think that people should buy Monero?
No, I don't.
Why? It lets them have privacy.
No, it depends on the circumstance. Like if they want to do a private transaction that's really important, yeah, fine, use it. Absolutely
do you think
fine.
People should buy Bitcoin?
It depends on the scenario.
Okay. Well, like, do you own Bitcoin?
I own Bitcoin, yeah.
Okay. Well, why'd you buy it?
Well, I guess originally bought it when my very first real purchase back in late 2016 was so I could do a transaction on the darknet to buy cannabis oil to treat my mum.
Jesus, that's a much more in-depth answer than I expected. Okay, interesting.
And then I invested like a moron, not understanding the markets, and bought every kind of bullshit there is.
When was your? You don't have to answer any of these, by the way, because these are prying questions. But what price point did you get in Bitcoin? Like when you invested?
Oh, it was like $700.
Okay,
$800.
Well, that's not that bad. You're up 10x, bro. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but it's complicated because then traded some, bought some mining gear, whatever. Yeah. But anyway, so now I understand it a lot more. I don't tell people to trade. I mean, people are going to trade. Fine.
They should not trade. You will lose all your money. It's worse than losing all your money. You'll also want to kill yourself. You'll lose your friends. You'll lose your sleep. You'll lose your family, and you'll lose all your money. And you're just torturing the other guy on the other side of the screen whose money you're trying to take, and he doesn't want you to have it. So even if you win, you just hurt somebody else, but you mostly lose. Like, I agree with all of that. So I removed all trading links from my YouTube and from my Twitter. You won't find any referral links to trading, although I've got them and I could just paste them back on there. I removed them, which is an odd behavior for a scammer, isn't it? Interesting.
I really fucking know, mate, to be honest.
I could teach you, but you don't want to learn. You don't want to know the truth. You have a preconceived notion that I suck, and you don't want to be freed of it. You're holding on to it very tightly, and you want to keep it. I could release you from it. I could share with you the things that I know that you don't, that would make you feel differently, but you just don't want to change. You don't want to learn. You want to stay where you're at. And I don't, as a journalist, I don't get it, because shouldn't you be intrigued and excited, or at least excited to see me fuck up somewhere and like, oh, I got him or something?
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I am excited to see you get arrested.
Okay, well then why don't we enhance the likelihood of me getting arrested by asking good questions that cover new ground, and then that gives the investigators more to work with, right?
No, because there's better people out there to debunk your claims than I am. So I'm just going to sit here and then hopefully if anyone sees this, they'll just hear me say scammer, scammer, scammer over and over again. And then they'll go and actually research and find the information from the people who are more technical than me or understand economics better than me and who can debunk it better than me. I'm just going to call you a scammer over and over again until they find it.
Isn't it easier to debunk scams than so we know OneCoin was a scam. We know Plus Token was a scam. We know BitConnect was a scam.
We know Hex is a scam.
We do not.
Yeah, we do.
So let's talk about the difference between Hex, right? Is Hex a multi-level marketing program?
Hex is a scam.
Right. Is Hex a Ponzi?
Yes, probably.
Okay, excellent. So Ponzi's fail when they can't meet their promises, right? That's how they fail. They run out of money. They steal money from the new guys. They give it to the old guys. And then they run out of new guys, and then they fail, and they exit scam, and they keep the money. That's how Ponzi's work. Explain to me how Hex does that.
I've not looked into the detail because I've not wasted any time on it, but it's a scam. It's probably
so you not only don't know anything about it, but you also don't want to know anything about it. You just want to say scam.
I just know it's a scam. You're trying to I mean, when you said you're created better than Bitcoin on Ethereum, I instantly knew it was a scam. So that's instantly a scam.
Right, but I know more about the tech than you do, and I've been at it longer, and I'm telling you the truth. Yes, and I crush everyone that steps to me. I stomp on them. I flatten them. They're scared to even talk to me. There's a trail of bodies behind me.
Yeah, because you talk over them. That's all you do. You just like rant and talk over them. It's not like you give Stefan Rivera gave very good answers, but you just shouted over him over and over again. And, you know, it was disrespectful and it was shit. It wasn't that you were right. You were just louder and noisier.
Let's talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's a very simple conversation. Bitcoin has more hash rate than Ethereum, right? Yes, it does.
What's that? Sorry, what's that?
Bitcoin is a stronger network and a hash rate. It has higher hash rate than Ethereum. Yes?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah. Now, most people believe that's more secure, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if I increase the Bitcoin hash rate tenfold by turning on new miners of my own? Would that increase the security of Bitcoin?
No idea. It's not my area of expertise. I don't talk. I don't go in. If you ever listen to my shows, I don't do this stuff. I ask the questions that people like me don't understand.
So why don't you ask me some of those questions? Why don't you ask me some of those questions?
All right. Why are you scamming people?
I'm not.
Like, how much money did you lose? Like, really, how much did you lose? And how fucking wrecked were you to do this?
My lifestyle has not changed in any form whatsoever. Nothing has changed for me.
Yeah, but
the big bubble happened. The big bubble didn't happen. Nothing.
You could have had 500,000, gone up to 20 million, and come back down to 500,000. So that's bullshit. How much did you wreck yourself? Like, I saw you fucking crying on YouTube about it.
Yeah, I used to spend all day, every day talking about how good Bitcoin was, kind of like you're doing. And then I realized that the game was going to change, and I was right.
Right. And you, the great Richard Hart, is going to solve it by creating better than Bitcoin on Ethereum. Fucking give me a break, mate. It's obviously bullshit.
It's not obviously bullshit, or you would understand why. So it has higher throughput. It has more modular code that's less likely to fail. It has a more diverse miner ecosystem, which is more robust and less likely to be attacked from nation states because you could mine it, right? You could get it for free. Like I got in Bitcoin for free. You could get it for free.
Yeah. Well, what's that 4 million ETH for then?
That's for people that chose to do that. It's not a requirement at all. If no one wanted to do that, it would be nothing. Like
I'll be honest, Richard. I didn't come here to debate because I told you before it's not my skill. I don't have the ability. Why
don't we bring someone else on the call, man?
I know.
If you're unwilling to honestly debate and talk about the ideas instead of the man, and you just want to ad hominem me, you don't want to talk about the actual tech, let's bring someone else on the call. You can like chant scammer once every 3 minutes, and this other guy that you bring on Udi, bring on your heroes, bro. Watch me crush them. Bring your heroes here to die, please.
Yeah. Right. It's 20.
I will crush all of them.
No, it's 20 to 12. I just came on to call you a scammer, tell you I was disappointed, tell you I used to like you. I didn't want to really listen to any of your bullshit. I know it's a scam. I know it's bullshit.
Well, I hope that you choose to learn what is actually going on, because you're not doing a good job preventing people from joining. You're doing a good job helping people join, because what you're doing doesn't look good for Bitcoin.
No, this isn't even about Bitcoin. We're not discussing Bitcoin. We're discussing your scam. I just think enough people now, hopefully when they see this, they'll go, oh, I need to research this. Like if some fucking moron thinks, oh, Richard Hart's created better than Bitcoin on Ethereum, they'll go, and then they see loads of people call you a scammer. Hopefully they'll do enough research. Probably, though, you're going to get away with it. You've got your 4 million ETH so far, whatever other bullshit you'll get through it. Although perhaps maybe some of that's just you just pumping it just to make it look popular.
Why don't you do chain analysis and look that the Ethereum's never moved?
Because every minute is a waste of my time with you. I think it's a real shame. I think you're a good dude.
So can we talk? So let's try this. Why don't you talk about anything you want to talk about, and I'll just give you a platform.
No, I'm going to go to bed, but what I am going to do is just hope everyone goes and speaks to somebody, researches somebody who understands this.
Yes, please.
Goes to hexisascam.com or anywhere else that explains it as a scam.
You've misspelled it. It's hexscam.com without the is.
Okay. I am going to block you now.
It's also a referral website that you don't realize, and you're promoting the project without understanding it because you're bad.
Okay.
That's an affiliate website you're linking to.
I don't know.
You're just bad at journalism.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not bad at journalism.
You just shilled a referral link to my project out of your mouth is what you just did, because you're not smart enough to realize that hexscam.com is a referrer to Hex, but you're too stupid to understand that because you don't do good research. You do terrible research.
I was laying on the couch.
You've done no research for this.
Of course, I've done no research. Why am I going to waste any fucking time on your scam? I was laying on this couch. You messaged me. I said, yeah, I'll go on. I'll call you a scammer, and I'm going to go. I'm not going to sit there and do any fucking research, spend any time on this, because it's definitely a scam. You're a scammer. You're ripping people off. Honestly, mate, I think it's utterly pathetic that what you're doing to people. But go ahead. I am going to block you now.
Okay.
Hopefully, you'll disappear into the ether of my life. I hope you get arrested. I hope you end up in jail. I hope you get fucked by some people. Honestly, genuinely, I hope horrible things happen to you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just go fuck yourself.
All right. Well, guys, I did my best. I tried. I really A+ tried. I did not expect that. Peter's a journalist. He does interviews full time. I didn't know that was the kind of thing that you could get out of journalism, is like, hey, I hate you and I don't know what you're doing, but I know I hate it. And I hope that you go to jail, and I hope that no one participates, but I don't understand. So I guess what I'll try and do is, here's what I'll try and do. Since Peter won't present his argument well, I will present Peter's argument for him in a light that I think is the best that he would like, and then hopefully that educates people. People get ripped off all the time. They get giant promises, and then the promises don't come true, and then they lose a lot of money. Or they participate in things that are volatile, promises or not, like the S&P 500 or like trading or like anything, and the prices go up and the prices go down. And if you have a low time preference and you want to get in and get out quickly, it multiplies the house advantage against you, and you end up buying the top and selling the bottom and then having to chase the market back higher, because in general, since they keep printing money forever, the printing presses keep running, everything goes up in value that they don't just keep printing, and at least has static demand or increasing demand. New people are born, the population of the planet keeps going up, which tends to increase demand for things because there's more people. So do people lose money on the stock market? Yes. Is the stock market still very, very useful? Yes. Do people lose money in crypto? Yes. Is crypto still very useful? Not as much as I'd like to see, but someone has to make it more useful. Someone has to make it a better user experience. Someone has to try and reduce the volatility. So the things that, he read an email from someone who wanted to kill themselves because they traded and or I guess just spot traded Bitcoin, like went long and then, I don't know, sold the bottom or something, or just considered their paper money real money and then felt poor at the bottom. Well, he still promotes Bitcoin, still owns it, even though it drops 85% every 3 years. So at what point would he understand that you have to tell people the truth about that? Like, yes, these things are volatile, and they're very likely to go up more than you think and very likely to go down more than you think. And a lot of people lose a lot of money, and a lot of people make a lot of life-changing wealth. And it really just matters at what point on the chart you bought and sold. And it's like that for everything. You could have bought Amazon, you could have bought Apple, or you could have shorted them. And if you shorted them, you were ultra destroyed, unless it was just a very small window, because in general, they go up higher, right? So I tell you the truth. I show you the chart. I show you cryptocurrencies often go up tens of thousands of X, which is hundreds of thousands of %. And it's insane and it's crazy, but it is reality, is what they do. This is not an opinion of mine. These are charts that I show you. Bitcoin went from nothing to $20,000 a coin. It went from nothing to hundreds of billions of dollars of valuation. It was designed to do that. It was designed to do millions of X return, and it did it. It did it. This is not a mystery. Ethereum outperformed Bitcoin. It went higher over a shorter time frame. But if you go back farther, Bitcoin, like way back when it first started, did even better. So let's look at Ethereum. Ethereum went up 4,500x from its launch price to its top in 2018 of $1,500. It went from 15 cents to $1,500. That's a 10,000x return. I'm sorry, I misquoted you that. It went from 15 cents to $1,500 if you bought it on Kraken when it wicked down to 15% there, 15 cents. If you bought it at its launch price, it was in the 30-cent range, and then you ended up with a 4,500x return, measuring from its launch price over 3.5 years to its peak. But if you measured when it actually started trading and wicked down in the early days and Kraken, then you would have been able to got it 15 cents instead of 30 cents and still been able to sell that $1,500 top, which is improbable, right? Like the vast majority of people do not buy the bottom. The vast majority of people do not buy the top. You could do volume analysis to try and guess how many people got to participate in those events. But in the end, you're just looking at numbers that are so gigantic that does your brain emotionally understand the difference between 1,000,000x and 100,000x and 400x? No, they're just all ticked off as like absurd mad gains, is what your brain understands them as, right? So I tell you what cryptocurrencies have done, and I explain to you why I think they did that and the design parameters that may have caused that to happen. Bitcoin had two fundamentals. One, the inflation rate dropped in half every 4 years. Two, it onboarded new users by getting them to double click in EXE and giving them a little free money. So it had freemium, and it had a inflation rate that went down every 4 years, right? And then I said, okay, well, can that be made better? Can we adopt other things that work for other industries into crypto and make it a better product? And the answer is obviously yes. So you add a referral program. Can you make money on a referral program for Bitcoin? Nope, you can't, because Bitcoin only pays miners. Bitcoin only rewards miners, and that is a misincentive. It doesn't reward developers. It doesn't reward marketers. It doesn't reward holders. New Bitcoin are only minted and given to miners, who then sell those Bitcoin on the market, pushing the price down to pollute the environment by paying electricity companies. Now, it's a necessary evil because it's a proof of work system and it's used for security. But man, if we could reduce the cost of that and reduce the pollution and reduce the effect on the price, imagine if 18 million coins didn't need to get sold on the market to pay for electricity, right? Now, not all 18 million need to get sold on the market. And when I got into Bitcoin, it was a peer-to-peer network. You could mine Bitcoin, and then you'd have Bitcoin and trade with other people that were mining it, and you all had the same level, the same status. You were all peers. But then ASIC mining came along. And that means that now every Bitcoin anyone buys goes through the hands of an ASIC miner. And you're not one. You're not an ASIC miner. But there's a lot of people that are. Well, now it's a miner to user network, not a peer-to-peer network. And it's changed, and it's different. And man, it's not as good. It's just not as good, which is why there's less volume on chain. There's less users. There's less Google mentions. There's less tweets. And the price is 3 times less than it was 2 years ago. I realize that. I see the reality. I share the reality with you. These things are not debatable. These things are not questionable. They're the real measurements that are in the real world. You want to look up the search volume? Go to trends.google.com and type Bitcoin and hit enter. Very obvious what's going on. It's not hard. Do you want to see the price? Go to tradingview.com and type BTC USD. Choose the exchange you like. I think Bitstamp's a nice exchange to look at price because they don't have margin, which means they have less wicks, right? Which gives you a cleaner chart with, a little bit less volatility than some of the margin houses where you get liquidation wicks where there's a lot of extra volatility that makes it harder to draw trend lines. So I educate you, I teach you, I show you the facts, and I tell you those facts, and I tell you the reasoning that I use on those facts, and I tell you the conclusions that I arrive at, and then you now are educated and smart enough to go and draw your own conclusions. And you don't have to have anyone else do your thinking for you. And if you do want to have someone else do your thinking for you, you at least have the facts to give them to get them a head start so they can try and, tell you what's good and what's bad, because good and bad exist. Now, I can tell you that in Bitcoin, if you send a transaction, you download a wallet, right? Bitcoin Core Wallet, Electrum Wallet, you download a wallet, you put $20 in it, you send $10 to somebody, or let's say you spend $5 to somebody. Even better. Let's say you send $2 to somebody. You buy $10 Bitcoin, you send $2 to somebody, and now you want to send the other 8 to somebody else. It won't let you. It literally won't let you. You need to wait for confirmation. And how long does confirmation take? 10 to 20 minutes. When you're really watching it and you really care, it seems to take like 25 minutes. Because the more you care, you just seem to magically get a longer block. In reality, it's a Poisson distribution. If you want to Google what a Poisson distribution is, you can see what the actual time of Bitcoin block finding and confirmations is. But the human emotional system tends to notice the ones that are longer and just not care about the shorter ones. And so we tend to think it takes longer, right? Or maybe you just say 10 because that's what everyone told you, but you don't realize there's a wide variance. Sometimes they happen in a second after the last block, and sometimes it takes an hour after the last block. And this, it happens. So in our system, in Hex, if you have a certain value of it and you send some, you don't have to wait for confirmation. You can just keep sending, and the fees are cheaper, and it just works better. The user experience is better. Like it does things Bitcoin can't, right? If you want to make more Bitcoin with your Bitcoin, you have to give them to a centralized counterparty who might steal them and never give them back, hope that he lends them out, hope that he gets a return, hope that he gives you some of that return back. A lot of hope. A lot of people lose a lot of money doing that. So I invented something to fix it. Instead of having centralized finance where you have to hope someone else doesn't screw you, we replace that with decentralized finance, where you mint your own coins and you mint your own rewards, and then the system increases the amount or decreases the amount of rewards based on what everyone else is doing. If a lot of people lock up their coins, well then each individual person that's locking up is going to see a lower ROI. But if everyone's locking up their coins, what do you think that's going to do to the USD price? If the demand is static or increasing, the USD price will go up in a free market, as long as supply and demand still operates in this world, right? So I designed something that solves problems that Bitcoin has had for 10 years that it's existed, and that I'm demonized for it, and I'm yelled at for it by people that don't even understand what's right or wrong with Bitcoin, and further don't have any idea what's right or wrong with Hex. And then I try and point out, I'm like, here's the thing I own like under $100 of. Here's Monero. Do you like Monero? And they always say no. Why? Because they're hateful, spiteful people who care about what they own, and they don't care about what might help other people. Peter bought a bag of Bitcoin, and he owns a bag of Bitcoin, and he only cares that you buy Bitcoin, even though he's got emails that say it's destroying people's lives. Even though there's other products that have better features, he doesn't want you to buy those. His words. He wants you to buy what he already has. But me, the guy that gives away free trading advice, like 1, don't trade. 2, if you're really, really, really going to trade, okay, here's what I think is going on in the market. Free coins, free books, free everything. Everything I do is free. He has sponsors. Sponsors. Who do you think sponsors his shows? People that make money on you. Okay. Well, maybe those are good people. Maybe they're not. In general, what I've found in crypto advertising is that the number of good, wholesome companies that want to buy ads is about 50x smaller than the number of crappy companies that are less likely to have a good experience for the customer. So I don't know his advertisers. I know one of them. They seem fine. I don't have any problem with Kraken. They seem to be just fine. I don't know of any of his other advertisers. Maybe it's not fair for me to impugn their intentions. I can just say, for a guy who bought a bag of Bitcoin, says everything else is evil, doesn't really understand how it works, definitely doesn't understand how anything else works, to then give you counseling as to what you should do, it seems biased, it seems scammy, and I don't think it's as good as telling people the truth. I don't think it's as good as giving people the data and telling them what your analysis is and telling them to make their own conclusions. I think it's gross. I don't think you can make progress in this world unless you admit that there's things that can be better and work hard, really hard, to build better things. And it took me years to build something better, and I did. And in 2 days, it became the second most popular project on Ethereum, which is the second most popular cryptocurrency in the world. In 2 days. Do you know why it did that? Because it was designed well. It was designed well. Not a single dollar on marketing has been spent to promote Hex. Not a single dollar. Nothing. I mean, maybe someone else is doing it, but I haven't. I haven't spent a single dollar marketing Hex. Nothing. And look what it did. It's the #2 project on the #2 cryptocurrency in the world in 2 days. We're giving away free money that has features and benefits and a potential for return that Bitcoin doesn't have. And people yell and scream and cry bloody murder. And then when you ask them for details, they just tell you that they're ignorant. Okay, yes, I'm horrible. Okay, I get it. I'm horrible. I'm horrible. Yes, I understand I'm horrible. Can we talk about anything else other than how horrible I am? Can we talk about the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum? Can we talk about the difference between Monero and Bitcoin? Can we talk about the general price performance of these things, right? Can we talk about how to stop people from getting scammed? No, I just have hate. I just want to hate. I'm angry. I don't want to learn. I want to be angry. And like, that is bad for the world. That's literally extremism. Like when you see people blowing up people in other countries and you go, how does that happen? I mean, how bad does your life have to be? And how screwed up do you have to be to go blow up other people? That's how you get there. That's how you get to extremist behavior. You ignore reality. You ignore what all the honest people are telling you. You ignore what all the reasonable people are telling you. And you get locked into this little state where you think you know everything and you won't listen to anyone else. And then you end up going and doing something terrible. Michael Jackson, right? Everyone around him, hey man, you know, probably shouldn't be taking propanol to go to sleep every night. Like, that ain't good. Why don't you, right? And how many people have died, celebrities, that just couldn't take the good advice that everyone that loved them gave them. They just won't listen. So I think there's hope for Peter. I think he can learn. I think he's a nice guy, but he's going to actually have to open up and drop his ignorance defense. And just defending yourself from the real world by being ignorant of the real world is not the right way to go through life. You must understand the real world to try and live a good life, period. If you're calling people scammers, but indeed they're not, you're doing them harm and it's not fair to them. Now, since it's so common, right? Like, I don't mind, fine, I can take it. I know what I am, right? Fat, old, funny, rich, smart, creative. Yeah, okay, I'm all that, right? Like, I know what's going on. I don't have any misconceptions, right? So how can I best serve the audience? How can I best help you guys in the honor and do Peter's job for him? Let's talk about scams. How do you get scammed? Scams require there to be fraud and lies, in my opinion. I believe deception needs to be involved for something to be a scam. Amazon dropped 95%, and now it's 50% of commerce in the United States on the internet. Bitcoin dropped 85% 3 times. It just dropped 55% in the last couple months. I don't think that you can just look at a price chart, which is basically in a free market, human beings deciding something's worth little, and then deciding it's worth a lot, and then deciding it's worth little again. You, as the product or service that's being traded, have very little influence over people going crazy with stuff, overvaluing it, undervaluing it. There's nothing that you can really do about that. Like, you can try and have good messaging, you know? Like, for instance, with Hex, right? I said to people tend to FOMO day one. EOS had a very similar launch over 350 periods where people sent Ethereum to a contract, which then gave them ERC20 tokens. Now, totally opposite, because they had nothing done and a lot of promises. That was a security. Hex is the opposite of that. Hex promises you nothing and is complete. They're opposites, right? But they had some structural similarity in that people can turn something that they didn't want into something that they did want, right? Some similarity. Well, I published their charts and analyzed them and said, here guys, here's the website that publishes the data for how much Ethereum came in every day, where it came from, the chain analysis, everything. And I posted them, and they're on Twitter right now. And I said, you know, it looks like you could try and scale in over the first week or two before the share price ratchets too high. Now in 2 minutes, the share price is going to go up for the first time ever in Hex. So today, in 2 minutes, will be the first time ever that the share price increases. And I'm very curious to see how high it increases, because it only goes up, right? The share price only goes up. That's math. Now the USD price, I have no idea what it'll do. I have no idea what it is now. I have no idea what it'll be 2 years from now. I have no idea what it'll be 1 year from now. And no one else does. It is non-deterministic. It is unpredictable. It is extremely, extremely, I would say, impossible to predict. So good luck getting expectations out of me. Like, I'm going to tell you the truth. This thing is designed to do over 10,000x in 2.5 years. It could go to zero. It could go to a dollar. It could go, like, anything's possible, right? There's no way for me to, I don't have any information you don't have. It's public blockchain. Everything that I can see, you can see. So I may be slightly more qualified to show you the range of what is possible if it acts similar to other things, because I understand the other things, you know? This does not sound like scam behavior to me. This sounds like honest behavior. You run software, you mint coins. That software mints you more coins if you stake longer, and it's all you. You're minting your coins for yourself. No one else can do it. There's no company, there's no entity that's giving you things. You are in a peer-to-peer network that you are a peer of. You decide which network rules you're going to run by because you decide what contract you're going to run, and then that's it. It's a volunteer thing that's totally voluntary. No, and there's also no automatic. The code just sits there. If no one runs it and acts as the network, then it is just text. It's just text that just sits there. I mean, in theory, it's compiled text into bytecode, but you get the idea, right? The bytecode just decompiles into text. So it decompiles into source code, which is public and verified and auditable. And you can see it on etherscan.io and go to the contract address. It's just at the top of pumpamentals.com if you want a 10% bonus, or hex.win if you don't want a 10% bonus. You can see the contract address right there at the top. Everything is audited and viewable and open. And how can people be so angry about a voluntary association of people that want to build and be part of something greater? It blows my mind. It's crazy. So let's talk about scams, right? Man, it's I bet the price just moved up now. Let's talk about scams. I hate scams. I don't like scams. I think they're net negative for the whole world. How can we get rid of scams? I believe there's only 3 ways we can do it, and I believe 2 of them don't work. Here's how we can get rid of scams. 1, we throw a lot more money into not regulators, but enforcement, right? They're understaffed. The scams appear, steal a lot of money, and then disappear before they can respond, because it's slow for them to respond. First, they have to be able to detect them. Then they have to do information gathering and get injunctions, and then, get warrants, and then it's a whole lot of work, right? So I don't think that the enforcers are able to prevent scams from happening. I do think they're able to punish some people that have performed them, but I don't think that the numbers are on their side. It's just too easy to start scams and too easy to run them. And then, these guys only get caught after the fact, and then most of the money doesn't get got back. In some rare cases, some of the money will be gotten back, but most of it won't. And so that, to me, the first option of better enforcement, it doesn't seem like it works. It doesn't seem like it scales. I don't think it has worked. And even if you could get it to work in a couple good countries, well, that leaves the not good countries just screwed. They're just not able to have the better enforcement there, right? So what's your second option? Scream and yell and beg for people to be smarter and to stop getting scammed. People don't have a switch they can flip to just be smarter. They don't have one. And they don't believe what you're saying. So if you go to someone, you try and stop them from getting scammed, they won't even believe you. As a matter of fact, I've tried this, and I've tried to stop people from becoming scammed, and I think I actually did harm. I think that when you tell people not to do a thing, some percentage of those people that wasn't going to do it anyway because they never heard of it are now actually going to do it because you brought it to their attention to let them know not to do it. And they go to the site and they read it and they're like, man, this actually sounds good. That guy's stupid. So and even if you had the same ability to influence somebody to not get scammed that the person trying to scam them had, the scammers have a bigger budget because they're cash positive on onboarding new users. But you, as the anti-scam guy, you don't make any money by stopping people from getting scammed. So they've got money for marketing, you don't. They're going to reach more people, you're going to reach less. So even if you were more effective than them, they're going to beat you with scale. You're not able to stop this. These 2 things do not work, or they would have already worked, right? So what do? I'm smart, I'm innovative, I care, I'm creative. I come up with better ideas and I try to make them work. How do I think we can prevent scams? I think that you have to outcompete the scammers for the resources that they thrive on, just like a bacteria. If you want to get rid of a bad bacteria, you send in a good bacteria to outcompete it for food, and then it dies. That's it. There's other ways. You could use macrophages and white blood cells to do other things, right? There's a whole list of things that you can do, right? Like plants have antibacterial things they do. If that's where CRISPR comes from. It comes from bacteria. Anyway, so if you want to prevent people from getting scammed, I think something that can scale, I think something that can work and have a better effect than other things that we've seen, is a product or service that has a similar sales pitch, but doesn't have the scam in it, right? So how do these scams operate? Hey guys, we're going to show you all these returns off of this fake thing that we're doing. And then it turns out we're not really doing that thing. We're just robbing the new guys, right? That's how these scams operate. They promise you a lot of stuff and they don't give you the stuff. Well, do cryptocurrencies tend to appreciate? Well, it looks like it, yeah. They also tend to depreciate at some point, but for some window of time, yes, they seem to appreciate quite a lot. And I mean quite a lot. Bitcoin's up 750,000x right now. More, really, but I'm just using a penny. It used to trade for less than a penny. So it's actually a higher number. And it used to, 2 years ago, it used to be 2 millionx when the price was 3 times higher, right? This is the reality. And Ethereum did better than that. And I could list you a coin that did better than Ethereum and is still doing amazing. Like I know these things that other people don't know, so I know what is possible. And I can tell you what is possible. Now, do I know what Hex is going to do? I have no idea. I have no idea how many people will claim. I know people have claimed. 116,000 Bitcoin, the last time I looked, has claimed their free Hex. Well, that's a lot of Bitcoin, right? What is it, like some large number of millions of dollars? Well, they claimed. Good for them, right? I know that we're the #2 network on Ethereum, behind Tether. Wow, in 2 days. That's pretty good, right? I give you the measurements. You make your own decisions. So how do you get a sales pitch, a presentation, an idea of a peer-to-peer network in front of someone that will choose them to do that instead of getting scammed by somebody that's going to lie to them? You tell them the truth. Hey, look, and this is what they're already doing. BitConnect and OneCoin said that they were cryptocurrencies, but they were not really. They were centralized. Oh, well, that's a big difference. Because if it's centralized, someone could flip a switch and make everything go away. And that's what tended to happen. Well, if you have a truly distributed cryptocurrency with many, many, many parties participating, there's no switch to flip. I could die, Hex.Win could go down, code still sitting on the blockchain, still functions properly. You could go to etherscan.io and use the right contract function and do all the features and use all the things the contract does. It has nothing to do with me. Like, I am irrelevant. The peer-to-peer network that you are, when you participate, you either claim your coins for free as a Bitcoin holder, if you had coins at the snapshot, or you can transform your Ethereum into Hex, and the bucket's empty every day. Here's your, I think there'll probably be like 500 million Hex today, and then here's an empty bucket where people put Ethereum, and then at the end of the day, the bucket's empty out, and if you were 10% of the Ethereum, you get 10% of the Hex. Now, when I say get, you're minting them, you're mining them, right? You are the network, you're executing the code, or paying someone else to execute your code for you. It's voluntary and awesome and amazing, and just it can prevent people from getting scammed. If they put their money into the S&P 500, they don't have it left to get scammed. If they put their money into their own personal business and they're a good business person, then they don't have money to get scammed, right? You have to deprive these scams of resources because the other two things don't work. The enforcement is post facto and doesn't get much of the money back. And the yelling at them did not get scammed. They just don't listen. And half the time you do the world worse by advertising things people hadn't heard of. And that really, in my mind, only leaves this third option of out-competing scams for resources by advertising honest, good projects with better marketing and truthful marketing. Because you don't have to lie about crypto. Crypto is awesome. You don't have to inflate or lie about it at all. It's awesome, right? But is anyone else actually doing that? Is anyone else trying to do the thing that might actually prevent people from being scammed? No, they do the opposite thing. They do the thing that doesn't work, and they scream and they yell and they moan and they cry and they say how terrible and horrible everything is. And then the scams just make more and more money because they don't realize that what they're doing is harmful. I stopped. I used to cry out against scams very hard until I realized that I was doing more harm than good. People just don't listen. They don't listen. I invented another thing that I do that these guys aren't smart enough to use, even though I've told them about it. It's called a risk diode. A diode just lets electricity flow one direction. You can do the same thing with risk. If you're already being scammed, I can denounce it and explain why it's terrible, but not name it. And then you, the person that's already being scammed, you know what I'm talking about. But the new guys that aren't being scammed yet, they don't know what to Google to see the sales pitch for the scam to fall for it. I invented that. I'm the one doing that. I'm the one popularizing that. I'm doing a better job stopping scams than these idiots that are making the scams more popular by flapping their lips about them all the time. But they're too stupid to realize it. And I try and share this with them, but it's just so hard because they pride themselves on their ignorance. What type of person prides himself on ignorance? It's tragedy. It's just straight tragedy. Somebody says, I'm just going to read the chat. Like, I understand scams. I would prefer they all go away. There's only one way I can think of that scales that could really make an impact. All right. Why I don't. So first, when someone can't speak properly or capitalize, you have a low expectation for their question. So why I don't see the token on Etherscan? Because you're stupid. You're very stupid. Okay. Go to etherscan.io and leave that window open, and then go to pumpamentals.com, and right up at the top of the website, right? There's the intro banner, and you scroll down, right up at the top it says, the hex contract address is, and you copy it and you paste it in Etherscan. If you can't do that, you're very, very, very stupid, and you need help. You need to go to someone who is technical to help you, because you will lose your money, you will be scammed, you will do stupid things, right? You have in cryptocurrency, you have personal responsibility. You are responsible for your security. You are responsible for protecting your private keys. You are responsible to make sure you're using the right contract address that holds the software that you want to use. You are responsible for understanding how that software works. It's hard, it's complicated. You actually have to be a little bit smart, right? Don't be an idiot. Have someone help you. If you can't find the contract in Etherscan, you're stupid. You literally just copy paste the address into the bar and click enter. Idiot. All right. People keep asking about the Ethereum that's never moved, right? So the first fantasy is, this Ethereum is going to be recycled and pump the price. Okay, well, that's a cool theory. It's never moved. So now what? Some apologies, I guess? How about some apologies? No? Scumbags. That's what these people are, right? If you call someone a scammer and they're not, you're the scammer. It's gross. Why don't you know who has or may have, or what has or may have the keys to that address? Because you are to have no expectations. You are to expect nothing that is not your money. Stop counting other people's money. It is not going to benefit you. It is not going to do anything good for you at all. Nothing. Period. Now, why? Because if promises were made and you had expectations and you thought good things were going to happen for you, then it might be more like a security. I still don't think it would be a security because you're doing all the work and you're running software and you are the network, and there's no essential effort here. Like, I live, I die, doesn't matter. Network continues. Nothing changes. So I believe that probably you could even withstand and still be not a security. Actually saying, this type of thing might have the keys and these type of things might happen. It probably could still be okay, but why risk it? Why risk it? You know, securities can't list on crypto exchanges. Do you want Hex to list on a crypto exchange? Well, then it needs to not be a security. Do you want it to not be a security? Then it needs to not violate the Howey test. And the Howey test has 4 legs. So let's not violate as many as possible, and then it's not a security, and then it can list on exchange and provide utility to all the participants that are the network. Because it provides utility. It's the world's first cryptocurrency that has a chart of future market supply. And when I say chart, I really mean you got to make your own chart, but you're aware of what the future market supply can be because people are declaring when they can sell by staking. It's the first cryptocurrency to monetize the time value of money, where people are paid more to stake longer, just like a CD in the real world. It's the world's first blockchain CD. It's truly innovative. It's truly awesome. There's tons of other innovation in there. It's too technical to even explain to you. But people that won't open their eyes and listen, they hate it. The opposite happens in our chat rooms, where people are talking about how much they love it and how great it is, and extremely happy and extremely thankful. Explain to me how there's such a wide difference between the people that have used it and love it and the people that don't know anything and hate it. It's like, if you like cryptocurrency and you've heard a no-coiner or a fiat maximalist explain to you how stupid cryptocurrency is, and you understand how frustrating it is to hear that, even though it's one of the highest appreciating assets in the history of mankind, and it could truly change the relationship of man and government forever. We could have less wars because they'll have to actually tax you for war instead of just inflating the currency. There's so many good things that come from it, but these no-coiners and fiat maximalists just refuse it. Well, that's how I feel when a maximalist Bitcoin guy tells me how stupid my project is. But in reality, it's not just my project. It's every other project that he doesn't own. So if he buys it, it's awesome. But if he didn't buy it, it's the most biggest scam in the entire universe. Okay. Who's the scammer? The person that tells you the truth and builds something amazing that's never been done before, ever, that provides features that are necessary and required to replace the banksters. Banks exist and they have products. And if you want to get rid of banks, you must replace every product that they provide. Banks have $7.2 trillion in the CDs in the United States and China alone. You want to replace them? Someone has to build a peer-to-peer, audited, verifiable, trustless system to replace them, to make the world more efficient, to have a less overhead. I built that. And the naysayers and the haters, they don't even understand how important that is. There's more money in CDs and time deposits than there is in printed cash. Guess what? It's more important and addresses a larger market than any other cryptocurrency. What was Bitcoin designed to do? Replace fiat. Okay. Well, does it replace any of the other financial instruments that aren't cash? No. It has time locking, but it can't pay rewards. It has, you can try and build on top of it, but they kill you, right? They used to have like an 80 byte opcode, and they made it 40, or it was 60 and they made it 30, something like that, because they wanted to kill off Counterparty that was trying to build on top of Bitcoin. So Counterparty died, and everything that could have been built on Counterparty died. And then Omni tried to build on top, and it kind of works, but now it does under $100 of volume a day. And so everything that's ever tried to build on top of Bitcoin has been slaughtered. I am aware of that because I've been around for the 4 or 5 years that you've needed to know that those things didn't exist and then came into existence and then were killed off and failed to find product market fit. So there was this narrative that Bitcoin was going to be this network that was the network that allowed everyone to have programmable money. It never happened. It never happened. It's so shitty that you can't even use Bitcoin to buy a ticket to a Bitcoin conference. I'm not kidding you. I've been to a lot of conferences. They don't accept Bitcoin because it sucks. It literally sucks. You want to donate to Andreas Antonopoulos? He doesn't accept Bitcoin. He only accepts fucking Patreon and credit cards because Bitcoin can't bill you every month. I tell you the truth. But these scumbags that bought a bag of Bitcoin and want you to buy in after them at a higher price, right? And told you to buy the top at 20K when I told you to short 19, right? They're the ones that are telling the world the truth, right? No, I'm the one that is telling the world the truth. I am the one that has the numbers on my side. And that's the reason there's a trail of bodies behind me of every maximalist that has ever stepped. Everyone that's had the courage or the balls to even attempt to speak to me has been destroyed because the reality is on my side. I am the one with my eyes open looking at the real world. They're living in a bubble with their little bag of Bitcoin, and they're hoping and waiting to make the mad gains that I made getting in earlier than them because I bought earlier than they did. I've mined full blocks on my own with no pool, 50 block reward. Me, with my computer, I did that. These other guys got in years after me. Oh, I think this might be cool. Right? And bought in. Where did Peter buy? Peter bought at 700. Where did I buy? 30. Sorry, bro. Sorry you had to pay, more than 20x more. Oopsie-doo. You're bad, dude. Right? Because I'm on the cutting edge. I understand what the new things are before other people do because I got nothing but free time to read about this stuff. I got nothing. I've never stopped learning. I've never stopped absorbing information. And that's why I can give it to you for free. Everyone else tries to charge you for it. I don't have ads on my YouTube channel. I don't have trading links on my YouTube channel. I don't have, I've never promoted a product on my YouTube channel no matter how many emails I get. Dozens a week. Please, can you talk about our product, Richard, please? We'd really love to work with you. All day long, and I don't do it. Why? Because I care about you guys. I care about you guys. If Hex goes to $1 trillion, which is designed to, or it goes to 100 billion, or it goes to 1 billion, it's not going to affect my life. My life is not going to change. I already have all the stuff I want. I've been retired since 2003 actually. I retired at 24 years old. I've been retired a really long time. My quality of life isn't going to change. What I care about now is legacy. I want to make an impact. I want to make the world a better place. And it's just disgusting to me that I write self-help books. You can read them at t.me/scivive, like Survive Through Science. I give free everything, and I get yelled at like I'm a scammer, and it just is so frustrating. I mean, I'm numb to it now. Like, it's actually not frustrating, but frustration is not the right word. I feel sorry for these people. I truly feel sorry for them because I believe they have potential, and I believe they have the ability to understand things, and they starve themselves of becoming smarter, and they starve themselves of being better people because they pride themselves on their ignorance. And that is a tragedy. That, like, learning is fun. Learning is easy. You just sit there and read, and then you can come up with cool ideas, right? Like, I have cool ideas on how to better get rid of scams. I have cool ideas on how to make more efficient cryptocurrencies. I have so many good ideas I want to share with the world. And what is these other guys doing? They're pumping their bags, telling you to buy what they bought because they bought it, and they don't understand anything else, and they barely understand what they have. And then they want to control your life and your decisions through their ignorance. And that is not ethical. That is not good. It is not honorable. It is not ethical. It is disgusting. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go now, because about 20 minutes ago, the first share price increase in Hex should have occurred. So let's go. Now I'm going to go.hex.win. You guys should. Let's all do this right now. Let's be smart. Let's actually learn about the world. Let's stop listening to talking heads. Let's start seeing and touching and learning ourselves, right? You guys that are on mobile, you're screwed. I'm sorry. This is a desktop thing, right? Because you can't use two screens very easily. If you're an advanced mobile user and you know how to use a split screen, then you can still have the YouTube open. Congratulations, but probably only 0.5% of you guys knows how to do that. I mean, I'll tell you how to do it. Like, if you're on Android, just hit the bottom left corner, the 3 lines. It's going to bring up a list of your windows. Click the middle bar, the middle icon over the top of one of your windows and tell it, split view. And you just click it, and it's going to go to the top or the bottom, and then you can open up another window in this remaining space, right? So in that remaining space, we want to go to go.hex.win. Now, actually, you mobile guys need to install a different browser anyway. So let's just talk desktop, guys. Desktop guys, first click pumpamentals.com. You can get a 10% bonus. If you transform Ethereum into Hex, you're going to get 10% more. If you free claim and use a Bitcoin signature to safely and securely get free Hex, you're going to get 10% more. So click pumpamentals.com. It'll set the cookie. And then go to go.hex.win. That's go.hex.win. And you're going to be able to see one of the easiest to use front ends for Hex. Like I said, you could go to etherscan.io and make it work through the write contract function or the read contract function. It's a little bit harder. This one's easier. I'm sure you'll see more of these over time. So if we go here to, you want to go to metamask.io and install MetaMask. Now, for demo purposes, you really could just enter anything you want as your key. So when you start and you make a new wallet and it says, it's very important to save these keywords and all that stuff, you could just say, like, remind me later and just skip that. But remember that is, if you ever do use that wallet, that is your money. Those keys are your money, and whoever has those keys can spend your money. And if you don't have those keys, you can't. So, like, maybe when we're done looking at it, just right click and remove MetaMask and just reinstall later. But installing it and having it now, or maybe a lot of you guys already have MetaMask. You go to go.hex.win, and then click connect, and now you're going to be able to see what's going on. And so what's going on in here? When you go to the home page, we're writing on day 4 of the system, and this will be the first day that the share price increases. And we can see that there's now 48 ETH in the bucket to be transformed into Hex at the end of the day. Now there's 51. It real-time updates. Everything's real-time, which is amazing innovation. Most cryptocurrency things, you're hitting F5, you're wasting a lot of bandwidth, and you can't see what's really going on in the network because you keep mashing F5, and you can't just sit there and watch. Hex is built better. You can just sit there and watch, and the real-time, everything updates. Oh, look, more people are, putting ETH in. Oh, look, the share rate changed. Oh, like, it's awesome. And I would imagine that you're going to see a lot more cool features coming out from different people because they're telling me about the cool features they're building. For instance, someone built a Telegram bot that tells you every single thing that happens in the contract in a Telegram window. So you just go to, if you're on Telegram, you go to HexWinBot, like @HexWinBot, and you can tell it to activate whatever you want, like how many transactions are being done, right? How many people are staking, how many people are claiming, how many people are transforming, all that stuff, real time. I didn't have anything to do with it. The guy just built it. He messaged me and he's like, "Hey, I want to build something cool." I'm like, "Okay." And then, month later, a couple weeks later, he's like, "Hey man, look what I built." I'm like, awesome. And this happens all the time. Had another guy, Kyle, volunteer, and he built a contract which lets you enter the adoption amplifier lobby over the remaining period that it's open. So you don't care about whether it was, a better ratio or worse ratio on any given day. You're entering over a longer time frame. Kind of dollar cost average again is what it would be called. He built that. I didn't even know he was building it. It was just done. He's like, "Hey, look what I got." I'm like, pretty cool, man. Tweeted it like, "Hey, check this out," right? What else? StakeHex.com, Paul. He built a whole simulation of the Hex contract, and you can go in the global variables in the bottom right and change when you think people claim and how many people claim and how long they'll stake. And then it simulates, what type of returns everyone will get. Awesome. And everything to do with it. He built it, right? This is a truly peer-to-peer distributed, amazing thing that people truly love. They love it. They love it so much. They make their own companies, and they make their own meetup groups, and they make their own chat rooms. And they, somebody put the logo on the homepage of the piratebay.org. I don't know if it's still there. Let's take a look. No, it's back to normal. So I guess for a few days, the piratebay.org had the Hex logo on it, and it was a referral link. Now, why did that happen? Is it because of some essential effort on my part? Is it because some thing that you've been promised? No, I wasn't promised it. You weren't promised it. It just happened because it is designed well. A fully functional, a fully functional, very, very well innovative and new design system exists now. And it's audited. It's got 3 audits. It's beautiful and it's working. It's working amazingly. It's the second most popular product and the second most popular blockchain in the entire world. What more could you want? It's free for Bitcoin holders. It's the world's first blockchain CD. It's designed to go up 10,000x in 2.5 years. Will it? I have no idea. But that's what it's designed to do, right? That's the design intention. So if I design something, right? If I build a Ferrari and I just build 2, I know they're going to go up in value. You know they're going to go up in value. Is that a security? No. If I have a rare coin, does that go up? No. There's a lot of things in the world that are designed to appreciate, like Bitcoin did, and is up to 750,000x, and then they achieve their design intentions. Well, that's great. Was it a guarantee? No, right? And I still believe the price will move around a lot. I think the price is designed to move around less because we should have less volatility because people can time their stakes to end at periods that maybe not as many other people are ending their stakes. And that should allow the market to understand what liquidity looks like in the future and more accurately price the future because they have more data about the future. That's an awesome innovation. We'll see what it really does, right? I don't know what the real world effect will be. I can tell you how it was designed to perform and what it is, designed to do. But what it will really do, I have no idea. No one does. We just have to wait and see. So, yeah, I'm really excited and really happy and really proud about what's been built. And I must say, it's exceeding my expectations in some areas. I didn't expect to be the number 2 thing on Ethereum in 2 days. Wow, that's really good, really fast. Can't be much better, actually, right? There's only 1 slot above, so amazing. I didn't expect to have, the front page of the Pirate Bay for a few days. Awesome. And I didn't expect other people to be making their own chat rooms, right? Like some German guys have their own German hex chat with their own German meetup. I had another guy that is in charge of China. He's like, I want to make this big in China. I'm like, cool, go ahead. And, translates all the videos to Chinese and put up a YouTube and all this other stuff. These are all volunteers. These are all volunteers that believe. They believe in something that is already working and is already performing better than I even thought. It's awesome. Like I was here when Bitcoin didn't have, the logo figured out. I was here when Bitcoin didn't have a currency symbol on the UTC, not UTC, but ISO standard. I've been in Bitcoin since damn near when it started, right? And I see that what we're doing, it looks a lot better, a whole lot better, like more secure, faster, easier to use. I mean, Hex is already listed on exchanges, a lot of them. I didn't do anything, nothing. They choose to do these things. So Hex is listed on BuyDesk, who I think actually lets you send real fiat, so they're not like a distributed exchange. I think they actually touch real fiat. Don't quote me on it. I've never used them, right? I just know that they're trading, and there's, I think they're the highest volume place that they're trading, that Hex is trading at currently. But I'm not really watching it that hard. So maybe go to the chat rooms, go to t.me/hex charts or t.me/hex trading, or t.me/hex crypto, or hex memes, or hex AA, or hex claims, or hex news, or hex videos. Bitcoin doesn't have all that. Bitcoin's pitiful. All other cryptocurrencies are actually pitiful compared to the way Hex is running its social. Like, our social on Telegram is unbeatable. I built a bot that has a menu. So you can go into Hex Crypto, t.me/hex crypto, and you could type !pasta, and it's going to give you a menu of every common question everybody asks. Who owns the ETH? Where's the ETH going? Why won't the price dump on day 353? All these things, right? And you're like, !pasta, !dump, !ETH. And then we got so many questions about the ETH that we just made a whole channel dedicated to it. And then we just made Hex AA, which is the adoption amplifier channel. And then pinned was the answer that used to be the hotkey for !ETH. And then we'll just keep doing that, right? Like, if we get so many questions about one thing, we'll just break that off into its own chat room, pin the answer up at the top, and then people can discuss and learn and watch videos. And, I've talked about this for so many years now that everything you could possibly ask, I've pretty much answered. Like, there's a finite range of questions that people could have. And over these couple of years, I've found them all. And so I've already answered all these things. And if you look at the bottom of videos, we have a volunteer named Michael, and he just timestamps. He just finished timestamping a 7-hour video that I did a couple days ago. Do you know how amazing that is for someone to go through and timestamp a 7-hour long video? And he timestamps it to a degree that I would not be able to do that. It would be too time consuming for me. I would give up on that. He does it, and it's amazing. No one else has that. Like, we have the best timestamps. We have the best chat. We have the best logo. Like, I love our community. Our community is awesome. So good. It shits on the Bitcoin community. And I know because I'm in the Bitcoin community. Shits on it. Hard. No comparison. Sorry, guys. That's the reality. If you want to stop sucking, go ahead and build a good chat room that has any of the features I'm talking about, and then I'll say good things about you. I don't own any Monero. I say good things about it. Do you see me being a prick and like lying about technology because I don't own a bag of it? Seems to be real popular with a lot of other people, right? All right. So let's see if I can see. Since this is the first time the price should ever have gone up, the share price, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able to see it in the claim screen. Nope, stake screen. Okay. So I think the share rate was 100 million, and now it's 99.989 million. So I'd have to invert that for like an increase, I guess. So subtract it and invert it maybe. Let's try it. So 100 million minus 9989. I gotta get the zeros to match up. that the right number of zeros? So it should be 998 and then 6 zeros. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so the 9 takes place there. All right, so that's the difference. I didn't do it right. Yeah, it's too hard for me to do on stream. When I'm being social and like talking to chat, it's hard for me to do math. So the share rate used to be 100 million. Now it's 99.98 million, which if I just reduce it down where you used to get 100 units, like, God, it's so hard. We're using integer math, so we have to inflate the integers to be very large to maintain resolution when we do division. And so the numbers are like insanely large because of that reason, because if we used more reasonable for humans numbers, then we would lose resolution and detail, and it wouldn't be as specific and exact, and we wouldn't get as good computation. So we're using these giant numbers for that reason. So the share rate started out at 100 million shares per hex, and now there's 99.98 million, which is a reduction of 0.02%. So I'm not going to invert it and tell you how much of a price increase that is, but it seems like a 0.03 increase maybe, right? So like if you give somebody a 50% discount, it means they would have had to pay 100% more, right? So there's a relationship between discount and increase, and a small discount always leads to a larger increase. So in this case, we have a 0.02% less shares for 1 day having passed. And so I think if I do 1 divided by 0.02%, maybe that does it. Now 0.02% is like 0.0002, I think. This didn't work at all. That didn't work at all. Yeah, I can't do it on stream. The math's too hard for me. So you used to get 100 million shares yesterday per hex that you stake. Now you get 99.98, and that's for 1 day having passed. And the next day it'll be worse, and the next day it'll be worse, and the next day it'll be worse. And the share rate, it will always be more expensive. You'll never ever get more shares for your hex than you will at the day you're looking at, because the price only goes up, the share price. All right. What else? Oh yeah, you guys that didn't claim your hex, or yeah, if you didn't use your Bitcoin to claim your hex, every week you're going to bleed out 2%, and it's going to be given to the stakers. So you're just bleeding. All you guys that are listening that have Bitcoin, you're smart to claim earlier. It's free. The longer you wait, you'll have nothing left. If you try and claim on day 351, you can't. You lost it all. It's all gone. Got given to other people. Sorry, right? If you claim on week 25, half of it's already gone. And the speed bonus is also cut in half. So everyone that got in the first day, they got 20%. You get in on week 25, you're looking at 10% now. So you're missing half your stack, and you're only getting a 10% bonus, instead of having your whole stack on day 1 and getting a 20% bonus. And getting, if you lock and you stake, you're getting paid all that interest. Well, now you're just like, the early bird gets the worm. This system is designed to reward people that stake longer and larger and earlier. That's how the system is designed. And you can see the returns that you would make by staking by just slapping a number in the stake amount here, and then slapping a length, and then it's going to tell you what your percentage returns would be. And they're usually quite high. I can't get it to give me a number because this account doesn't have any hex in it. So I would like to see this actually show you the percentage returns you could get even though you don't have hex. I think that would be really useful. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna go look at chat and see. I guess I could tell you how much ETH got sent to the contract. Let's take a look. Let's go click the top left and click show all transform lobbies. And yesterday there was 2,516 ETH that went in, and each ETH got 203,000 hex. There you go. Not bad. If you free claim, you're not going to do as well. You'd have to have a whole lot of Bitcoin. Now, if more people put in ETH, then that number goes down. Let's go to chat here. Oh, somebody's talking about this new exchange that messaged me and just said they wanted to list, and I'm like, okay. I think it's funny. Like, these exchanges message me and they're like, hey, you want to list? And I'm like, more on ramps is better. Why are you asking me? Like, because I don't have anything to do with it. Like, what am I going to do? It's an ERC20 smart contract. It's the most widely used, accepted format for a cryptocurrency to be able to list. There's more of these listed than any other type of thing in the whole cryptocurrency history of man. So they just, they literally on their exchange system, they just type the contract address, the number of decimals, which is 8, and the ticker symbol, which is hex. And that's just about all they have to do. That's it, because it's distributed finance. It's the right platform. It's amazing. It's better. It took Bitcoin forever to get listed anywhere. It was only listed one place for years, Mt. Gox. There's just nowhere else. Hex is listed on McAfee Dex. I think McAfee Dex, Fork Delta, BuyDesk, this new place I've never been to yet called Tags. But I did go to their homepage and they had an address in the bottom left corner and said they were Austrac registered and stuff. So, okay, that looks fancy if that's real cool, right? Regulated and, has an address and stuff. Maybe that's better. Maybe it's not. Like, I don't know. Like, go find out, right? I don't have anything to do with it. That's awesome. Everyone is just volunteering and listing and participating and being the network and building stuff and making memes and just, it's all amazing. It's all working exactly as it was designed. That's awesome. It's bad. I didn't expect these things. I didn't expect the front page of the Pirate Bay. I didn't expect a Telegram bot. I didn't expect all of these dexes listing, right? I knew Fork Delta and Ether Delta because anyone could add them. But now a lot of other people that require, I guess, manual intervention are adding, right? That's amazing. I'm having tons of people reach out to me that want to learn more and be part of it. What more could you possibly ask for to be in at the first week that a new, amazing, innovative thing that could really change the world existed? That's magical. Look, I've started a lot of businesses, and I got to tell you, most businesses, you got to punch really, really hard to get anyone to care at all. Most people don't care. For some reason, Hex is just lighting up fires, man. Lighting them up. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Somebody said, I don't know if this is true, but like somebody in chat saying, use that new exchange with the X in it. I gotta find it. But he says there's a lot of buy orders. Okay. I think it's like Zags. I feel bad now. Tags? T-A-G-Z. Okay. Cool. I will go look at their website and I'll take a look after the stream. I'm just looking through chat now. Somebody says, what do you think about people that received on day 3, they got 4x as many hacks as they'd used as day 1? I warned everyone and told everyone that people over FOMO day 1 and told everyone you might want to spread your entry over a few days. That's what I said. I said it publicly, I said it in chat, and I gave you the EOS charts. And since they had some similarities, I said, go look at these charts, right? And pulled the data for you and gave you the data source. What more can I possibly do for you? Get people to not over FOMO day 1? How? How am I going to get people to not over FOMO day 1? Tell them not to? Okay, I did that. What else? That's what people do, man. They over FOMO day 1. Like, I can't, there's nothing I can do about it. Let's hope that, more people see how awesome it is, and then they pump up the participation in every area later, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're getting scale now, right? You find out something's awesome, you tell a couple people. And that's the feedback I'm hearing. People really love it. It works so well. I've used a lot of cryptocurrencies, and I'm telling you, Hex works better. It does. Actually use it. Actually try it. If you haven't actually tried it, you don't understand how good it is. You just install MetaMask. Install MetaMask and go to go.hex.win, and I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Why isn't Hex on CoinMarketCap? Well, they have a really, 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 really long form that needs to be filled out, and it ain't filled out yet, so that's that. It's a really, 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 really long form. Like they want you to do chain analysis. They're like, okay, what's a list of the top holders and what are their addresses, and put it in an Excel sheet. Okay, okay, we need a logo with exactly the specs. Okay, sure. It's just a lot of effort. What's the total hex supply? It really depends on how many people free claim. So we've had like 116,000 BTC free claim, like maybe 8 hours ago when I looked. And so, you know, there's only about 9 million that can actually try to claim after all the penalties, you know, whale penalties, and multi-sig can't claim, and Mt. Gox can't claim and stuff. So we've got about 1.3% of the total possible BTC claimed already claimed after day 3 here. I think a lot of that happened on day 1. So, you know, really the supply is solely a function of how many people claim. For the most part. There's a very, very, very tiny sliver that's a function of how short people's stakes are. But it's the vast majority is how many people claim. And I think that the end supply after the big payday on day 353, which is the most important part of staking, is that you get all the unclaimed coins times multipliers, times the critical mass, times the virality. You know, that huge, huge, huge reward on day 353 is what you want to, you know, stake longer and larger and start it earlier. You know, that's the primary incentive in Hex for staking, right? After the big payday on 353, then it's, you know, just a low inflation of 3.69 maximum. But the rewards during this early phase are just 100x higher, you know, 50x higher, some very large number higher, because we're going from no coins to a lot of coins. Just like Bitcoin went from no coins to 18 million coins, we're going from no coins to, you know, in between 500 and 740, something in there, like maybe 540 to 740 is the range. It depends on how many people free claim. And it's by design. Like it would have been extremely easy to choose any range by just like right now you get 10,000 hex per Bitcoin, 20% speed bonus, 10% if you click pumpmetals.com or any other refer. We would be very easy to just remove 0 and be like, okay, you get 1,000 hex per Bitcoin or 100 hex per Bitcoin. And that would just reduce our scale. But that scale was well thought out and chosen for very specific reasons. I think it's a superior scale. You know, no one likes to pay 0.00001 for something. People do not like decimals. Well, how do you get rid of decimals? You use a larger scale. So if you plan on having a high value and you plan on being successful and you plan on doing some, you know, crazy appreciation, well, then you need to have, you need to move that decimal point, you know, over so that you have numbers people like to use, right? I would rather that with Hex, no one ever have to use a decimal. They suck, right? Like decimals aren't fun. So, except Dewey Decimal. The Dewey Decimal system at the library was okay. I don't know if any of you guys have ever been to a library before. Maybe it's just an old person thing. What if Hex is worth more than the platform it runs on? Well, it's designed to be. So what you'll discover is that anytime you have a value ecosystem, certain amounts of value are captured at different levels in the system. So Amazon as an endpoint captures most of the value. The shipping companies and the manufacturers do not. Netflix as an endpoint captures most of the value. The production companies and the internet providers that they're broadcasting over do not. And so in the world that we live in today, the majority of value in an ecosystem appears to be captured at endpoints. So to us, Ethereum is a dumb pipe. It's a awesome pipe that has a lot of cool innovation and technology being rolled into it. There's a hard fork coming up in just, I believe, 4 days that introduces things that could allow us to do 1,000x more transactions on chain with ZK rollups and optimistic rollups. Anyone else doing that? Anyone else getting 1,000x the performance on chain? No? Okay, well, the ecosystem that Hex is built in is. So that's awesome, right? So even Hex itself is immutable code that cannot be changed by anybody. But the system that it runs on is being improved all the time. And it's open source so that you can improve it too. That's so good. It's so good. A lot of the reason that Hex works as well as it does is because Ethereum is well designed. It just has a lot of tools that are done that make everything a lot easier. Like MetaMask works great. Not using a UTXO system and using an account system so that you don't have to wait for a confirmation to do a spend. It's like pretty fun, right? You can still do that with the UTXO system, but you have to tell your client that you want to. And then it's like you'll run into problems if there's an orphan, I think. Hard technical stuff to explain to you. So I believe that Hex, Hex will be worth more than Ethereum because it's an endpoint more than Ethereum is. You know, Ethereum was designed to be a world computer. It didn't work out. It was designed to, you know, do all these amazing things, and it didn't work out. And it's got a lot of bag holders from higher, and you know, it went down 95%. And like, I think it's much easier to find price appreciation and price discovery on something that doesn't have bag holders from higher. And so I think there's a natural advantage to lower market cap cryptocurrencies for percentage appreciation. And I think there's an advantage for new cryptocurrencies for price appreciation. And I think there's an advantage for endpoints that have a closer relationship to the consumer than a more distant relationship. So, yeah, I believe in Hex. And if its value exceeded the network that it's on by a large enough amount, then you would just allow miners to pay in Hex for transaction fees instead of paying in Ethereum as it is now, right? Now you can mine your own blocks, it's just very hard. So most people, they choose to, you know, pay someone else to run their code for them, which is what mining a block is. And so in Ethereum, mining a block means you're going to run somebody else's code that wants you to run it, and they give you their private key to run it. And you're also going to find a difficult to find hash against some nonce that meets a difficulty target, and that allows you to write the block. And so you're doing computation and the hash finding, proof of work burning of electricity. You're doing both. And in Bitcoin, you're not really doing that. In Bitcoin, you're really just burning electricity. You're not doing any computation because it's not a Turing complete system. You know, like people advertise Bitcoin as programmable money. You can't program shit with it. Nothing. It's pretty much useless, which is why anyone that tried to build on it has failed entirely because you can't do anything with it. I would love to have launched tax on Bitcoin. It wasn't able to. It's purposefully restricted in its abilities in the hopes that it will be more secure. It hasn't worked. It's had 2 inflation bugs where anyone could print as much free money as they wanted. So it hasn't worked at all. But I mean, that was the attempt to reduce the attack surface by reducing the number of attack vectors by having less opcodes. You know, when Bitcoin was originally first designed, it had more features. Satoshi had a poker client in it. Satoshi had a marketplace client in it. Well, that went away, which is just funny to me because I think those maximalist scumbags that doesn't understand anything about anything or how markets work or why other things are out appreciating what they've got. I bet if you tried to build a cryptocurrency built around marketplaces or poker, they'd tell you were an asshole. But it's what Satoshi did. They're just too stupid. They don't even know the history of the client to even realize that. We'll see. There's a smart Bitcoin maximalist that I'm doing an interview with on the 9th, December 9th. His name's Giacomo Zucco. And I also have an interview coming up with somebody that I don't think he's a Bitcoin maximalist now, but I don't think he started that way. I'm going to be talking to Ian Bellina on the 7th. So I'm sure everyone's going to love that. So I'm talking to both ends of the spectrum. What used to be an altcoin maximalist, an ICO maximalist, I believe, and what is a Bitcoin maximalist. And now they're both Bitcoin maximalists, right? So it's going to be very, very, very interesting. I think it will be a more productive and fun and useful conversation than the extremely disappointing performance that Peter presented. It might actually be my worst interview I've ever done, which is weird because usually my interviews turn out to be really good and have new information and like, you know, but Peter's was the worst interview I've ever had. That was long. I had one like yesterday where it was only 5 minutes and you're like, why did I bother? Like a combative journalist that just, you know, just like, actually I think Peter's is still worse, but and I hope he sends his heroes to me to be educated. I hope whoever he thinks really knows what's going on, I hope he brings them right here so that I could educate them. And if they truly are as smart as they think they are, we're not even going to disagree on anything. because I'm just presenting reality. I'm representing reality. If when Giacomo Zucco comes on, we might not disagree on anything. If he understands the technology, I'm just telling you guys facts, right? So if some other smart guy knows the facts as well as I do, there's not going to be any disagreement. I hope that happens. Like, I really look forward to it. When debate with Andreas, he declined. I offered, he said no. I don't think he's ready for it. And I don't want to disagree with people. I just want to say the truth. Like, I am not trying to be a drama queen, right? If I wanted to be a drama queen, I'd make funny GIFs of these people and ridicule them and attack them personally, and it would be viral and funny, right? But I don't do that. I don't talk about how they look. I don't talk about, like, it is not in my interest to insult these people. I don't want to do it. I could do it. I'd probably be pretty good at it, but it's not what I want to do. I want to educate. I want to learn. And if someone knows more than me, I want to learn from them. And if someone doesn't understand something right, I want to educate them. That's the highest and best use, I think, of everyone's time. You know, I don't think clout chasing and attacking people and finding reasons to disagree with people. Do you know how easy it would be for me to find reasons to argue with and insult Andreas? It would be very, 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 very easy. Very easy. Like, I guess I lightly did it when I said he doesn't accept Bitcoin, he accepts Patreon, right? I could talk about his societal beliefs regarding inclusion and forcing his belief system down people's throat. I could talk about being in Bitcoin from the beginning, but yet not having any money. Oops, how do you do that? Right? Maybe provide some value and build something that people want instead of doing this all day. Because you want to know the truth? If you're smart and you present your argument well and you make one video right once, you can just link people to it. And you don't have to keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. You can just link to it. That's what I do in my chat rooms. Where's the ETH go? @HexAA. And it used to be !ETH, right? But then it got so big that we had to make its own chat room. And then I don't have to go in there and type it myself because I already did a great job once and I refine it and it becomes thoroughbred and now that it's done. If you're still going on stage talking one by one to 100 people at a time, you're bad at marketing. You're bad at marketing. It doesn't scale. You personally speaking to an audience doesn't scale. What scales is advertising. I think what happens is a lot of people enjoy going to these conferences because they want to bask in the glow of the adoration of the public, right? The public sees you as a personality. They get a chance to interact with you. They're high-fiving you. They're hugging you. They're taking selfies with you. And I think a lot of people, they fall for that and they enjoy it, and then they spend more time at these things than they really should, right? I want to make a difference in the world. And me talking to 100 or even 1,000 people in an event is comedic. I could email my 20,000 email list for tax. I could talk to my 100,000 followers on Twitter and YouTube. So of what real value are these, you know, maybe out of that, 1,000 people that are there, maybe you're having like a good impact on 200 or 300 that are conscious and watching when you're doing your thing, right? It just doesn't scale. It's not good numbers. If you spent your whole life talking to people one by one to get an idea across, you're not spreading ideas properly. Do you think Fortnite, the video game, had an evangelical guy walking around going, hey man, you should play Fortnite. It's cool. It's stupid and it doesn't work and it doesn't scale. And if that's how you spent your entire life, you've wasted your life. I'm sorry to say it. You didn't know something else was available to you. You didn't know there was something better to do. My bad, dude. Like, there's other people that are doing things at scale that are working, and you should do those things, right? Do you think Satoshi went, door to door selling people on Bitcoin? Nope. He never even stepped outside the house. He never let anyone see his face. And look at what he did worked out, right? You got to do the things that work. This one-to-one feel good, hey, look how cool I am evangelism. I have done it recently just because we had a launch coming up, but it's not really where I want to spend my time. I want to do things at scale. And speaking one by one doesn't do it. Let's go down the list here. Can I still claim free hex? Absolutely. But every day you wait, you lose more of your money. That's how it's designed. So the when hex is wildly successful, you can't come along and say, oh, well, I did nothing at all to help this thing become amazing, so let me dump on everyone's heads. Nope. You will lose all your stake. You'll lose all your ability to claim over 350 days. At the end of day 350, you can't claim anymore. It's over. The referral program goes away. The free money goes away, right? And then it's just a peer-to-peer, trustless, audited cryptocurrency that replaces the miners with stakers, and you get paid to hold the price up instead of getting paid to dump the price. So we pay fees to miners to do transactions, but we do not pay inflation to miners. No. As a matter of fact, if you're an average length, average size staker, there is no inflation to you. It's 0% because you're the one receiving the inflation. So, 3% more coins exist. Cool. You just happen to have 3% more coins now. If you're an average length, average size staker. Lucky you, right? Like, it's awesome. It's amazing. But people don't understand it because they don't take that time to read or listen. Yeah, I reached out to Senator Decree. He declined. People are scared. Well, wait a second. He didn't. I take that back. I don't think he declined. We may end up doing a video. I mixed him up with somebody else. We communicated, and I think we might do something. Sorry. It's hard to keep track of everybody. Why 500 million hex available for 3 days? So the number of hex that are available through the adoption amplifier goes down and only down. It goes down when people make claims. Here's the issue. If you claim, if there's 100 days left for the claim phase, and you claim 100 coins on one day, it doesn't drive the number of coins down by 100 that day, and then the rest of the days stay the same. It drives all of the days down that are left by that 100. It's a damping factor, right? So because of that damping factor, even when people make a lot of Bitcoin claims, it pushes down the amount available in AA by less than you would think because it's spread across all the remaining days. Now, as less days become remaining, then it amplifies the effect that free claims will have because it'll have a larger impact, right? So like on the last day, if 100,000 coins claim, then that will immediately make, a billion less hex be available, whatever 100,000 times 10,000 is. It'll instantly make that much less to the available adoption amplifier. So what are the options here, right? The only other option would be to have released more supply early, rewarding early guys even more, and then the later guys have less of a benefit to onboard because there's less reward left for them because the early guys took everything. And there's already so much for the early guys that it didn't seem reasonable to front load all of the adoption into the beginning phase and then leave nothing left for the later guys, right? It seems more reasonable to spread it fairly over time. And I told you guys to not over FOMO. You don't listen, or maybe you didn't hear, whatever. Look at the EOS chart, right? That's the only example I got. Their thing was a little similar. Maybe our thing will be a little similar. I don't have any other better resource to trying to predict, what's going to happen, right? Like I have no idea. When this launched, I had no idea how many people claim. I had no idea how many people would, put ETH in. I had no idea any of these things. And I don't know how today's performance is going to affect tomorrow's performance. I don't know when the next big news article is going to come out. I don't know when, some other large entity decides to onboard all their users, right? Maybe somebody that's got an exchange decides to list it. Maybe somebody that, I have no idea when things will happen or if they'll happen. And so I can't, if you're trying to market time and speculate entry, good luck. I don't think it's going to be easy to do. And as I told you, Kyle wrote a contract which will enter you into every single day of the rest of the AA system automatically. So maybe go check that out. It's in Hex News, and I tweeted it. And if you want to find it by Google or Twitter search, I think you just search Kyle and then Hex, or maybe Kyle and join or something. or you could just go into Hex Crypto, and then someone there will, if you go to t.me/Hex Crypto, why am I slurring? If you go to t.me/Hex Crypto, then you will find someone that tells you where Kyle's tool is. What else? Please explain the day 353 payout. Sure. So right now, only 9 million effective Bitcoin can be attempted to be claimed of the 18 million, which means that 9 million is going to be, multiplied by 10,000, which I think gives you 90 billion. That is going to be given out to the stakers on day 353 by their shares. If you get in early, you get a lower share price. And then when you stake your hex, you get more shares. If you get in late, you get a less share price, and then you get less shares. And then on day 353, oh, by the way, like when you stake, if you stake longer, you can get up to 3 times the shares. If you stake bigger, you can get up to 10% more shares. It's all built around this currency rewards those who deserve it. You refer people, you deserve a reward. So you mint yourself a reward. If you stake longer, you mint yourself more shares. If you stake bigger, you mint yourself more shares. It rewards the people who deserve it. It's a better designed system. We lined incentives with a better design. So on day 353, you're going to get, at least 90 billion hex, but it's probably going to be a lot more than that. Why? Because people are stupid and they don't free claim. So it would be 90 billion if everyone free claimed. But is everyone going to free claim? They'd have to do it on the first day. If they didn't all do it on the first day, which the network couldn't even handle, if they didn't all do it on the first day, they start bleeding 2% per week. And it's ticks every day, right? But it ends up about 2% a week. It reduces you by 100% over 350 days. Or 350. So if you count up the people who lost their coins, and Satoshi, who's probably dead, and all the late penalties, it's probably, and then you multiply it by the adoption multipliers of virality and critical bonus, which can, virality and critical mass, they multiply by up to 3, that amount. You end up with, maybe, 400 billion, 500 billion, something like that. And you can look at it in stakehex.com, right? And you look at Paul's models there. You go to stakehex.com and then just make a stake, right? Say that you claimed, say that you staked, and then look at the chart of the supply, and you'll see it jump up on day 353. And that jump up on day 353 is how much is going to be handed out to the stakers, right? And that's what the game is. The game, I think the game right now is, if you're a speculator and you're trying to day trade and market time and you care about the USD price and stuff, okay, that's its own game, right? But there's a different game, which is how much of a percent of the supply can you own? And it's irrelevant to price, right? So you don't have to think about that stuff. So let's just talk about you getting the largest percent of the ownership of the hex that will exist at the end of day 353 when the launch phase is over and the referral program goes away and the free claiming goes away, and the only thing that we've got is staking and 3.69% maximum interest per year, and it's very likely to be a lot less than that because that only gets paid out on a delay at the end of the stake. And the fact that it's delayed reduces the amount that the inflation kicks in because the snowball's smaller instead of bigger, and then it can't scale, right? So we're going to have less than 3.69% inflation. Now, what are your rewards going to be as a staker? Well, if only 10% of people stake, it'll be 36.9% in hex, right? If 100% of people stake, which is impossible because someone's going to lose their key, right? Then it would be 3.69%. And we don't have externalities. We don't have mining bills to pay. We don't have electric companies to pay, right? The system just runs. So it's just so better. It's so better in so many ways. Yeah. So right now, for me, I think the game is what's the largest percent you can own? And then the price will go up, price will go down. Cool, great, whatever. Let's see that big day 353, how much of this thing that you can have, right? And you want to get in as big as you can, as early as you can, to get the lowest share price, and then stake as long as you can to get the most bonus shares. And then when day 353 hits, then you got your bag, you got your giant actual, like, here it is, and I can't even screw it up. I can't even sell the bottom because it's locked. Imagine if you could have locked your Bitcoin 10 years ago. Boy, would you be happy. You know how many people try to time the market and buy and sell and outperform and got destroyed because it always goes higher and lower than you think, and then you get liquidated, right? There's beautiful invention from so many perspectives and has never existed before. Nothing like this has ever existed before. It's amazing and innovative, and the innovation is all over the place. Like the game theory is innovative, the software is innovative, and how the software was written is innovative, and even the front end is innovative, which we run basic. I'm not even going to explain to you the front end because it's a little complicated, but there's so many cool things. So many cool things. Can you verify if November 21st is the big payday? You can. I don't have it memorized. You'd have to see. The issue is when you try and think about computing and calendars and dates, there's something called the fence post error. And what the fence post error is, if you want to hold up two panels, right? Like if you're putting up a fence and you have posts and then you have fence and the fence goes in between the posts. Okay, you want to put up two panels? How many posts do you need? N plus 1. You need 3 posts to hold up 2 panels. Left, panel, post, panel, post, panel, post. 3 posts, right? We screw this up in software all the time. All the time. And so when you ask me like, okay, is it on X date? I can't remember if that date is when it ends or that date is right after it ended, and that 1 day of like difference there, the fence post error, it matters. It makes a big difference. So you need to be very specific looking it up. There's another name for that. It's also called an off by 1 error in software. It's common. Like SegWit2x fork failed to function properly due to an off by 1 error. And I think there was another error in there as well. So I prefer not to make those errors. How will the ETH stake affect the ETH network? It might happen, it might not happen. I don't know. I know it's not profitable. So if I were looking to speculate and make high reward, you can't make high reward staking ETH. It's just not in the design parameters. It's not what it's built for, so it doesn't do it. So I wouldn't participate. It's actually a job, right? Like you have to set up a server farm, and you have to make sure that there's no downtime, and you have to make sure that a lot of stuff happens or you lose money. So it's risky with low reward, and it takes technical expertise. It's not something I'm interested in personally. Somebody says, wouldn't it be real cool if the keys for the AA lobby found themselves in the way of the SENS Foundation? Well, I like that charity. I do like sens.org. So I won't answer your question, but I will say that I do like sens.org. And you know who else likes it? Vitalik, because he gave them a few $1 million. And that's heroic in my opinion. And he gave his money to try and save your life. And I think that anyone that does that is a hero. So good on you, Vitalik. People think, oh, well, it's too many coins. Oh, they're mostly locked up. No, as of 6 hours ago when I looked, they were 70% locked up. So it's already 2/3 less than you thought, right? And how many more will get locked up? I have no idea, right? I'd be very interested to find out. Since the market already knows what the supply will look like, I don't see how you're going to have a less efficient market by giving the market more good, honest data to compute on. I think that helps markets become more efficient, and it should make the price discovery more efficient. Yeah, I'm happy with the way all that works. Somebody says, I staked 25K for 10 years. What do you think? I think you maxed out the bigger pays better bonus. Congratulations, man. Interview Vitalik? Sure. Reach out. Somebody make it happen. Have a message me on t.me/Richard Hart. Will Hex die if I die? Nope. I'm unrelated. I don't matter. It's code on the blockchain. It's immutable. It sits there. You run it. You are the network. I don't matter. All the websites go down. I go down. Chats go down. Everything goes down. Doesn't matter. You just talk to the contract directly through Etherscan or whatever client you want. There's a lot of different clients that can talk to the network. I'm irrelevant. Why is the AA pool not getting smaller? It is. If you mouse over it, you'll see the difference. It's just the difference is small because not enough people are claiming to make a huge impact. Because that when you claim, the impact is spread over all the remaining days. And since this is the very beginning, if you claimed 100 coins, it doesn't reduce the AA by 100 coins that day. It reduces the AA by 100 coins over the remaining 340 whatever days, which is like 0.3 coin difference, right? Like, so because of that damping factor, it just makes it, it makes it more static for this period. Static's not bad, right? Like, static's okay. How many days would I recommend to stake? Up to you, man. I mean, that's really, I no longer pays better, but you know, you could set up a ladder where you do multiple stakes that end at multiple times. You can't do that if you're a free claimer. You know, you do your auto stake to one period that you can choose with a minimum of 350 days, no emergency end staking. But if you're using the AA system, or you know, you're referring people, or you're getting them on exchange, like any of those ways, you really can just choose to stake anywhere you want between 1 day and 5,555 days. Up to you. It will be easier for you to choose a date at which your end can stake when there's a visual chart for you to look at. None of those exist yet. So when someone makes one, then looking at that chart, I think, will be real exciting and real fun to know, like, yeah, like, look, there's no one ending stake right here, so maybe I'll end stake there. And then that will, I believe, reduce volatility because it reduces supply shock. Like, it's a really cool innovation that just exists in Hex. Explain staking bigger. Does it count under multiple stakes? No, it's single stake. It's used as an anti-spam measure. We want to be good citizens of the network and make everything as efficient as we can, which means making very gas efficient computation, and it means not doing more transactions than necessary. So if you design an incentive where people are rewarded for combining their transactions into one transaction, then it's computationally efficient, it's storage efficient, it's bandwidth efficient. And so it also, on top of all of those things, emulates the way CDs work in the real world, where there's a jumbo CD that if you have over $100,000 in it, they pay you about 10% more interest. So that's the reason we have a bigger pays better, is because of all of those good reasons. That's also the reason you can't add to a stake once it already exists, because we want you to use less of the network. We want you to be computationally efficient. Didn't you actually, all caps? I'm going to read this, but because it's all caps, it's usually low quality, right? I want to yell when I'm reading it. Didn't you actually recommend selling all BTC immediately after snapshot and convert it into ETH and send it to transform into Hex, in which case a person would have 0 BTC and ETH now? I said that I'm not a financial advisor, but that seems like a really cool idea to me. If you want high returns, if you want high ROI, then it seems to me that a new coin with no bag holders from higher and security audits and innovative things, it seems like those are opportunities there that are harder to find in other things. So yeah, I think that's a very cool idea. You could call me biased because I really like Hex, right? Yeah, like I would rather personally have a much larger bag of Hex and no bag of anything else, like really. So it's up to the individual, right? Are you happy with Bitcoin's price performance? Did you like the 20K to 3K? Did you enjoy that? How'd you feel about the 14K to 6,500? Did you like that? Okay. Do you like not having any distributed finance, not getting any free coins, not having a referral program? Okay. Well, if you want better things, come be part of the network. Have better things, right? You're at the beginning of something amazing. Bitcoin began 10 years ago. You weren't there. Well, you got the opportunity now to be part of something that is designed to outperform Bitcoin. Now, will it? I don't know. It's designed to. Let's see what happens, right? So far, so good. We can't be doing much better. We really can't be doing much better. Number 2 on the whole network already. Not a single dollar spent on marketing. $0 spent. Oh my God. Like what? Do you know how good that is? It's really, 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 really good. It's really good. It means everything's working. Oh, I look like I'm talking to a mini-me? Oh, that's so dumb. Get rid of that. Thank you, chat. No more mini-me. Now you can see the green candles. Green candles for price appreciation. You guys may not know this, but in China, the candles are backwards. Green candle means down price, red candle means up price. But in the Western cultures, green candle means up price, red candle means down price. Somebody says, I'm staked into AAA in a big way, thank you. You're welcome, bro. And thank you for thanking me, because really, I do deal with an unreasonable amount of hatred. A truly unreasonable amount of hatred. Which is weird as someone who speaks out against scams and scammers and built something that is audited, trustless, peer-to-peer, voluntary. What more can I do? Thanks for shouting, someone says. I'll read the comment in shouting voice. Thanks for shouting! All of a person's BTC wealth would be in the hands of you, right? Hilarious. Guys, do whatever you think is best for you. I built something amazing, okay? If you think it's amazing, come play along. If you think something else is amazing, go do that. Do whatever you want, man. Like, I can only do the best I can do, right? I show you the data, I show you the facts, I present you the real world. You do your own computation. So let's do this analysis right now. Do you care about the price? I think a lot of people are going to say yes. Okay. Do you want to own something that's going to go up a lot in value? Okay, yes. Do you want to make a 10x or a 100x? I think you want to make a 100x. Okay. Well, what do we got to do to get 100x in Bitcoin? Well, it's $7,500 right now. Okay. Well, let's see what the math says here. 7,500 times 100,000. No, we only wanted 100x, right? Okay. To do 100x in Bitcoin, we only need $750,000 Bitcoin each. That's all. That's all we need. Just $750,000 per Bitcoin. We couldn't hold $14,000. We couldn't hold 12,000. We couldn't hold 10,000. We couldn't hold 8,500. We couldn't hold 7,500. We couldn't hold 6,750. We bounced at 6,500. And you want now 750,000 is what you want. I don't know, man. That seems like a long shot to me. What's the market cap of Bitcoin right now? Let's take a look. 18 million coins, $7,500. I'm just assuming it's $7,500. Since I got a browser here, why don't we just look up the price real quick? And the price is $73.80. Okay. So I'll use that in the calculator here. $73.80 times 18 million coins. Oh, we got a $140 billion market cap. Okay. And you want that to go up 100x. That's like 14 trillion or something. If you want to deal with these absurd numbers, you can go to Wolfram Alpha. wolframalpha.com. What? Oh, I misspelled it. And then let's type 140 billion times 100. And it'll just do all the hard stuff for us. 14 trillion. Okay? So you want Bitcoin to be 14 trillion. Do you think Bitcoin is going to reach some friction along the way? Do you think it's going to be smooth sailing? Do you think the banksters are going to go down without a fight? No. Do you think Bitcoin could scale to service enough people to support that valuation? Not in any reasonable time frame, bro. So if you want to make 100x, I find it very, 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 very improbable that you're going to get that within your lifetime in Bitcoin because it's already so high. So what about a new coin that has a low market cap? How much economic energy does it take to move a low liquidity coin up 100x? A lot less. A lot less. So since the only thing that moves the price up is pressing the green button, having a thinner order book to press the green button into causes more price movement. So it's mathematically correct that it is easier with a limited amount of economic input energy to move a smaller thing farther. It's similar to, like, what do you think's easier, pushing a freight train by hand or pushing a bicycle by hand? Well, the bicycle. Why? Because it weighs less. Okay, well, what do you think's easier to move multiples of price appreciation? Bitcoin, the heaviest cryptocurrency, or something brand new that's the lightest? The light thing. It moves easier, right? So if you're looking to make 100x or more, or 1,000 or 10,000x, I do not think you're going to get that in Bitcoin. Now, if this wasn't the beginning, and if there was already some huge price to hex, you might be buying a local high. The price might go down right after you bought it because you bought it after it already went up so much, right? But how far has hex gone from zero? I don't think it's moved that far, right? Like the market's just opened yesterday. I think yesterday was the first time a market existed. Or maybe I've been working so hard, maybe I'm time zoned out, like maybe it was 2 days or something. This is, I believe that there is great opportunity here. I do not know what the price will do. I'm pretty sure that the statistical likelihood of 1,000x or 10,000x, you can get this here. You might not, but you can. At least it's a range of things that could happen. But in Bitcoin, it's big already, man. Look at the chart. The chart used to go like this, then it went like that, and then it went like that, and now it's going like that, because it's just heavier and heavier and harder to move. That's just how it is, man. All right. For fun, I'm going to look at a couple exchanges because I've never really looked. Might as well. Let me find my chat here. Get someone new on the show to body. You do it. I don't know if you guys have realized this, but I just say things that are true on screen. You guys are the ones that are doing most of the work, right? You bring me the people. You build the cool stuff, right? I'll speak the truth. I don't have time to be reaching out to people, man. Like, you guys do that. All right, let's look at the exchanges here. I'm looking at Fork Delta. Fork Delta's got, oh, it's the wrong ticker. I'm guessing what a ticker might be. I've never used this website. Yep. I guess I'm not going to learn anything here. I'm just going to close that window. All right, BuyDesk. BuyDesk is working. It looks like it's 12 Satoshis. Oh, hold on. It's loading. 9 Satoshis. Yeah. Look at this wick. Someone wicked it up to 500 Satoshis. This is the funniness of illiquid markets, right? Brand new market, thin order books. Someone pressed the buy button and wicked the price up 50 times higher than what it was. I mean, yeah, that's funny. There's an even bigger wick? Oh, there's even bigger wicks. Oh my God. That's crazy. So, okay, I'm looking at buydesk.com here on the Hex BTC pair, and I'm gonna move it out to the, I guess, the 4-hour chart. Nope, that's not what I want. That's the silliest candle I've ever seen. Somebody, oh man. I can't believe people do this. They don't understand how order books work, and then they just press the green button or the red button, and they just empty out like one side of the book and just set some retarded price, either high or low. So right now, like, I guess it was maybe their first 4-hour period that Hex ever traded versus BTC here. It had a high of 15,000 sats and a low of 10 sats. So that's a difference of 1,500x. So if this isn't proof to you that the numbers I'm telling you are accurate, Hex already did a 1,500x in its first day of trading, in its first exchange. It happened. Now, was there volume? Probably not, right? But the numbers are real, right? These are real numbers. If you're just looking at these multiple numbers, Hex on this exchange did a 1,500x in a single 4-hour candle. Like, that's just hilarious. That is hilarious. I don't know that I've ever, like, I don't think I've ever seen a 1,500x in a 4-hour candle before. Man, that's funny. So someone got to sell their Hex at a 1,500. Someone sold their Hex at a 1,500x return, possibly, if they bought the low and sold the high here, right? Like, it's hilarious. So where are we at now? Let's look at these other time frames. Yeah, it's all price discovery, right? I don't even know how much volume's here. I'd have to do the math. Yeah, I don't know how much volume's here. I think someone posted a chart that I tweeted. There's this guy that, so we got all these cool guys that volunteer to do stuff, and they just do it. So stakehex.com made the price prediction, kind of like state prediction, how many Hex will you get if other people do this kind of thing. And then this other guy, his name's Junio or something. He's got a picture of him doing jiu-jitsu. And he made a stats package that he just keeps posting in the Telegram of every cool thing. How much ETH came in, how much stakes came in, what percent of the supply is staked, how much more, like, just awesome, like super, super cool data. He just keeps posting it. So he put numbers for like what the daily volume was on different exchanges. I think it was doing like $15,000 a day, I think was the daily volume the last time I looked. I love that guy's stats. I absolutely love him. He says he's putting together a website to show you these things, which I would definitely like to, like, because I care about this stuff, right? This is really, really cool. This is the speculative stickiness that Hex has that other things don't have. Love it, right? So I would be very interested to see which markets are developing and how is like a centralized. I think ByteDesk is a centralized exchange. I don't think it's a decentralized exchange, because I think they trade against USD, and I think that is a decentralized exchange. You can't trade against USD because someone has to have a bank account, right? So I think this is a centralized exchange. Now let's look at. We'll see if I can compare them. So I'll go to this 4-hour candle. I'll go to the last 4-hour candle. So this says it did 5 million, no, 20, about 20 million of volume in Hex, I guess. So the last 4-hour candle did 20 million volume in Hex, not in dollars, in Hex, on the Hex BTC pair. Now they've got other pairs here, right? So they've also got a USDT pair. Oh, look, it's up 80%. Cool. At least it says plus 80% right next to it. We're reading that right? Yeah, it says plus 80% in green next to Hex on the USDT pair. Let's see what kind of crazy stuff is going on here. I wish I could share screen with you guys, but it's too much OPSEC, right? Like, I have to make sure that everything in the browser is beautiful and not leaking data to you guys or anything. Even though it's dedicated streaming computer, still got to be careful. So this on the USDT pair in the last 4-hour candle did, how much is this? I guess I'll use the last closed candle. So in the last closed candle, so the 4-hour candle before this one, on the Hex USDT pair on ByteDesk, Hex traded $17,422. I'm assuming that volume's dollars. Pretty sure it is. And then, yeah, surely. It's definitely dollars. Because hex are so numerous. Like, you're never going to have such a small quantity. Like, each line on the order book is like a lot of hex. So that's neat, right? I mean, this thing has only existed a day and a half, right? Like, cool. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Like, thank you for building all this cool stuff. And I don't have to do crap. I just sit here and get to learn. All right, what other pair do they have here? ETH. Okay, so we got 17K volume last 4-hour candle before this current one on the USDT pair. On the USD pair, they had in the 4-hour candle before this one 5 million volume, and it was at a close of 12 sats. So we do 12 sats times 5 million, and that gives us equivalent BTC. So 0.12345612 times my calculator. 5.63 million. Oh crap, I can't do that. I can't do it like that. 5, 6, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's. Yeah, that's half a Bitcoin. So they did in the 4-hour period before this one, they did half a Bitcoin volume on the BTC pair for hex. But in this candle that we're in now, they did 5 times more than that. So they did like 3 Bitcoin basically. And then on the USDT pair, they did 2 Bitcoin worth. They did $14,000. So it seems like the USDT pair, at least in the last 4-hour candle, was more popular than the hex pair. Now let's take a look at the ETH pair. Okay, in the ETH pair, we've got in the 4-hour candle before this one, there was 2 million volume. Huh. Now I think it's obviously not ETH, because that's a lot of ETH. So this would be hex, and it's trading at, this candle closed at 524, and I think they use 8 digits, so that would be like 5 zeros and then a 524. 0.12345 times 2 million, right? 3 million. No, that's this candle. 2 million. All right, times 2 million. 10 ETH. So that's like $1,500. So the hex ETH pair did $1,500 last 4 candles. The USDT pair did 15,000, I think. And then the BTC pair did like, I mean, these are all pitifully small numbers, right? So like what this means is that anyone with any reasonable wealth whatsoever could just set the price at whatever they wanted to. So if anyone came into this market and just decided to set a price, they could just set it, because it's an illiquid market right now, right? I haven't gone through and like added up the order book depth, because I don't see an easy way to do that in here. Like, it's not just declared. So it's kind of like a more advanced feature to know how deep an order book is. And I don't have that tool on the site. So, well, you know what? I do actually. I can do this. So let's talk on the USDT pair, because I think it was the busiest one. And hex USDT. So there's right now, it's priced in hex. So I'd rather use one of the other ones that's priced in something else. So let's try the BTC pair. So right now on the BTC side, The order book for Hex has 42 million Hex on the buy side total until it gets down to like 1 sat. And then on the sell side, it's got 30 million. It's pretty balanced. 3. Yeah, so there's 30 million on the sell side and 40 million on the buy side, Hex, which is neat. Now, why do I tell you this, right? Because if you wanted to like move this price to wherever you wanted, you could literally like just empty the order book for very cheap on either side. So you could set this price down to its minimum tradable price of 1 sat by selling 42 million Hex in a single order. And since 42 million Hex is worth, now this is just fun because it's a new market, right? Like you're gonna have the thinnest books possible when the market's brand new. They start off with nothing and then they start to fill up. And I don't even know how to use buy discounts, right? Like I might go to one of the dexes and they might have thicker books than this. So 42 million times, it's closed at, well, I'll just use the current price. Last trade is at 7 sats on the BTC pair. Okay, 42 million times 0.1234567 sats. All right, it's 3 Bitcoin. So you literally could empty this order book in a single candle and drive the price down to 1 sat. And you wouldn't even need to you actually only need about 18 million to drive it down to 1 sat, because you'd empty out the order book at 2 sats, and then you only need to tap the top of the order book at the 1 sat, and you can leave the rest there and it will still show that it traded at 1 sat. So you don't actually have to empty the order book. You only need to empty the order book up to the price level right above the price level you want to hit. So I mean, 3 Bitcoin is like 25 grand, but you don't even have to spend 3. You'll only spend 18, which is like a third of 3. So you could literally spend 1 Bitcoin. You could spend 8 grand and knock this price down to 1 sat like that. Which is why talking about new markets is just funny, right? Because basically you could make this thing moon for 8 grand or die for 8 grand. And how many people have 8 grand? A lot of people, right? So these new markets that are thin and illiquid, they're not really useful for price discovery, I don't think, right? Once there's liquidity, then I think they matter more. Like imagine if it only took, like I bet on some of these other pairs, maybe it would only take like less, right? Like you do it for maybe 4 grand, just set the price wherever you want. But also think about it. Somebody made a 1500x. Someone literally made a 1500x already in the first 4-hour candle because they had a very high price at 1500 sats and now it's 7 sats. So like somebody got to sell. And if someone comes along and places, you know, just a couple Bitcoin order and they don't understand how order books work, someone's going to make some large, insane multiple because of the volatility, right? I don't suggest trading, but it's just fun to watch someone make a 1500x in the first, however, right? Like short period. Now this assumes that they could buy lower and then sell that top, but that seems like a reasonable assumption. I could get into a lower time frame and make sure there were candles at lower numbers than that one. I'll try that actually. Let me try that. Let me get on a lower time frame and make sure that this candle had lower candles before it, so that type of thing really could be profited on. Yeah, it did. There was a lot of lower candles before that crazy one. So someone really made a killing. So the candle, I'm on the 15-minute chart now. This 1500 candle existed, and then no, that was the first 15-minute candle. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the 5-minute. Yeah, there we go. Well, hold on. All that scrolling. Yep, there were candles before that 1500. So I see a candle down at 10 sats low, and then I'm trying to make this big candle appear. looking for the high. Okay, there's the high. Nah, I guess that was his first trade price, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure there was previous candles before that 1500 one. So I think you may only have been able to like make that 1500x or whatever if you were able to sell that, and you would need margin to do it. I don't know if they do margin here. All right, I'm going to the 1 minute chart. Final resolution on this. Sorry I'm putting so much time into this, guys, but it's not often you get to see a 1500x movement on a candle in a chart, so I'm very curious about it. Scrolling back. My posture is rather the most relaxed it's ever been here. No, really, there were candles. God damn it. I didn't scroll back far enough. Boy, there's a lot of scrolling on this minute chart. I had the time memorized. I just like time warp to it because it's a trading view chart and they have that feature built in. It's just a lot of work. Oh, okay. Is that it? Okay, that's it. Now that was the first minute candle. That was the first minute candle. So you couldn't have bought on this exchange before that. So the only way that you could have made like some sick mad gain on this is if you're able to sell during that minute at that point. Yeah. All right, whatever. You dig in here. You figure it out. Go into chat, check it out. Where are you, chat? Where'd you go? Chat close? Am I gonna click my own stream to sell? Okay, well, I'm still streaming. I don't know where the window went, but I see myself, so all right, whatever. You're probably listening to me talk on my own channel. Where's the window? What is going on here? This is so weird. Yeah, the YouTube window closed, but I am still streaming, so I guess I'll go back into the window. Hope this doesn't error and like close the thing. Where's the YouTube window? Sorry guys, this production quality is crap. I should have been able to share screen with you. I didn't know that I'd be looking at charts. So I tried to go to the YouTube window and it like didn't let me go in. There, let's try that. I think I got it. I think. Maybe. Yes, I did get it. I'm a genius. I can see my own stream again. I accidentally closed my own stream window, which I thought would like actually kill the stream, but it didn't, so that's cool. All right, I'm gonna look at your chat, and then I'm probably gonna head off. I wanna look at what's going on. I wanna see how many Bitcoin claimed today, and well, let's do that on the stream, I guess. All right, let's go look at, let's see what the stats are today. I'm gonna go to Telegram. And I'm going to go to t.me/hexcrypto. And I'm going to search the word stats. And then I'm going to find this dude, JIU, whatever his name is, for Jiu-Jitsu. Stats. And, all right. So the last stats he posted about an hour ago, hour and 20 minutes ago, were that the Ethereum price was $147.60. Can I paste this in the chat? I'm gonna try pasting this in the chat. Let's see if it works. Might be too big. Probably too big. Copy. See what we get here. Okay, yeah, pasted. But it's way too big. It's 5 times too big. All right, well, that sucks. Yeah, if you guys want to see this, you need to go to t.me/hex crypto and search the word stats or hex stats. Hex supply, 6 billion. Hex in circulation, 1.56 billion. Hex staked, 4.5 billion, which is 74.4% of the total. Number of addresses claimable, 28 million. Number of address claimed, 18,800. 0.1% of the addresses have claimed. BTC at snapshot, 18 million. BTC claimable, 9.1 million. BTC claimed, 1.4% of the total at 123,876. So when I quoted you earlier today that we had about 116,000 Bitcoin that claimed, an extra 6,000 or 7,000 Bitcoin has claimed since then, and it's in the stats here, right? Now that reduces the amount available to the adoption amplifier by those claims. However, it's spread over the remaining 340 something days. It doesn't have the biggest impact. The adoption amplifier received day 1, 21,015 Ethereum. Day 2, 6,152 Ethereum. Day 3, 2,516 Ethereum. And now in day 4, when he posted it, there was only 58 Ethereum in the new day. And if I look at go.hex.win, which I'm just going to open again to make my life easy. Oh, I found the old one now. There's actually 180 ETH in there. So when he posted that, there was 48. Now there's 188 ETH. Now what does that mean? It means that if you join the adoption amplifier, if you go to pumpamentals.com, get your 10% bonus, and then you go to go.hex.win, if you put in 1 Ethereum, you're going to get 2.8 million hex. Unless more people join after you, and then it comes down, right? It's probably unlikely you'll get 2.8 million hex, you know? The number is going to go down over time. That's about it. Any other stats in there? He says, note that because the current AA day is 1.8% complete, this calculation only considers a proportional amount of the current day's hex. Oh, neat. So he's like, he does an implied price as well. Like he says what the Ethereum, what the price is versus Ethereum, and then calculates that in USD. And so like when he did this chart, it was 0.002156 hex per USD, calculating off the ETH pair. It's pretty cool. But the number now would be 3 times higher because there's 3 times more ETH in there than when he did the math. Like when he did this math, there was only 48 ETH. $58. So when he did this math, there was only 58 in ETH in there. Now there's 181, which is about 3 times more, which means the effective price should be about 3 times more, which would be like 0.0645. So much cool stuff in here, right? Now you're learning this stuff with me. Like I'm learning this stuff right here with you guys because this is a brand new system, and it's exciting. Someone made a. I bet I can link to this. I'm going to link to this in chat. So this is what I mean about good memes, right? Here's a meme of me dressed up like the Grim Reaper, just going door to door bodying people, debate style. He needs to put the word, you know, like the label debate on it though. Here's a link. There you go. I love that when we have these chats and these cool things going on, we can actually just link to the chat, and then you can see what's in the chat without having to be in it, without downloading the client, right? You can just go to the link and it'll show you by HTTP, like a website. Richard, keep doing what you're doing. You got tons of people behind you. Peter was so ridiculous. That was really sad. I don't know why that was so bad. It was the worst interview I've ever had. And that's weird. Yeah. I want to talk to my chat. I want to hang out with my chat. I've done enough with you good YouTube folks. How many hours have I been on? I've been on 2 hours and 46 minutes. That's a good long enough time. If you guys want to chat with me, I'm gonna be on t.me/hexcrypto for a while. And then I want to see what the system's doing, I want to click around. I want to look at those other dexes, see if McAfee Dex has any volume, see if that news tags has any volume, TGZ I think it was. I want to look if Ether Delta, Fork Delta have anything going on. I'm just curious, what else? I want to see if we're still number 2 most popular project on Ethereum. We were before the stream, so I want to see if that's maintaining. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on right now. I linked to earlier a video where I said you might want to sell everything and get Hex. Think about it. Don't FOMO day one, right? Maybe scale in. The thing is, like, I'm not a financial advisor, do your own research. I really like this thing. I'm biased. I don't know what the price will do. I know what it was designed to do. I still think we'll get big oscillations because it's a cryptocurrency and that's what they do, right? I think any cryptocurrency can and will go down 85%, and they usually do, right? Maybe stablecoins are an exception. So the question is, how long is the rise up before you get that, is the question, right? Bitcoin, we tend to go up really high and then die, and then go up really higher and then die, and then go up really higher and die. It doesn't have to do that forever, but it seems to kind of be what these things do, at least Bitcoin and good cryptocurrencies, right? Yeah, consider scaling in and seeing how large a piece you can get of this is my feel as to how to play this game the right way. I think market timing price is going to be hard, right? Like right now with no liquidity, you're going to have a lot of volatility, right? Like I said, you could set the price, you could empty the order book in either direction with, $8,000 on that exchange, which means, you could get a good deal or a bad deal. Really, it's hard to know, right? If you're dealing with contract directly and minting coins yourself, there's no wicks, there's no, you got the same deal everyone else got that day. So there's no order book screwed me or price wicked and screwed me, any kind of stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna head off. So I'm gonna give you the list of everything that you can check out. I wrote some self-help books. They're in outline form. When they're edited, they'll be published, but they need editing. You don't need them edited. You just need the good ideas is what you need. So go to t.me/scivive, like survive through science. We've got free general chat, t.me/strape, charting chat, which you shouldn't need because you couldn't be trading, but if you can't take my good advice, go ahead, strape charts. Price calls channel where, I tell you what's going on with Bitcoin price. Richard's calls, t.me/Richard's calls. Then we've got a whole lot of hex chats. So I'm just going to tell you tango, t.me/hex news, hex crypto, hex videos, hex memes, hex charts, hex trading, hex AA, hex claims. That's support. If you're trying to free claim, you're having trouble, you're trying to use it, you're having trouble, go to hex claims. What else? Twitter.com/Richard Hart Win, Twitter.com/hex crypto, YouTube.com/hex crypto, YouTube.com/Richard Hart. What else? So that's Telegram, that's Twitter, the website, pumpamentals.com if you want 10% bonus. Any referral link will give that. Or hex.win if you just want to go to the site directly. If you want to see the contract, you want to see the code, go to etherscan.io and you can see the verified code there. You post the code and then they compile it and then they see that what they compiled matches what's on the blockchain, and then that what's in that blockchain contract, what's in that address is that text that you're seeing there, because that text when compiled equals the hash of that thing, right? So it's a way to know what's really, really, really there. And so if you're a developer and you want to plug in and do really cool stuff with Hex, like all these other guys I've been telling you about have been doing, you want to build something awesome and stick a referral link right next to it, please do. I mean, a lot of people are loving all these referrals they're getting. You know, there's a lot of people getting a lot of Hex from the referral program, and you could be one of them, right? You get to build something awesome, part of something new and unique and special that's never existed before. It's very, very easy to hook into because we chose the right ecosystem. So, you know, we've got a developer chat, which I'm not going to name drop here because I don't want a bunch of people who aren't developers, you know, coming by and looky-looing in. If you're a developer, you can message me, t.me/Richard Hart, and then I'll send you a link to the developer chat. I think we got about 60 guys in there, you know, building cool stuff, having fun. Yeah, that's it. So guys, you know, you've got the opportunity of a lifetime here. You've got what feels to me like it felt when I was mining Bitcoin when it was worth less than $1. That's what this feels like to me. It feels better. There's more good stuff going on now. And the potential to make scale is fast. Like, we can scale fast now. There's so many things that are already done for us that we don't have to build for ourselves. Like, look at all these exchanges. Do you know how long it would take to get listed 9 or 8 years ago? Impossible. Just couldn't do it. They didn't exist, right? There's so many cool new things that we have now. You know, a wallet that you don't even have to install an exe. It's just a browser extension. So good. It's so good. There's so many good things in here. All right, guys. I hope to see you in chat, and I hope to see you on the Twitter. And I wish you mad gains. You know, I don't care if you're a Bitcoin guy, a Monero guy, Ethereum guy, Hex guy. I hope we all go up together. I think all of those projects are very good, and I think that they all do, you know, useful and important things. So, you know, none of them are bad. They're all good. They're just good at different stuff. This one is designed to appreciate the fastest. That's what its design intention was. The other ones weren't actually designed with that in mind. And so, you know, we don't have anonymity. Not easily. You have it. You can use tornado.cash and some other things, or you could route through Monero and, you know, hit Binance under their limit. Like, there's other things you can do, right? As long as it's legal, just do legal things. So Monero is more anonymous than Hex is, but it wasn't designed for insane price appreciation, onboarding, and referral program and all that stuff. None of those other top cryptocurrencies were. This one is the only one that is. And so far, so good, is my opinion. All right, guys. If you want to see the way it's really working, install MetaMask.io and go to go.hex.win and actually see what's really going on. See how many people are joining. See the referral link. Spread it. You don't have to have anything to spread a referral link and get 20%. Just spread your links, man. Go to go.hex.win, install MetaMask, get your referral link, and go have fun. Goodbye, guys. Have a great night.
This is Linus from Linus Tech Tips, and we hacked the phone network in order to spy on him.
That's pretty messed up, Derek. I slept easier not knowing that.
We intercepted his phone calls and stole his two-factor passcodes.
Is that your number, Linus?
Yeah, but mine didn't even ring.
We didn't touch his phone. We didn't send him an email or a text, nothing. We did it all remotely. And the worst part is, it could happen to you.
I think I'm really surprised that, no offense, but like, you guys did it. Well, you're not a career criminal, hacker, mastermind, necessarily.
No, indeed.
But here it is, a normal looking and feeling device with no, you know, obvious problem with it. And you just receive my call instead of me receiving it. Just what, like on command? It's an app on your computer or what? I don't even know.
But before we explain how we did all that,
the first startup that Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak made wasn't Apple. No, they were tackling a different problem, one where their product was actually illegal. So back in the 1970s, long-distance phone calls were really expensive. Adjusted for inflation, a call from New York to London could run you $25 a minute. So these two entrepreneurs created a little blue box, and what it did was it hacked the telephone network. They could trick the telephone company into connecting the calls for free, among other things.
We were young, and what we learned was that we could build something ourselves that could control billions of dollars worth of infrastructure in the world. I don't think there would have ever been an Apple computer had there not been blue boxing.
Well, I said you called the Pope.
Yeah, we did call the Pope. Was pretended to be Henry Kissinger. And we got the number of the Vatican and we called the Pope. And they started waking people up in the hierarchy, you know, I don't know, cardinals and this and that. And they actually sent someone to wake up the Pope. When finally we just burst out laughing and they realized that we weren't Henry Kissinger.
But how were they able to do all of this with one electronic box made from Radio Shack parts?
Until the mid-1920s, most phones had no way of dialing. When your phone was on the hook, about 48 volts was connected from the exchange to your phone. Then when you lifted the receiver, an internal circuit connected the speaker and microphone, drawing power, and that caused the voltage to drop to around 10 volts. And at the telephone exchange, this drop turned on a light bulb, alerting the operator, who would then pick up and ask who you're calling.
Boston?
Sir, get me the Bluebird Diner.
And after consulting a directory, they would connect a wire between your line and your friends. Manually connecting calls was labor-intensive. Operators had to handle hundreds of connections per hour. In 1910, one pundit said, "Soon the telephone system will need to employ every working-age woman in the country as an operator." By 1950, there were more than 1 million of them in the US alone.
To reduce costs, companies sought to automate the call connection process, and one solution was the rotary dial telephone. To use it, you place your finger in a number hole, rotate it to the end, and the dial rotates back. And on the inside, a metal disc with ridges turns. Each ridge pushes 2 metal plates into contact, completing the circuit to the exchange.
The dial sends pulses to match each number. For the number 2, it sends 2 pulses. For the number 3, it sends 3 pulses. This goes on up to 10 pulses for the number 0, which is why 0 is at the far end of the dial instead of beside the 1.
Those pulses that travel down the phone line, they determine how your line is connected, so they're known as control signals.
But as the length of the
Fools. Fools. What's going on? How's it going? Let's try to fix this. Here we go. for me, just for me. That's some shit. That's my shit. Tits. Give me those tits. trying to figure this out. Ai, ai. Yeah. Yo. Fuck. Fuck. Ah. Jesus. Ear rape. Sorry, buddy. That was bad. Yeah. Shit. No, nigga chain. Yo, kick. Max to that. Should I pay for the number 2 ranked user, ranked MMORPG right now for $15? Fuck. Metacritic. Can't blame them. This game's old as hell and it's still good. Let's see here. Actually, The top rated one is Space Station 13. The fuck is that? I don't want to know. Who cares? Final Fantasy 14 came out 2019. No. Burning Crusade. Shit. Maybe I should try a private server. It's a good fucking. Tits. Nigga chain. The first fully layered AI central fucking. Oh my god, shit. Down. Imagine a freaking world. I'm gonna try something here. It is kind of embarrassing, honestly. Finland, well, you know, Richard's got some thoughts going. It's like, shit. Fuck. Richard's, he hates me. He wants me dead. It's like, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Money. Money, 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 money. Does anybody love me? I don't think so. Shit. Richard loves me. Richard. Richard. Richard, yeah. Gonna make you want to sing what you're being. Change my life. Friends don't understand. I don't have friends. Tits. Being in this brain. Excuse me. Oh, Megan. Right, Megan, right. Welcome back. This is Pure Trance Radio. That's quite a lovely one, yeah, Dave. This game sucks. It's like I just don't have a brain. See here. Should probably just fucking build it. This game fucking sucks. I wonder if I got anything. Ugh, might call it quits. It's that time. Just don't know what to do. Check out my file structure for PulseBet. Actually, let's check it out. Fuck. Here's my website. I built it from scratch. Everything. And you're gonna say it's like ChatGPT. That's okay. You try. Go ahead. See what you got. I can't, bitch. Here is the contract. Contract. Place bet end round. Let's see. I'll show you some. I'll just run the contract. So if I go make sure connected, I go back, start Oracle. Oracle has been started. Now I can end the round. Make sure. Yeah, okay. Fuck. So now you just wait. All right, so we got a new number, and then another number from the Oracle that's in the back of the contract, hidden, ready for the next round, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Anyway, and then you got the ability to place bets now. So let's put down a bet. Let's check our balance. Got 200 test token. Put it on 1 for 30 tokens with the test token. And then we hit that button, and we let it run. Then you see our bet appeared, and then it confirmed, letting us know which round we placed it on, what number, and how much, what type of bet it is, which I'll give labels for. At the moment, 0 represents straight bets, which are the simplest form. And then if I actually refresh the page, which kind of sucks, then you'll see my bet actually appear on here as a chip. So that's cool. Then we, like I said, we got a number, but we're still waiting for the round to end. So now for our bet to actually take place for round 5, because currently we are on, which I have to give some sort of indication, round 4. So once the round completes, then one more block, then we can check to see if we won the bet. Get attempt at it. There it goes. Okay. Check. So the end round completed, got a new number, and that was our winning number. So obviously it wasn't the number 1. So if we look down here, that we did not win, and for the player specifically on the bet number and the bet type, which I had to fix, it's fine, it just needs to be like configured. And then bet amounts, which now ends up going to the house, which I have to fix. Damn it, it's like that was working before. Anyway, don't worry about that. Okay, so it's just the fees, or like the house earnings. So yeah, it's more bullshit. Anyway, but yeah, so anyway, it works fine. Just gotta fix some shit. So I guess it doesn't work fine. Gotta fix that and this. So yeah. Let's see about that. Total house earnings. Weird. Maybe it's like an old contract. I gotta check it. Doesn't make sense. sorry. Actually, let's see. Oh, I see what the issue is. Well, no big deal. Just a fucking retarded shit. Control. Freeze. Oh. Fuck that shit. Less thinking, more doing. Brought to you by Richard Hart. shit. I've been... Alrighty, everybody, I'm gonna call it. See you later.